hard just to have that ice?
And make them back up.
Make them
roll out, rush in, drop back, defense.
What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up.
Make them.
Show some respect.
Are you challenging me?
A tough nut to crack.
Now, shall we fight?
My turn!
All right, here we go.
Trust my shield.
Fire away! Gotta try harder, huh? Soldiers, give me strength! I'll take care of it!
Trust my shield. Stop right there. It's not over yet.
Go to hell!
All right, here we go.
Hey-ya!
Welcome to Update 26.2, where you'll discover the new Crafter Pass, a new Team Deathmatch map, strengthened anti-cheat measures, and more. Here's a closer look at what's in store. Dive into the fresh Crafter Pass, Black Market 2023. Tackle missions, obtain rewards, and get busy crafting in the workshop. Keep an eye out for the special craftable rewards in this pass. The return of 4 progressive weapon skins available throughout the pass duration, along with their unique chromas. There is much more depth to the Black Market 2023, so stay tuned for a detailed announcement coming your way. Next up, experience the newly unveiled map for Team Deathmatch, the Pillar Compound. This arena serves up distinct combat avenues tailored for diverse gunplay preferences. Favor long to medium range battles? The main building is the choice for you. For those keen on close quarter encounters, the side buildings is the place to be. Plus, the inclusion of cleverly designed flank routes ensures thrilling challenges for everyone. Elevating our commitment to fair play, we're enhancing anti-cheat measures for ranked matches on Steam. Those flagged as potential cheaters will now face an added ARS verification step, linked to the phone number associated with their account. Ensure your information is updated by visiting PUBG support should there be any changes to your contact information. Lastly, we have a new penalty system for those leaving Blue Bomb Rush mid-match, refinements to the general plane flight route UI, and more. Update 26.2 has more to offer, so don't forget to read the patch notes, and we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Unleash my shopping spree
Duty-free from big brands.
at all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่ง
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
PUBG Global Series 2 Grand Finals Sonic!
The championship, the spray comes through. 17 Gaming takes the chicken dinner.
Twisted Minds with a disgustingly effective hold on the south side. Turn that into a win.
It's on him and takes him down. Daiwa is going to get the win.
Over the center opposition, but he's got the kick.
Yeah, oh, kickstart, some great shots there. How in the world does Shouty win that? Tails up and over. Cerberus fighting Ghibli. Ghibli, one player left for Ghibli.
It is Petrichor Road coming apart.
Oh, and now they're walking right, Genji. Full 100% jammer pack. Will that be the win con? Will they get it because of it? Genji cannot get nades on in it. They're going out. They're going into the smokes. They are outside. That nade is going to be right on point as one falls two. In the meantime now though, Pio, well, he already wounded the team and now he's going to find one more blow to get the third. Almost initially will find him in the end. And now it's just Boliang left alive. Sean Yang from down the... They get a ton of kills and oh my god, Emmy, you're right next to Fate.
They have no idea.
Oh no.
Oh, Fate. They don't see it. Oh!
Now they realize he's just on the other side.
B7 gets to send it right into the bottom.
That's where you get the sawn off. Comes in real handy. Boliang though. Hipfire takes out Glass, finds the second as well as Human falls down.
Aggressive play from Tosi. He comes out. Drop shot from Boliang. Fender of a Dacia. That's not what you want to do or how you want to go out if you're off. But that'll be SSG down. And now Petrichor Road has the Hobbit hole in the ground here. ZP Yan going to find another nice grenade there. Finishes off a couple. Falcons now in tatters.
Gets prone down, heal on through once more. V7 and Ascent eliminated in the meantime as now the push comes through. The flash is there. Does he get him? Yes, he does!
PUBG Esports fan, I'm Pam, the one-day manager in another day. So today, which team that I'm going to support them? Let's find out and follow me here. Hello! Twisted Mind! Yay! Could you please introduce yourself like each of you?
Spider, Alexander Batulin, Luke, Perfectix.
Oh my gosh. And so today maybe can we just visit your room and have a look like what the things that you bring from your home?
Yeah, sure, let's go.
Spiral just say, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so please lead me. So whose room?
Perfectix and Luke.
Wow, quite big. Oh, so this thing.
It's our logo.
Oh, it's your logo!
Yeah, my mom's do.
Your mom?
Yeah,
Your
she's
mom?
a designer. Brain, and here is Arabian word.
Okay. What? It's empty!
Я не знаю, ну что, распаковала в первый день. Что мне сказать?
Do you like free the space for anything to buy from Thailand back to your home?
Durian?
Durian.
You know durian?
Yes, I know durian, but you're going to bring it in this bag? A gift for Batulins? Don't eat it in this room ever. This room is Batulin room, and right here is a lot of shirts. So which one is your favorite one?
My favorite one is not here because my favorite one is bathrobe. It's in Russia. I always wear bathrobe anytime, anywhere. So I have my also Twisted Minds. It's from Riyadh, PGS too. And you also can see us here. This is Lou, me, Perfectix, the top, and Spyro.
Who drew it?
I don't know.
And now we arrive here at Spyro Room. Oh, walk in here. Ooh.
Покажи этот значок PGC. Previous time in Dubai, we were very close to win the PGC, and but he didn't wear it. So this time he's gonna wear it, and we're gonna win it.
We have a little game, the special mission for you guys. The prize that you're gonna grab is to let me do anything one test as your one-day manager.
Okay.
One, two, three. Shum, shum, shum.
Oh wait, I'm playing against her.
2 chances left.
Can we start again? I didn't know about it. Why did you start with me? Yeah, okay, I'm ready.
Okay, do it again.
Yes.
Shum, 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 shum. You best.
Easy.
Shum, shum, shum. Shum, shum, shum. 1, 2, 3. Shum, shum, shum. As you win the mission right here, so you can ask me one thing as your one-day manager.
Today we wanted to eat outside. I would love to ask you to organize a picnic.
Oh, that look nice. Okay, so now you're hungry?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, so let's go for a picnic. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hey, let's go.
1, 2, 3. Cheese.
Don't stop.
So there are a lot of shops here. Is there anything you're interested? Just tell me. Wanna try?
I want this one.
You want this one?
Yeah.
Wanna try it? First thing for picnic.
Thank you.
You wanna try ผัดกะเพรา ขอเป็นผัดกะเพราราดข้าวอะค่ะแต่ขอเผ็ดน้อยเนาะ Thank you ขอบคุณค่ะ Yay we got it
Let's go.
Yay And shall we start?
Yes. Yeah.
Are you hungry right now? This one is a meat with wagyu, and you should try it with a sticky rice over there.
Feels tasty.
This one is we call pad mi, a little tiny noodles.
Like noodles.
And this one is pad kra pao. It's spicy?
No.
No.
I'm just eating.
Bon appetit.
Thank you.
May I ask you like a few questions? As a twisted mind, how do we practice as a twisted mind?
I go to computer and practice 8 hours. Then I go to practice in TDM mode, and then I play 8 hours of ranked.
So, do you have time to sleep?
Not. Not at all.
What is the newest or the latest weapon that released?
Драгунов. Играю с ним, это мое основное оружие на данный момент вместе с Берилом. Очень много урона. Чувствую превосходство перед другими игроками, потому что они не используют его.
Wow.
Every single part of it. Twisted Minds. In the meantime,
Question mark. Not going to let that happen. Found some bullets. Doesn't matter though in the end. Twisted Minds will clutch out the victory.
Okay, so as we know that Twisted Mind is one of the long-reigning strongest team in PUBG Esports. You have stick together from 2019, right? It's almost like 4 years. So what that bring you guys stick together for this long?
Since all of us are very dedicated to the working process and we are always aiming for the best results in all the tournaments. Kind of give us specific energy, burns this fire in our hearts, and we just stay and play.
Let's move to our coach over here, last but not least, the Tap. What's going to be different for this year of Twist Mind?
We have a bit changed strategies and so on, because we find a new way how to prepare to the tournament compared with the previous year. Maybe you will enjoy our new strategies, new features, and so on.
Good luck to you guys too.
Thank you.
Don't forget the first champion.
Sure.
And this is Twisted Mind! Yay! 1, 2, 3.
It's
time
for
Twisted Mind!
Champion! Yay! See you guys, see you on the fans. Bye! Woo.
FaZe Clan is shocking the world. 18 kills and a chicken dinner. I don't know if it's enough, but goddamn Matchroom, they made a hell of a round. Buzzface, 8 kills. Uba, 6 kills. 8 seed. These guys stepped up and played winning.
The voice in my head overturned, telling me to go closer to you now. Something's gotta change, you know it's right. Time to take you back, I saw in the high. Whenever step I make goes down and fall apart. Whatever move that you make is not enough. Turn around and trust in yourself at the end. You're the only one who survived to win. Don't have something to fire. If you want to go higher, shout it out loud. Say that you're divine. Go running through the fire and murder your desire. Shout it out loud. Say that you're divine. Go running through the
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back to the PUBG Global Championships 2023. It's time for the winners bracket. My name is Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger. It's going to be an exciting day.
Yeah, I'm super excited. The winners bracket, you know, this might as well have been the grand finals when we're looking at the teams. It is extremely stacked. I talked to a few of the teams that are like, this is insane. These guys are demons. These guys are demons. These guys are demons. They're just like, yeah,
well,
it's going to be nice.
They may be that, but I'll tell you what's heavenly. It's the Onda Seat, which is the official gaming partner of PGC, the chair that elevates the gaming experience with the ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose Onda Seat and choose the seat of victors. We're also sponsored by the King Power Group, leaders in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Loga Pro Esports grade gaming gear that's made with a unique design. As a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in gaming and esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championship 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as a designated hardware provider for this event. Tao Noi, live deliciously. And finally, number one, fast and reliable fiber internet brought to you by True Online when you need to truly stay connected. I'm glad they're here. They've helped make this event possible, but what we're really here for are the teams that are going to the grand final, and these 16 seem the most likely to possibly get there when this road comes to an end.
Yeah, I can't really see a way where I mean, 14 teams are going to make it to the grand final. I feel like it's extremely good teams. They obviously made their way here. The teams, once we get to the last chance, obviously the top 8 from winners bracket are going straight to the grand finals, and the bottom 8 are going to the last chance. I feel like it's going to be a lot of these teams as well that's going to make it through the last chance too.
Does that change the way some of these teams play? Because, I mean, yes, you want to go through without going to losers, but if you confidently think, doesn't matter if I go to the last chance.
Historically, right, we've had so many teams coming out of the winners bracket always go through to the grand finals, even through the losers bracket too. But yeah, here, as you see the schedule, winners bracket, day number 1.
Yeah.
12 games, like we've had our others. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough. It's hard. 12 games might not be enough for everyone.
12 games against the best teams in the world, and that is 100% what this lobby is right now. Now, if you get through, if you make the top 8, you go to the grand final, done, dusted, wait and watch. If you don't, the bottom 8 have to go to the last chance qualifier. They're not done quite yet, so really they're just sort of playing for that top 8, but you don't want to have to risk it, because if you go to last chance, it means you might go home without any cash additional in your pocket.
If you could guarantee yourself, though, that you would go through the grand finals through the last chance,
if you could guarantee it, I think across the board, most teams would say yes, we do it, because staying fresh is important. But let's look at the fresh teams for this lobby. It's 16 different teams than we saw yesterday. It is a very strong group of
It is so stacked. Like, if you look at the teams, it's just crazy. And here, what they're playing for, of course, once we get to the grand finals, but also if you go down to the last chance, that's what you're playing for. We've already eliminated our first 8. We've sent them $10,000 to $17,000 through that. But we also have, of course, our crowdfunding that's going to be added on top of that. So go in and check that out. But $600,000 guaranteed for the first place. Our winners here, though, top V's. What a lineup.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Normally, there's a couple of teams that kind of pop in, or you say, oh, they had a unique ride. Maybe they won't make it through the winners bracket. I think this was the hardest fantasy ever to put together because all of these teams have progression potential, and that's what I'm excited about as Game 1 starts. Now, let's look at some of them specifically. FaZe versus NH Esports. I know you've got a soft spot for FaZe. Do you think they come out ahead?
I have a soft spot for know them so well. You know, like
we've been traveling with them for a long time.
These guys are just crazy once they pop off. In fact, he had one of his most amazing days. He really popped off. And yeah, of course, they were the most points gathering teams out of the group stage, right? 108.
Now, another team that I love to watch, and I know you did too, Foot got here. It was a tough journey for them, but Vard seemed to be playing out of his mind. They looked very, very good. Another one, Tiamba, absolute powerhouses when it came to day 1 of group stages.
Yeah, I love what I saw from both of those teams, especially Foot, you know. On the Vikendi game, we saw some crazy stuff from as the Pentagrams too. As you see them here on screen, they had an amazing run too. They popped off. They had their angle, and they had the circles in their kind of favor in their home turf terrain, but they also made it work, and they got so many points. 47 points in 2 games for them.
Do you have any ASLA Pentagram players on your fantasy team?
No.
I don't either. Poro, do you have any? He shook his head. He said no. So that is my worry, is that as we watched it, will they stand in this lobby? I think we're going to have to wait and find out. We saw a little bit of action from Tiamba. The other one we have to talk about, you mentioned them, Foot Esports.
Yeah, Foot Esports looking good, of course. If you ask Vard, like, in group stage, I only had one good day. It was the 6-kill game within Vikendi. They popped off, the double headshots. But still, the pop-up potential is this team is crazy. They could do big things. Of course, we're playing fantasy here too, though.
And that's right. So you heard me bring up ASLA Pentagram a little bit. I think it's similar to Foot. Pop-off potential. They might come in big on these point system. 2 points per kill. They can really thrive there. Surviving to the end game will get you 5, and then you get 100 points, or 1 point per 100 damage that your hero does. If you die too fast, you lose 3. Let's look at the Fantasy League winners bracket. Who is the highest pick rate right now? Taggleton coming in at 3.65.
Yeah, close followed by Ming Ming. He was too cheap, 16,900. I see a lot of people out there, but our most expensive player stole 2.4% pick. That is also quite high, I feel like.
A lot of faith there. Also, we can't help but notice some of the prices, like on Gizera and stuff, have really gone up after the group stages. Let's look at our talent picks. Avenger, why don't you talk about yours?
Yeah, I have him as Logos, Ming Ming, and Corexi. I had to have a face clan clan player in there, and I feel like Crexy is too cheap. His pop-up potential is really high. I feel like he could be up in the 30s if we see him play well here in the winners. The other guys, they also have, of course, there's the usual spot flicks too. But let me talk. You have Strimzy in there.
I do have Strimzy again. Listen, I dropped him for a minute in the last round, and then he popped off again. Strimzy has never let me down when it comes to fantasy. His price is high, but I think he may deliver here.
Don't have a Cerberus player though.
I don't have a Cerberus player because I feel like I needed to have some 17. I feel like they've got all of their drops, and I wanted to make sure one was there on that roster.
That's why I both have 17 and Cerberus.
Right, we got to have them. Now, regarding the choices we've made, here is the leaderboard as it stands. Toby's still in the lead, but only by a little. I've managed to close the gap from, I think, dead last to second.
The most interesting thing is that this time around, compared to our losers bracket, it is vastly different. There could be pop-offs on some of our teams. We could be 100 points ahead. It could be, all the way on the other way. You could be following to the bottom if your teams don't pop off. Of course, in game as well, you could see and pick what team you think is going to win the whole thing. Right now, 57% has picked 17 Gaming. But hold on to your votes.
Okay. Hold on to your vote until the grand final.
Until the grand final. Until Ali, maybe we see the 8 teams that's going to go through. Then you can drop it in.
That makes sense. Do you think 17 has the potential to win this thing?
I think they have a slight chance at the moment. I want to see what they can do here.
I like that.
They're uncontested in Picard Pochinki. Of course, we have to remind everyone out there. We're starting our angle, so we'll see what they can do.
And I think that's what we're going to be. We're going to start on our angle. We go Vikendi, Tego, the 2 Chaos maps, we'll call them for the moment, because that's what they've been. Then we'll wrap up in the Dusty Dunes of Miramar for today, then flip-flop that the other way when we come back tomorrow. But there are only 12 games. Now is the time for these teams to start strong. We saw in the last division how important that would be. Now, if you want to start strong, the best way to do that would be coming to the first day of Grand Finals. It is the only day that has tickets left. So if you want to get here to see this, you got to click that link and get your tickets before they finish selling out. Friday, be here because it kicks off the big show, and I know it's going to be an awesome experience. So another experience you could have is maybe you want some G-Coin, you want to buy some stuff over on the shop, then you can get that in game number 1 after the first blood or the first kill is had, and then in game number 5, once the first team elimination is completed, we'll be giving away codes for 400 the first time and anywhere from 800 to 5,000. It's a surprise the second time around, so make sure you check it out. All right, about time for game number 1 to start. Yeah. This is a totally different lobby than what we've seen before. Set the stage for me. What should I expect if I'm just sort of joining PUBG for the first time this year?
Some of the best PUBG you've ever seen. You've seen streamers. These guys, of course, some of these guys stream too, but these guys are out of this world here. They're going to do some crazy stuff, but also very, very strategic plays. We're going to see slow plays. We're not going to see this drive-by crazy, everything send it into compounds. We're going to see very, very clever plays, slow, a little bit of edge play to begin with, and then they're going to be starting to send it towards middles once we get to phase 3 and 4.
Well, you heard it from Martin. Let's see what comes true. It's going to be some of the best PUBG ever played. It's time for PGC 2023, the winners bracket game 1 to start right about now.
我想证明的是，在我们中国队伍里面，我们17 Gaming 会比较稳定。
17 Gaming and Sonics showed great performances in this year's PGS,
but they have not yet lifted a PGC trophy before.
为了证明我们17是最强的战队，一个 PGS 的奖杯是远远不够的。
去年我们差一点就夺冠了，但是今年我们会有所不同。
FaZe walks right into it, finally!
In the group stage, we showed maybe 70%. If we can enjoy ourselves like we did today, then we can win this one.
Every team is trying their best for the PGC trophy, but only the ones who fully enjoy this tournament will be able to go higher.
说实话，这很无聊。赢确实很开心，但是这样赢就太无聊。
Em nghĩ vui vì phong cách của em là thích bắn nhau nên là được bắn nhau rất vui.
Surfer's doing a great job.
Chúng mình càng vui thì chúng mình càng thi đấu tốt hơn. Đó mới là Surfer.
사실 다 이름값만 있는 팀들이지 경기장에서 붙어보면은 다 거기서 거기거든요.
BB gonna get spotted by Hikari.
이번에 그 거품들 싹 다 빼주도록 하겠습니다.
So we have a new player. His name is Mime. He's formerly from the Sonics roster. Mime is a very impactful player. He has an easy mindset of it's just a game. So he brings a lot of confidence to the team and makes all the plays that we need to win.
I'm going to the grand final with LG, my new family, my new friends.
พวกเรารู้สึกกดดันรายการใหญ่แบบนี้พวกเราทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับฝากถึงแฟนคลับทุกคนนะครับไม่ต้องห่วงและไม่ต้องกังวลว่าพวกเราจะไปไม่ถึงรอบชิง
For our team, I think all we need to do is keep our mood high, keep vibing off each other, as I said earlier. That's all it takes for our team to be one of the best. We're going to bring that atmosphere to the grand finals.
这个想法是有的，毕竟当职业选手嘛，就是荣誉肯定是要多拿的。
我们最常说的话就是保持信任，信任让我们的团队更强。
我们想在这次 PGC 当中创造出从未有过的记录。
Hello, PUBG fans, and welcome to the Winners Bracket. I'm Match. I'm joined by Paper Thin, and we've got ourselves the tease of what the grand finals could be like. Is the desk was talking about it, man. My fantasy roster was so hard to make today.
It's incredible how many just unbelievably talented players we have in this lobby, Matt. Unbelievably talented teams. Look, I think you could basically convince me that any of these 8 teams could be the 8 teams that go directly to that grand finals because of how good they've looked, not just in the group stage, but throughout their entire history as PUBG Esports teams and players. So many veteran players, so many stories to go through. It's just crazy.
There is so much. I think that it was Avenger that was talking about a second ago, is that any of these teams could just pop off. We've been seeing that kind of happen during the different group stages, right, where we had like a really big Tiamba day and then we had a really big FaZe day. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of that happening here, but it's going to be so much harder to accomplish. It's going to be a lot more about the snowball. If you can get 2 good games in a row and then really start asserting authority on these games, you're going to have so much of an easier path.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you hear the players talk about this a lot in these like pre-match interviews and stuff where they're saying it's about our vibes, it's about our mental, it's about the confidence. Those kind of things really do matter, and you can see that with some of the teams, all it takes is that one win, like Cerberus on the last game of day 1, right, Matt? They come into day 2 in Group A, and they were smashing.
This is a team that was absolutely smashing in the group stage and had themselves a just phenomenal day. I know a lot of eyes are going to be drawn this direction. Are they going to be able to replicate this? I'm going to say, if you can replicate anything like what happened in the group stage as FaZe in this lobby, man, it's just time to start looking at the trophy.
Yeah. Oh, no. That was the best FaZe I have seen in quite some time. The Sonics looking really, really solid. A very steady game plan for them. Kind of the same story throughout the year ever since Gunnar has become the coach for the Sonics. You know, it's play for the most points possible. Not try to play for the win. Not try to overextend. Do things like that. Look, 17 as well. Another team that's very stable. Out in open space, I think 17 may be the best team in the world.
You could definitely say world favorites right now, given the amount of fact, what was 57% of fans putting their votes into them. Local favorites, as you can see, T5 getting some love. But jumping back into 17 real fast, a reminder, yes, I know the desk was talking about as well, but we're going to remind you, we aren't going to have the hot drop escapades going around with Pachinki Picado. That means the fact that Sonics are going to get free. They're going to a secondary drop position, which I'm actually excited about. I think that's going to be refreshing for them, give them an opportunity. Also does mean the team that usually is going to be dropping into Pachinki Picado going to be pretty safe off the get-go.
Exactly. And so for 17, that's, you know, a sigh of relief in a way, but they were never scared of the Sonics. And I think very wisely, as we've seen throughout both of these teams' years, that them backing off that fight has actually been sort of mutually beneficial, to be frank. As a Pentagram, a team I could talk a lot about, Matt, I'm going to wait for the game because there's a lot of history in that team from the Korean region. But Tyloo, a team that really, another team that really picked it up on the second day, looked like they were struggling mightily on day 1 and then kind of figured things out on day 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I guess, stress coming into this. If you watched any part of the losers bracket, you can see the stress as it mounts on Roth's face going into that last game, or specifically after the last
Poor
game,
Roth,
too.
Man, he was just...
That's some stress coming out. So you can see a lot of players trying to focus up, trying to get... a lot of players talk about, like, this opening section is so important. While you're waiting for everybody, making sure all the PCs are fine, you know. keeping the mental going at this stage. All these different teams have different starting processes. You can see, like, we've been seeing a lot of the cooling pads, like the hand warmers going on, all this other stuff. Then there's also just the absolutely talk trash to your teammate strategy, which I think is what we're looking at right now with NH.
Yeah, that's my favorite strategy. That's how I get people fired up, is, you know, start getting them talking, start getting a little friendly banter going. I think LG, by the way, another team that, you know, kind of had some odd games. They were struggling a little bit sometimes, but they always were getting into the mid to the late game pretty consistently. So if they can just clean up a little bit of that end game stuff for Luminosity, this is a team that absolutely could pop here in this lobby.
In fairness, all of our group stage games were kind of odd.
That's true.
I mean, we had so many weird circles. What? It looked like one group pretty much just got a whole bunch of urban endings, and then the other group just got nothing in their endings. So it's a dichotomy and difference of specific in-game zones. So one team's going to be prepped, or one side of this lobby is going to be prepped for an entirely different environment. So we'll have to see how that comes. There's Day Trade getting some love.
Absolutely. The hometown, one of the hometown favorites. There's two. There's them and T5. A lot of work to be done for those two teams. They're stable. They're consistent. We haven't seen them have that, you know, really strong power to, like, get the top of an international lobby before. So really looking to see if maybe Day Trade or T5 could really pick it up. I've been impressed with T5 in terms of their firepower. It seems like that's been upgraded for them. They're not using the emergency pickups as much as we've seen previously so far this year. For T5, they're trying a bit of a more balanced strategy. And one of the tournament favorites, Dono on your screen right now, absolutely a star-studded roster. Arguably, most people would tell me the best player in the world right now is Soul on your far right there. And Onyx doing most of the IGLing now with a little bit of Soul helping out.
And what Danoa did in the group stages is very important to kind of keep an eye on. They didn't aim for getting first place.
No, they did
They
not.
just wanted to get into a position where they were comfortable and then really start asserting their authority, really trying to gatekeep out. That's how Petrichor Road ended up in the loser's bracket. But enough of our jibber jabber. It's time to go on to Erangel and get everything set for winner's bracket game number 1.
All right, let's get it. Really interested to see if there are going to be any more hot drops. I have heard that most of them have finished. I have heard that, at least on this map, there is some potential for maybe some confusion. You can see there that Donoa has shifted away from the farm area for this without 4 AM in the lobby to contest Yasnaya. They have that open. That's their old drop spot from last year, earlier, maybe even earlier this year. But they shifted away because they felt like with the Chinese teams in particular, they were constantly fighting over Yasnaya, so they wanted to try something different. Well, it turns out just about anywhere you want as a prio spot as a really good team is going to be contested.
A lot of times in these early games, specifically the reset of a group, right, where after all the scores go back down to 0, we see a lot more of a penchant for going slower and making sure that you're being fairly safe. But the new meta is very much secure the territory inside the circle that I think is going to win me the game, and we're seeing some pretty early dust-ups due to that, and I wouldn't be surprised if we might see one inside of this first game.
Exactly, Matt. A lot of teams are rotating kind of ahead of, I would say, what they would maybe want to in terms of spending a little bit of extra time getting that extra loot, getting those extra smokes, things like that. I'm really curious about LG here. They were telling me that they were considering trying to do some kind of Ruins Boatyard split, but it looks like for this particular plane path, they're going more of a Stalber split, foot to their north. Half circle here to start, Matt, right down. The center of this one is the Georgia Pole River. But I was talking to Trevor a bit about how he thinks the Ruin Boatyard split is a good like alt drop location. You can fan out, get the roads that are, or get the vehicles, excuse me, that are out by the east of the Georgia Pole Mountains. There's of course the guaranteed spawn for the vehicle right in the ruins itself, and then you can maybe have to contest with the Razak team for the cars that are to the east of the boatyard. But he felt like there maybe was room in there, but in this particular drop, it looks like they didn't opt for that.
I know there's been a lot of conversation about the blood feud for Pachinki and Picado, right?
Sure.
Specifically Sonics and 17 and how they have put in a lot of effort to secure that. Well, I say that.
Here's one of these.
Tongmu's got himself an interesting situation over here with Little Ghosts.
One of these early rotations that I was talking about where teams cut utility to gain priority spots. And this is something 17 Gaming really likes to do on these circles. That, you know, normally they'd go to the compound that's south of here if the circle is more southern shifted. It's northern shifted. So these blue quads are, whatever, it's 5, I think, actually, that are there is something that they're going to try to prioritize. And a Tongmu not really feeling like he wants to dust it up with 17, and I don't blame him.
They already have pretty much center of the circle, right?
Yes.
They're playing over in the Rajak area. They've got themselves the new boatyard position. So why? Why sacrifice it? Instead, just shift into ruins, get control over that. This is, yes, a 50-50 circle with the river running through it, so that means that a lot of our teams are going to have to be making the gamble on which direction they think the circle is going to go. While we're all used to seeing like the military base island bridge camps. With the river, you do end up with a lot of odd little bridges that make for bridge camps as well, but more often than not, it's multiple teams that are going to be looking into it. I know that's some basic PUBG, but we just want to break you guys into this one, so if we're seeing much earlier rotations and specifically an avoidance for some early aggression, it's just going to be due to the fact that the circle doesn't necessarily provide the friendliest early fighting.
Yeah, this one's a little bit weird because if you're going to gamble on an early priority position, you do run the risk of the circle hard shifting away from you pretty mightily and then being stuck in traffic trying to get across those bridges like you're talking about. So, yeah, it's going to be really keen. I'm kind of keeping track of Tiamba because they're splitting, kind of hedging their bets a little bit here. They're going into South George proper with one of the players in the quads to the east of Georgia Pole, really trying to give themselves, no matter what happens with the circle, some ability to rotate. So curious to see if that's going to be punished or not for Tiamba.
Look at these early rotations. 17 going to go ahead and hop out, already going to prioritize getting position, and a lot of that is just being able to set up kill zones. The opposing side of this one, Sonics, not in the starting zone. They're going to have to shift over into the west, but they've got plenty of pathing options to work with on that one, so I wouldn't be too concerned just yet. The center of the circle around Ruins already has Azla, 17, as well as Tyloo, and that's kind of its own independent brew going over here as yet again, it's going to be Tyloo slowly and steadily getting slammed up against that river as 17 Gaming just not really on the hunt, but inadvertently following in the footsteps of.
And I wonder if maybe 17 felt a bit of pressure here from Azla. Azla likes to do 2-2 splits early on these circles out of Gatka. They usually are taking like 2 in Gatka or 2 to those houses that are right south of the Georgia Pole Mountain proper. But this time around, they went a little bit further west. In fact, they've got one player up at Sakari up on top of the mountain itself because they want to control this space around this mountain. This is what brought Azla a ton of success during the group stage, was they controlled all the space around Gatka and they made the most of these western circles.
I just want to talk about like the freeze that was on that exploding grenade. Magnifique. I love it. NH, again, playing in a strong position against 17 Gaming, and this was such a weird fight to try to contend in because everything, like, this compound is so dynamic with the amount of verticality that you can still have to deal with while also still having the outer walls. It feels like enemies are at every single corner of it whenever you're wrapping around, and that's kind of the way it looks. Look at how open and wide even these windows are as you're stepping around, and it just becomes so messy so quickly.
Yeah, it's really tough to deal with as a player. I mean, you kind of have to outguess your opponents which window they're going to appear at where. That's how you see a lot of pre-firing, especially when you know your opponent has a shotgun in their hand. You have to be getting those bullets out ahead of them because there's the potential that they just one-tap you. Lil Ghost, yeah, spotting out Azla. Again, this is 17, I think, just posturing for space. Lil Ghost knowing that if he stuck around there a little bit too long after putting those shots out, some attention might come his way, and he's out in the open. So looks like he's going to be rotating back to the safety with Suju.
You hit on a very interesting point. We've always had pre-firing happening inside of PUBG, but not to the extent of this year, and that's just due to the shotgun meta being so much more dynamic. You don't know exactly what you're going up against, so just doing a bit of a pre-fire gives you at least some edge in that firefight, but also, if you misread it, gives away your position, and we've seen that come back to bite a couple of teams.
No, you're precisely correct. It has really changed, along with the Panzerfaust, have changed the way that teams
Bigger shotgun.
Yeah, the really big shotgun. It just, the one-shot shotgun. But it's really changed the way that teams think about crashing compounds. It's changed the way that they play late-game situations sometimes, especially on situations in, like, Vikendi, right? Because at the top of the gondolas, it's just Panzerfaust. Like, that's all that spawns up there is Panzerfaust. There's a bunch of them. So sometimes, if circles end in or near there, or if you're rotating in towards those mountains, you're you have to be super careful because almost 100% someone's going to have a Panzerfaust in their hand. So stuff like that is something that really has changed the way that teams think about the micro part of the game.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see just the consistent meta development happening out of this one. So we do see QM. They're making the rotation on the very far west. They're going to be coming in back behind Day Trade. Day Trade looks like they have their eyes set on moving into Everest, which is pretty centered in this circle, and wouldn't surprise me if we do ending up somewhere around that area.
Yeah.
But that's depending on if we get the southern shift.
exactly. We had a lot of circles go to the mountains during the group stage. So I love the mountain finishes. I think they're splendid. There's so much terrain to work with in there. They make for really exciting finishes. So Sonics here, this is kind of the early game of the Sonics these days. They are checking for space. They're very diligent. They're very careful. They don't mind coming into these circles late because of their change in drop position, right? Like you mentioned, very importantly early, they're not dropping Pachinki Picado anymore. So in situations like this, they really have to stick together, make sure that they're getting their information and kind of working off of that. And they were very good. The thing that really impressed me about the Sonics during the group stage was that they were punishing teams who took wide splits or took odd man situations where Sonics felt comfortable and safe to, really get those points where they could, and they were successful almost every time.
The Sonics have always had a lot of firepower that they can bring out, but sometimes the methodology and the I don't want to say this, but an over-reliance on their firepower to get them out of a bad situation was one of their ways that they managed to climb the leaderboard. Now, as we were saying just a second ago, it's a lot more methodical. It's a lot more safe, but that means that whenever those firefights do happen, they know exactly how they want to execute them, and it makes it a lot cleaner.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the influence of Gunnar as the coach coming in. I mean, he's done a great job with them, getting them on the same page, getting them to think, in terms of not just going for the win, but going for, the points, getting the points where they can, and, he was saying to me earlier, like, instead of thinking about it like, okay, we're going to make a center circle send, try to get that win and get 0 points. Instead, you play on the edge and get 4 points. Well, that 4 points is obviously, if you're going to get those 4 points, say 90% of the time, but you're going to get that 90% of the time, guess what? The 4 points is better in the long run. So stuff like that has got the Sonics.
Math.
Yeah, stupid math. Who would get it?
I didn't think I'd have to use all this math in my life.
Yeah. Stay in school, kids.
It is useful, specifically as you're trying to break down all the damage numbers between vests and stuff like that. Oh, my God.
Oh, God.
The math on that alone.
I just stopped.
Yeah, it's like, oh, that hit pretty hard. Good job, guy. All right, so I want to give you guys an update on what's going on while we're watching Danoa and Sonics make their moves. Sonics back around their old home in Pachinki, but we do presently have T5, Legacy, LG, Danoa, and Foot that are our teams that are playing to the north. All the other ones are going to be playing to the south of the river.
And Danoa with a split, kind of like Tiamba, where Tiamba's now in a 2-2, by the way, across the eastern Georgia Pole Bridge. So in the quads and then on the compound that's to the west of that. Curious to see which way this one is going to go as Phase 2 is about to come to a close. Now, Sonics are just kind of chasing Cerberus, just kind of getting as much space as they can. They want to get on the other side of this hill so they can get more information into the next circle, especially with it being still a 50-50.
50-50 and Everest, so we get everything that we want, so that way nobody knows what's going to happen. We still even have crates in place, so Death Bundle is going to be down to the southeast. As you can see, it is going to be Cerberus, FaZe, NH, Sonics, Twisted, all up on top of each other, where 17 Gaming's already got a foothold in position. 17 Gaming looks like they don't really have the eyes based on where FaZe is going to be coming into, so it's just going to be NH that are taking the shots. Well, Ghost going to have to be careful, but I think the rest of FaZe has eyes set more in the Asla line.
Yeah, FaZe cutting through here. Pretty dangerous run. They're going to have some teams that are potentially watching them, although they found just enough of a lane here to get through. Now, the question I have is, are they going to go all the way to Tiamba? Because Tiamba still got that 2-2 split on the other side. Cerberus, I think, lost a tire here going for the Ruins.
Oh, wow. It is a full-on race for the Ruins, as it looks like FaZe did have eyes into this. James is going to go ahead and hop down. Shin is going to make landfall. A couple of shots now going to be coming out from Zhao Wu. Looks like he's got Solzy down, but not quite flushed. Now a couple of shots going to be coming in from FaZe on the other side of Tai Lu, and this is going to become more and more problematic as Cerberus and Tai Lu now finding themselves quite pinched.
Yeah, good grenade from James, though. Get Shen, the superstar for Tai Lu, already in the knocked state, and a lot of damage off that one. Looking to find them. Oh, that was so smart. James tried to pop the molly out above him so that the fire would spread on top of Shen. Shen came out in the open anyway, was able to clean it up, but that's something that a lot of players, sometimes don't think about, is that you can get a molly in the air and pop it out of the air.
And here is our first blood. The code is going to be ZQ9TY6V5H9CQ. So good luck to everybody on that one. Tai Lu, though, still having to recover, and losing Shin early is massive for Tai Lu. He is a big part of their damage component, specifically in these earlier stages of the game. Now you can see kind of having to recess away, lean more into the river of some type of safety.
Exactly, and he's one of the best riflers in the world, so especially in a close quarter situation like this, Matt, losing him is a real problem, potentially, for Tai Lu. I'm not trying to dog on the other players at all, it's just Shen is that good. And here's Xiao Wu's knock onto, that's pretty good shooting right there, but the Mark 12 bullet velocity, that's why a lot of players still opting to stick with that in the Mini. Of course, with the AUG being the preferred AR of choice with those 5.5s. It makes it a little easier to track your ammo as well. You do see some Dragunovs here and there.
And this is really weird because what we're seeing in the lineup, Lou's going to continue to have, man, just everybody taking a piece of Ty Lue right now. And while there are a lot of walls, this is a very dynamic firefight area, right? Whenever we've got the high ground and the castle ruins looking down into all of these walls, all of these just shattered buildings down here, it makes for a lot of pathing options. And that's why we see Ty Lue, while they are, yes, really surrounded, they've just kind of entrenched themselves in here, and FaZe can't make too many moves just due to the amount of overwatch from Cerberus, Twisted, and 17.
Yeah, the good news for FaZe is that no one's going to be able to post up on that road for a little bit because of the mountain control that Asla and potentially Daytrade, if they get mixed up in that, have. So for now, FaZe's backside is safe, but you could see that there were some long-range shots from the Sonics over to the east of the boatyard that actually hit Twisted Minds in the back on that high ground. We know that Twisted Minds, they are the mountain goats. They absolutely love the highest terrain that they can find, and they put it to great use with the information, with the shots. All of it together is what has made Twisted Minds one of the best for the last couple of years, hands down.
More altitude, more information, more better. Basic strategy that they tend to roll with, but FaZe doing a good job, and Jeems just kind of hunkered down in position. New Circle does go the Everest path. It keeps crates as well. So that means all of our teams that are on the outskirts now going to make their way in. You can see Sonic's already making this in by. Twisted Mind's going to be rolling right into the worst possible neighborhood you could go into. Everybody's over here already warmed up, and Twisted Mind's just getting picked to pieces.
Woof, some great shooting from Cerberus there, but one of the kills is stolen by Xiao Wu. Feck's going to return fire onto Cerberus, put Haisaki down, maybe buy a little bit of time here for the rest of Twisted Minds. Looks like they're just going to put two in the car and head up the mountain.
We also have a pretty big firefight going on between pretty much the Americas as Legacy, LG, and Sonics are all bypassing each other, and they're fighting over this quad. LG getting picked apart right as soon as they roll into it. It does look like Legacy is going to be able to defend this one for the time being. Other members of LG trying to get some high ground into it, and Snakers, no surprise, opening this one up to provide some type of opportunity.
Snakers absolutely nuts during the group stage. 20 kills for him. Top fragger for LG, one of the top fraggers we had in his lobby, so just absolutely cracked out of his mind this tournament. The guy's an absolute natural. Now FaZe trying to see if they can finish this fight with Ty Lue. They're going to lose Jeems a little bit off screen there, but now trying to encroach onto Ty Lue territory with that knock onto a Tungmu. They wanted to see if they could find it, but instead, I think they're just going to keep playing gatekeep, maybe see if Cerberus is going to roll into the back of this, but they're getting shot on their way out. I believe that's Cerberus who's doing that damage.
Man, there's so much verticality inside the circle. We're down in the dip around Ruins, right? But don't forget the fact that we do have Everest, which is presently Asla, NH, Daytrade, and some Twisted that's over there. Cerberus, I mean, it's always nerve-wracking trying to ride on the back of that buggy, and Fex is going to punish it. Go ahead and get the knock. But there is a dip over there. We might see a couple of moves coming out. Haisaki looks like he wants to try to get something with this one, but he's going to get dropped.
Oh, man. The way FaZe is maneuvering themselves right now is actually really, really good, Matt. A Tungmu going to get a couple more here onto Cerberus. Fex and FaZe looking to see if they can finish this off. If this grenade is good, it might just do it.
Oh, but 17 Gaming now moving in the high part of the hill. Going to be looking right down into this. Fex does hit another nade, knocks down Tycon. Are we going to have some more added into it? Fex at least manages to get the flush, but now has to start being careful. They're in a dip of their own, and with a lot of people starting to eye this direction. I want to give you guys an update. We do have Denoa that's trying to approach the circle right now, as well as Sonics. But both of them have not, I guess, good pathing, the easiest way to say this one. Legacy on one side of it, and Danoa Loki looks like he's managed to get at least a foothold in, but yeah, he's got to be careful, all the guys on Everest.
Yeah, a lot of the fighting on Everest there. Gustav's so quick with it. LZ down, and he takes a bunch of damage in return, does Gustav. Fex on his last legs as well, looking to see if he can get that first aid off. A Tungmu trying to do something, but here comes 17. Cautious, but they finally get involved at a good timing, and they don't take any damage.
Just holding this line into it. This is a 2-2 split pretty much. Just having two of the members looking down into the remnants of this fight, and having the other two members in Xiaobei as well as Little Ghost looking into Everest. So most of our team's still fighting for control. And yeah, okay. Everest is where we are going as the king of the world right now, and everybody else going to have to figure out how you're going to make a shift in, because what? I'm expecting half this lobby to die.
Yes. No, there's so much, especially on the north side. There's so much open space up there, Matt. It's going to be a meat grinder for sure. Sonics, though, fighting with Legacy after they pulled off of that fight from LG. Guizera, the only one up. He's in the blue. He's stuck here with the Sonics. H1 trying to punish it, and he's got him down.
Legacy going to be our first team eliminated in this bracket, but it is not going to be too long before they have some company. phase, though, trying to cling to life. Ty Lu, you can see all these teams in tatters down here trying to figure out how they're going to have to make a move. And then even after you win this firefight, you still got to move out. So FaZe is going to get eliminated. It is going to be Ty Lu and Cerberus, the last two teams fighting inside that area right outside Ruins.
Foot actually it should be able to get this res, I believe, and they're kind of okay. There's no one else on the north side of the river anymore.
Moss.
Yeah, Moss absolutely nuts this year. He's already got 3 kills in this game for Cerberus. Maybe not the best start, but you know, with the way the circle shifted away from them, any points they can get would be nice. He saw that grenade. He's got a tongue move, but a tongue move spins on him.
Nice play coming out from the last member, but what are you going to do? Run over there, drop down. The zone's already going to be locking you out. LG are watching this from a different angle. While this was going on, 17 shifted in front of them, so LG going to be kind of gate kept out now. As you can see, it is going to be that line from 17 quite defendable, so if LG is wanting to wrap this, they'd probably have to move into the north, but that's where Tiamba is.
Yeah, I like what 17's doing here, leaving Lil Ghost as an anchor in a 3-1 split to watch the teams that could potentially come from the east, with 17 claiming the east side of the mountain for themselves. 4 or 5 teams up there now that I look at it. I was just about to say Donowa is trying to claim the other side, the west side. This is the way that a lot of teams like to approach Everest, Matt, because Toby said it earlier, you want to be the last one often to the fight on this mountain. So that means you want to be the last one on the edge of the mountain, because then you can work your way in towards the center, clear the teams out on your way, and force the other teams to fight, you know, just sandwich them in between you. But NH doing a decent job here playing defense, keeping Donowa off their backs.
And a real early move into this position will get you center. It will get you the high point. Yes, it gives you a lot of information. But it also means the fact that you're going to be burning through a lot of your ammo, a lot of your meds. You don't have the ability to re-up. So coming into this a bit later can be big. But every single one of these nades, we see the guys that are on top of Everest throws, means the fact that they do not have them for defense if it stays in this location.
And look at this position that Soul has taken. He is snuck up into the flanks of NH. They have no idea he is here. He should hear those footsteps from those players right next to him. If that grenade is good, he's going to get some serious damage. It just goes a bit too far, but the spray is nuts.
Just lines him up. Going to have Ming down right now. Looks back in. Doesn't want to step in. Almost got the second knock into it. Nades, they have to be cooked so well right here. This is such a massive curve on this hillside. Instead, he's going to step away from it. See if maybe he can find a new approach angle. Use those bit of rocks. The support now going to be coming in for the rest of the squad. Looking up the hillside. And they are starting to unlock this firefight.
Yeah, LG going to be knocked down off screen as New Happy gets completely torn apart, torn asunder by Soul and Donowa. It's that flank from Soul, that cheeky angle that he's able to find just to the right of that US at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Absolutely nuts, and now Daytrade's got a knock. Let's see if Donowa can get involved in this fight too.
I mean, if you just eliminate everybody on Everest, then you can loot them all and you don't have to worry about it, right? With the knock up on the top, it looks like they are not done. This is a squad that played hyper aggressive during the group stages, and that is not looking to stop. You can see just leading the charge up this hillside, but now has to slow back down.
And they've got
Every
QM.
single one of these crevices could have somebody in it.
Yeah, sorry. There's QM coming up from the western edge, or excuse me, the northern edge of Donowa's position right now, trying to be that team again, trying to be the team that backfills, but QM looks like they got stopped up short from really encroaching into Donowa territory. Instead, they're going to turn their eyes onto Foot. Now, Foot has a little bit of time and space to work inside of these crates, but eventually they've got to make a move, and the problem is they've got T5 out to their left, and they've got QM to their right and TM right in front of them, and Best of Luck has an AWM to make things worse.
Bro, Foot gonna need some happy foots, as this is gonna be a very scary approach for them. Almost every spot entrenched, defended, still 31 alive. And look, just pick a team. Almost everybody can look right into this crates line and have something they're going to do. It's going to be them and Tiamba that are going to have to make the move. Tiamba's going to be moving in right now, just a bit ahead of Foot. I think that they managed to find a pathing that works for them, using these trees, kind of breaking the sight lines, and just stealing the spot.
Exactly. Nobody's in that edge over there yet, so Tiamba found enough room. Really good scouting by them. T-Bone trying to make a mad dash, takes a lot of damage, gonna pull up. I don't know if anybody from QM is gonna find an angle with their rotation there as well. It's actually gonna be a COD from Ozla who's gonna get that knock.
Atesy all by his lonesome now, seeing if maybe he can buy a kill or two, get something out of it, but I mean, what are you going to do? He's going to have the blue zone that's going to be coming in. Hopefully there's big enough distraction. Lou, though, he's got vision for days down in that Yamba dip.
Absolutely good stuff here. Ozla really duking it out with Daytrade, back and forth with the knocks. Nobody's been able to find the ability to get over that center ridge, but Belmoth is going to try to do the end around, go underneath this ridge, catch him off guard, but I think Adder hurt him.
Oh, has to play it very, very carefully. A lot of blue zone nades, a lot of utility that are going to be going on. Tianma does get eliminated. So much of what's going to be going on is up on this hillside. I've been craving a sandwich, but I don't think that I would even want to come close to having a Danoa 17 sandwich with everybody else crammed in the middle of this. Most notably, Day Trade and Azla leaning into each other for safety. Just hold me. Hope nobody else comes up here.
Hold me. I mean, with two of the arguably best teams in the world right now, yeah, I'm with you on that one. I would need some hugs if I'm one of these teams in the middle for sure. But Danoa has to worry about QM, so they can't really get aggressive on this fight that's going on between Day Trade and Azla just yet. And 17 is playing really cautious, really safe, making sure that their space is clear, making sure that they're clearing their back angles. Now Panampong gonna go for the mortars up on the mountain. Who's he aiming for? Twisted Minds? Is he going for Lou?
I don't know. I mean, you could pretty much just drop it anywhere and life would be good. Well, except for there. That's
right
the one bad spot you don't need it to go to.
Split the goalpost there.
Well, you can notice that he's having to go on the opposite side of the house, so that way nobody just demolishes him whenever he does it. So this is pretty blind information being fed over from a teammate. So this is probably one of the harder ways to try to get a mortar off. So yes, if it's a bit wide, don't judge, Oh, that's some teamwork. Do it again. Do it again. Just keep them rolling.
Thump them. Just give them the thump, man. That is, I love the sound that the mortar makes. Just absolutely so satisfying. Perfect pot and pong. Great usage of that utility. Really tough to gauge that angle and the distance there too. That's why the first one was so far off. Because, look, this is trigonometry here, folks. Because the hill has such a steep incline, the distance is actually going to be shorter. Shorter than you think it would be, or longer. I don't know. Longer than you think it would be. I don't know. Anyway, one of those two. They know better than me. My math bad.
Okay, now here we see the hillside becoming more alive right now. Is just throw yourself. Don't let anybody else kill you, Perfectix. Only you can do that. But 17 now starting to take control over this whole area, as they do have two members that are down, moving into the lower ground, making sure to wipe that out while they still keep two up top, just in case anything moves at the peak of Everest.
Yeah, I love what 17 and Danoa are both doing, keeping their edges clear. They know that Day Trade and Azla are just going to beat each other up in the middle, and if they can just keep QM for Danoa and T5 for 17 at bay, they should be able to have a really good end game situation for themselves. And it's actually QM now who's also punishing this angle for T5, looking into the smoke, just kind of spraying some shots in there. This narrow angles. Now Hikari's going to back Suju off from up above. Azla kind of trying to keep 17 at bay for a little bit, and Danoa is crouching into that fight between Day Trade and Azla.
We often talk about utility, nades, and how important they are at this stage of the game. But whenever we're looking at Everest, you have to make sure that you're cooking them and air bursting them right on top of the opponents, because if you miss by a half second, they're just going to roll down these gutters and these valleys so fast. So it means that every single one of your tosses on nades needs to be directly on point, and you need to have information pinpoint where somebody's at. So that's one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of our teams still hold their one or two that they're sitting on right now to see if anybody has to move down the hillside in front of them and make it a bit easier.
And they can take really funky bounces sometimes too off of those angles to add on to what you're saying. Both of those things absolutely key to using grenades in terrain like this. And, you know, for Azla here, I'm not seeing many frag grenades left. Not sure if that's truly the case. Them and Day Trade have been up here for basically the entire match. So certainly their utility is going to be low. They've had to commit a lot of smokes to reses and stuff like that, but we are going to be sledding downhill. Now this is going to be tricky. You're still at a decent advantage up on top, but if QM can kind of control Danoa, keep them from sledding downhill towards them, I actually start to think that them and 17 might be the ones who are duking it out in the final two teams.
Yeah, you do get high ground control, but this isn't an Obi-Wan moment, as you're going to be stepping out pretty much out in the cover, and it's not going to be good, especially with the amount of teams that are still up here. I mean, Danoa is just right next to everything that's going on with Day Trade and Azla, but they don't really want to move just yet. 17 with that 2-2 split being heavily rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing here for 17 is you can just kind of leapfrog these different, scratches, as I like to call them, through the side of the mountain. You know, there's all these different valleys. There's like 3 or 4 left in this circle, and that is a really nice situation for 17. They can just keep leapfrogging. They've been playing this really, really well. Danoa starting to do some more damage, finding a knock here. Hikari going to be rezzed, I believe, but Adder has to be on point. He's got to hit some pretty nasty sprays if Danoa tries to push that way, but I don't think they will. I think Danoa is going to try to sled downhill and kick QM out.
And we do have to point out, Asla's presently in first place. And this is a squad that I would say is kind of one of the underdogs in comparison to a lot of the more known names.
Yes.
They are doing a good job on carving this out and surviving, because let's be real, they have just teams all around them that want to demolish them. So being able to stay alive in this position, stay fortified, keep the harassment up is so big. Anonix, though, big in and of himself, is going to spot out Dante. And here it come the nades. Looks like it was tossed down the hillside right. How's it going to roll? Oh, just a bit too far.
Really nice throw there from Anonix. If he cooked it just another half second longer, he would have done a ton of damage to QM. Adder trying to punish here. Asla, a team that if they had put this team together in 2019, I would have told you this is one of the best teams in the world at the time. You know, the former T1 and Detonation Gaming boys. You got half from each of those rosters. Very strong players. But Besto, still a few bullets left in this AWM. One more clip, cannot find the shot onto Anonix.
Just holding that angle still. Anonix popping over that. No fear in the mind. T5, though, in trouble, as there's going to be 17. Danoa also getting some harassing shots into him. Long-range nades going to be coming out. Daytrade looks like they're getting a bit more alive, realizing the fact that they have to go for a bit of a reposition. Belmont actually out the blue, kind of reading this one. Flash, though! Unloads! Manages to do a ton of damage before it is going to be Daytrade going down, but Asla took so much damage in this one. Danoa, how are you going to navigate this when you know the fact that you have a doozy right up in front?
And he's throwing grenades on top of Loki there, taking a lot of damage. He's the last one alive, but Loki is going to find that kill. Danoa still kicking, but just barely.
Oh man, it is so nerve-wracking for everybody trying to make their way down the hillside. Slow, steady, spotted out. 17 Gaming has been bouncing around, but they've got control over the low section of all of this, but they did have Xiao Bei go down.
I think Asla now might be turning their attention a little bit away from Danoa. That's more towards the circle. Danoa's bruised and beaten. I'm not even sure if Loki can get this res in time. And Asla might want to try to weaken up 17. There's already Xiao Bei down. So if you could find another knock on a 17 here, Asla could absolutely claim this game.
This is so detrimental, though, with this res coming out right back behind them. I mean, Asla's going to find themselves suddenly just surrounded if they're not careful. Akkad now having to contend in, but it's going to be Loki yet again getting the knock onto Wicked. And what are you going to do? Asla's now finding themselves sandwiched yet again. Cover actually favorable for this high ground position from Danoa. Salute's going to go ahead and get knocked into it. And what are you even going to do? Now 17 Gaming on the opposing side, going to spot out little Ghost. There you go. Asla's now going to be gone. 17's got control of the circle. Danoa, what can you do?
This is near impossible now for Danoa. Salute's going to think about the res. Nope, he's just grabbing util and guns from Loki. Loki knows he's donezo. He's got to give the young gun a chance. Some decent damage done to Lil Ghost. He's going to see at least maybe Suju here in a second. Suju thinking about the grenade.
With the way that this is lined up, Danoa Salute does have technically the lineup for a couple of 1v1s, provided he can win it, but the blue zone's already right up on top of him. There's nowhere to go. He's just going to feed it over, and our first winner's bracket victory goes to 17 Gaming.
Calm, collected, confident. That is 17 Gaming in a nutshell throughout this year. And you saw it right here, folks. From the beginning of the game to the end of the game, they were involved in fights. They weren't over-aggressing, and that is what gets them the win.
Just control is so much of what we were seeing inside of that. I mean, it was always, go back and watch that bot and how 17 navigated this. They were constantly right on the edge of all of these different firefights, but control, refereeing them, not allowing anybody else to move without their say-so.
Exactly. I mean, this is what has made them so good this year in the last couple of years, is that out in open space, they're one of the best in the business, and you saw why. Like, when they get out there, they are so good.
Oh my lord, game one done, but we still have 5 more to go, and our analysts are going to give you a walkthrough of all the good.
Things that make you go shout, woo! 17 comes out with a big win. Chicken dinner to kick off the winner's bracket. And it's back to Everest. It feels kind of like it's the new military. My name's Toffees. I got Avenger here. It's highlights time.
It is indeed. And I got to say, it's another home turf terrain. Territory circle for these guys. As the pentagram, though, they didn't make it all the way up. I gotta say, it's a huge clutch for them to be able to get the rest of the spot. 17 Gaming. It's a close circle for them too, looting out of Pochinki, of course. They're able to hold on to some of these crucial parts and just kind of springboard themselves towards the circle. Some other teams, they bet on it being north. Didn't. It's been a lot of Everest ending so far.
I mean, at this point, I'm going to start saying, hey, send Everest before the circle pops. Because it does seem to be shrinking down, right? It does seem to be shrinking there. We saw a lot of teams north of the river get into a bit of a palava, if you will, and no one really survived that. It came down to this Everest fight, and again, if you're not on top, you're just sitting in a spot waiting for someone to go to Top Golf and sink a nice shot, and that's exactly what we saw there. Here's a beautiful
that's
shot.
Another Top Golf shot.
Look at this. Look at this.
T5. Pathampong goes boom. This one here, flash right. This I was sure this was going to destroy as a pentagram chance, but they actually got all 4 back up. But then 17 said nope. Danawa said nope and destroyed that kind of 4v4 chance that as a pentagram is going to have against 17 here. So yeah, a good amount of points that Loki and Salute they were able to squeeze out of this late.
They really did. They juiced it for all they were worth. A big shout out. 17 did come away with the win. Little Ghost, absolute poltergeist. It looks like this kid activates for PGCs, and it's starting to happen again. That's it. Danawa and Osla Pentagram came out with a very strong start as well. Osla Pentagram, for me, is probably the biggest takeaway in this match, is they kind of have been grinding their way to this point. They started slow. It seems like they're little by little sort of turning on. They looked good here in the end again.
Yeah, I just want to see some circles where it's not, more than a couple hundred meters away from where they start looting, because that's where, like when they have the curve faults against them, that's where I want to see them strong. They're going to do well in those home turf circles. We saw that 47 points in the back-to-back games on Erangel here. They're able to get 5 kills and end on an overall third.
And they do start strong when it comes to Erangel. 17, 9 kills, 1,400 damage. Danawa, and then T5, the home team, coming in 4th. I think that's great news. The fans here absolutely loved it. But let's take a look at the WWCD team stats.
Danawa had 1,000 more damage than the 17 game. That's quite impressive. Little goes though, 5 kills, 5 knockouts.
Let's go.
650 plus damage here for him. That's good to see. If he's obviously going to be our man of the match for this first game here in the winner bracket for PGC 2023.
Absolutely, and deserved. I mean, what a great start. You saw him from the high ground absolutely just raining lead down on everyone. He didn't miss anything.
It's just the 3x brace controls. These guys are just outrageous. 19 points for them coming in that way. Danawa, impressive. 8 kills, 2nd place here. They're able to clutch and also deny 1 point that could be crucial later. 14 overall for them. And of course, it's only the first game. I don't want to judge too many just yet.
Well, I like to judge. I will say Danawa, though, I want to give Soul was playing cracked, and they only got 8 kills, but I think if you looked at their damage numbers, it would be a little bit of a different story, because they weren't able to sort of finish some of those flushes. For sure. But the amount of damage they were outputting and holding that position was great. Looking at that, we see New Happy down there in the bottom at 16, kind of surprising. Legacy and Luminosity ran into a bit of a kerfuffle fighting in that early game, and I think a lot of teams are going to take away from that. We got to manage these rotations better.
Especially when you have a 50-50 circle like this, right? You have to bet
48-52.
Oh, something like that. Yeah. You have to bet, and if you bet north and it goes away from you, you're like, we're gonna have to turn around, try to see if we can focus on some points, try to get in there. Luminosity, they tried to get in there, they tried to get into a good spot, they just got absolutely hailed down. It was red zones all over the place, because they were literally within range of 4 or 5 teams, right? Then there's on the other side, so Legacy, of course, Kisera popped off a little bit, but still, Adrian got it, he popped in, got the kills, and they're like, okay, four kills for a bad game is actually fine.
But then here comes Ascend, right? And that's the problem with the 50-50 circle, is once it shifts away, you just got to make the most you could have. Ascend goes ahead and backfills that, gets themselves some points. So we saw some salvage, we saw some management, we saw teams kind of getting their feet under them, but warm-up is done. Game number 2 about to kick off here. We get a quick look at Twisted Minds. They seem like they were getting a little stronger in this one. It was just, tough rotation for them. We'll see if they can turn it around. Game number 2 about to start, our last Erangel match of the day. Let's head over to our casters, Paper Thin and Matchroom.
Thank you. And now we move into a very northern plane path going all the way over Military Base Island. So yes, there is a world where we get Military Base directly after Everest, but even I am not that cool.
I mean, we already got our military base in, so whatever. Anything else, Starkey, please, I'd love it. But those are sadly rare, but it is what it is.
Starkey circles are rarer than island circles on Miramar.
It almost feels that way, doesn't it? Yeah.
It really does. I dream upon dream for a fight over there. We are going to be following a Legacy first, one of the first teams to jump out, and that's because they are going to be going to Severny. They were one of the northern teams that kind of found themselves in that out position. I believe it was against Sonics, if I remember correctly, that were fighting for the opportunity to be shot out of their vehicles on approach to Everest.
You don't want to have that happen. That's not the best. Yeah. It's not great. But I mean, Tamba, they're playing a pretty safe game, but again, with 17 controlling so much of that space on the eastern side so well, when they finally had to make their move, they thought they found some open space, but they got kind of crunched between a couple different teams, and that's the risk of coming to Everest late. on the like north or south edge.
I want to point this out real fast. We do have 3 teams that have been going in that Stallber line that have been kind of uncomfortably next to each other. This plane path doesn't allow that. So now we have 3 teams that are all having to do a secondary drop. If you don't even count in what's going to be going on with foot, and I mean, LG is going to probably find their way over there in some fashion. So that means that we're going to get a lot more of bisected drop locations and not near as much space as some of these teams were expecting going into the second game.
Yeah, and LG is doing that drop I was talking about previously, and it's going to be a straight north circle.
Yeah.
So up towards Severny, you know, Legacy going to be smiling a little bit after that one. Donawa you could see cutting across towards Yasnaya. But a lot of teams going to have to make rotations. Now, I'm really curious. Teams like FaZe were kind of often just being a little bit maybe too patient in that last one. They wrapped all the way down.
Well, I mean, they got caught up in that fight with Tyloo, if you remember. And so that was kind of weird in and of itself.
Exactly. And the weird part, what's even weirder about it, Matt, is they went all the way down to the military island to make their rotation up into that circle. So they really spent a lot of time taking their time and taking their thought. And this is what it worked for them during the group stage. They were a lot more patient. Even when circles would like pop, and let's say they're like maybe like a third of the way into the circle, they would just kind of loot, you know, let a bunch of other teams pass them. They wouldn't go for pryos necessarily. They're more concerned with making sure that they're comfortable with all their utility, all their loot. At least it seems like to me from what I was watching in the VODs. So they're a much more like team that's looking for mistakes from other teams to capitalize onto them and stuff like that.
I just was enjoying watching Corexi, who managed to find himself a boat, and that's how he was rotating. Sonics do manage to make it over into their shelter area. I think that they're also going to make their way to prison. Just go ahead and get their loot situation. This is a circle that does reward rotating early, just because of the fact that, you know, there is like the God compound that's going to be the northern side of the river. We also do have the shooting range hillside, but we also still have the Stallber Badlands just to the west that have like Alamo and all that other stuff, all those warehouses. This is its own level of gamble, right, whenever we're coming into this one, because this circle could go any of these directions. So getting into a position that's kind of maybe a bit more centered, I think will be a big beneficiary, and that's one of the reasons we're seeing Legacy move so early to get those spots.
Yeah, no, I really like what Legacy is doing. It's super unlikely that circles end like close to Severny. Usually they're going to end south by, like you were talking about, shooting range or the quad compound that's at the crossroads. Those kind of things are what teams are going to be eyeing for. The warehouse up to the east of where Legacy is another spot that I would like to see Donawa potentially move into. You get high ground, you get safety.
Toffee said it. At this point, sure, just go Everest. It's in the circle. Get there, get some information. I mean, you never know. With the way the hardships have been coming into play, it might happen.
Well, it's a Korean team thing that they like to go up to the top of that mountain. And I mean, we saw Star-Lord do it.
Inflating those distance traveled numbers, I see. We're getting more trigonometry coming back in.
That's
see?
right. That's
Boom.
right. You got to pad those stats, baby.
Yeah, distance traveled, the new fantasy stat that we're going to be looking at in the future.
I wanna riff on Oslo a little bit here because I think they're quite an interesting team. Well, you know what? There's going to be an interview coming up, so I'm going to wait until after the interview to give my thoughts. It's not quite ready yet, but I'll say my ASLA thoughts post-interview, Matt.
We got to have the interview first and get the players' thoughts. So let's go ahead and get a quick listen in on what's on the minds of FaZe.
Really good, going from 12th place on the first day to first on the second. Yeah, I mean, it just feels great. We had a team talk. We just talked through our problems in the games, like the problems we faced in the first games. And mainly we just found out it was our communication. So we just really tried to work on that. The team in Group B that most threatens us, I would say, is Twisted Minds. They're our big rival in Europe, and now they'll be our rival here too. My mindset going into the wins bracket is good. I feel very confident in myself and my team. So yeah, we're looking forward.
The man, the myth, the legend, Fex, who had probably one of the most stellar performances in PUBG history in the group stage.
He was out of his mind on that second day, just absolutely destroying everyone. 20-plus kills for him, I believe, if my memory serves me correct. Absolutely disgusting stuff from him. Xiao Wu, speaking of disgusting, this guy is, you know, one of those other players that should be talked about as one of the best, if not the best in the world right now. The 17 team absolutely raking it in that last game. I mean, he had 3 kills. Lil Ghost had 5. So 8 kills between the two of them. The total kill numbers for them absolutely
It's not fair.
massive.
Even in the Uba video, they have Xiao Wu with high ground on Uba. I mean, it's like they knew. They knew.
It's the passing of the torch, you know? I mean, like, right now we're looking at some of these other teams. As amazing as Uba is, as amazing as he has been, teams like 17, Donawa, maybe even Twisted Minds, maybe this is their time to win an international. There's so many teams that could get this done. And, okay, so I'm going to riff on Oslo just a little bit.
Go for it.
So like I mentioned in the previous game, Osla's basically half of 2019's T1, Akkad and Adder, and half of Detonation Gaming, Wicked and Hikari. So you've got this really interesting combination of really strong players. I mean, Hikari was on the Freaks for a very, very long time, and Ghibli as well, post Detonation, his stint on Detonation, and he was insane regionally. Like, Hikari was destroying in Korea, but they would just constantly, time after time after time, falter in the internationals. T1, kind of a similar story at times. They just, they played great in Korea, but really couldn't seem to put it together at the international stage, always overshadowed by Gen G back then. And so now to see them playing like this together, to have this team of cracked aimers, Hikari, Adder, and Akkad in particular, is really interesting to me, and I'm really happy that they're playing well, because I had my doubts, I'll be honest. I had my doubts about Oslo coming into this event, and they're really a pleasant surprise.
I mean, it's weird to call that squad an underdog squad.
Sure.
Because, again, the history on them, it just doesn't feel like it. And I often get nervous whenever I see, like, a super squad like this, because sometimes whenever you're used to being the fragger for the squad, and then you take a whole bunch of those mindsets and you put them together and make one squad, it often leads to a whole bunch of POing, right? Everybody's just kind of off doing their own thing. That's not happening here.
I like how you verbed his name.
Congealed version. I mean, come on. We all know what PO's doing, right?
I love it, yeah.
Like, at this stage, it's just accepted. God, that's...
beautiful grenade.
Playing pachinko off the side of the mountain, man.
I just learned how to play pachinko for the first time
I
a couple
actually
weeks ago.
don't know how to do anything other than just drop it. That's all.
It's not as complicated as I thought, yeah. It's fun, though. It's loud. That's the thing I don't like about it. It's very noisy.
It is a little pingy, right?
Yeah.
And we're all esportsy people over here. None of us like ping.
Exactly. Ping is our enemy, our number one enemy. Unless, you're an Australian player. That seems to benefit them. I don't know why. When they're playing in your region.
What you gonna?
I'm not saying that.
We love our Aussies.
Yeah,
man.
hell yeah.
At this point, they're almost an official sub-region. I mean, we've already got like Latin America involved in with us.
So first, you guys claim Canada.
Look, we get everything. That's the way it's going to work through. Day Trade, though, realizing they're not going to get a lot there, so they're going to step back down. And well cooked.
Well thought out there by Nan, expecting the retreat. Now, there are two players up above. I don't think Nan saw them, but I think he suspects, or there might have been shots earlier that has his attention up in that direction. But New Happy, not a team that this year, or at least in this event, has been really keen on taking early fights or taking aggressive fights. But in this situation, because they've already got a knock, because they could basically gatekeep Day Trade away from getting this res onto Belmoth, they're going to take full advantage of it and really try to secure this point. They want to play edge anyway. Look, for New Happy, a great shot there from December the 12th. But for New Happy, this event, it's been a quiet edge game for them. It's not that aggressive kind of fight on the edges, clear. Now they're taking their time. Now they're a much more patient team with ZP on and HS going to 4 a.m.
I really like this reposition down on Everest as well, realizing that if anybody's going to try to reposition for it, it might be somebody that's just trying to climb down the hillside, catch them and res them lower. He is about to be revealed, but that's just going to go ahead and secure that point as well. And gets a car for the trouble, as I don't even think it lost a tire. Day Trade, though, is going to be shoot away from Everest, and that is going to stay in NH's favor. Not a lot of other really big skirmishes going on right now. Most notably, at the center of the circle, we do have a 2-2 split. We also have a 2-2 Asla split as well that you're going to have to keep an eye on. FaZe is trying to bully their way in from Yasnaya, just north of the lake. So, no surprise, we're going to move up here, and Severny still pretty centered.
I love what Donna was doing, but FaZe is trying to kind of contest some of their space up in the top right-hand corner. And Donna,
Twisted?
I think they're just going to barely get out.
Twisted, I think, sent a couple people on vehicles and have a couple of them going through the air right now. I can't quite make it out. But it looks like they have their eyes set on a crossroads and could be landing on Legacy at any given second. Donawa is having to reposition away from this firing line that's coming up from FaZe that was coming from Yasnaya, but narrowly manages to avoid it. Cerberus is going to hear this, move pretty close over to where FaZe is going to be at. We do also have teams like Day Trade, NH, Foot and QM all needing to make their way into the zone.
I like what I'm seeing from Donawa here. Good, smart play, kind of claiming as much real estate as they could and then falling into this warehouse, which is super, super good. Anybody who's played in these circles knows that this warehouse affords you a lot of vision and a lot of power relatively safely. It's hard to crash that compound. It's doable, but it's pretty difficult to do. And then you got to run the risk that maybe somebody found a Panzer in that warehouse and they're just going to blow you up on the way in.
But it's kind of cursed because if for whatever reason the circle moves from that position,
oh yeah,
you're just as dead as anybody that's trying to make their way in.
True. It is tough to rotate anywhere in this circle.
Yeah, this is back to our trend of pretty open circles, right? It's either going to be an urban ending or there's going to be near on no cover. That kind of has been the theme of the event so far. Tiamba's going to go ahead and get themselves this dip with the shack that's going to be right next to it. I was calling out the fact that Twisted Minds was making an emergency pickup and a rotation as well, I believe, but it looks like they got shoot away from that based off of Legacy's position, but they got the compound that's just south of Crossroads, which is pretty much as good.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice compound with that ridge side outside of the blue. It's a very strong compound, very defendable. A lot of teams really, really like it there. So frankly, that's a huge find for Twisted Minds. The fact that nobody's taken that yet, yeah, it is rather shocking. So I mean, that's why they're the best. I mean, they're among the best.
And it's getting a crate.
That's even better.
Well then, I mean just benefit upon benefit. That is the real estate option of this round.
Yeah, their minds aren't twisted anymore. I feel like their minds are straightening out for sure.
Just enjoying vibing over there right now. Day Trade, though, not doing too much vibing as they were over in Everest, and now you can see, yes, Yasnaya, because they had to wrap entirely around. Now going to be coming in. Cerberus already has a line on them, so if they cross this direction, they're going to be in trouble. They are going to wrap through Yasnaya, probably go north of the lake, go into No Lean, and that means that FaZe will probably spot them in, I don't know, what, maybe a minute or so, 30 seconds?
No, this is, yeah, I mean, option B here for Day Trade, but at least Mini Oz is still in this circle, so they can stop up there, regroup, get their bearings, get some info from the top of those hills, and work their way down. And the nice thing about playing from those positions is you have a relative amount of safety for probably the next 1 or 2 circles at the very least. If you're lucky and it hard shifts east, you're in a phenomenal position to potentially do some serious damage like we saw with Purple Mood on the last game yesterday where they almost got through. They played from a similar position to what Day Trade's doing now.
That was so close for Purple Mood, man. I mean,
heartbreaking.
No matter how that was going to go, SSG just didn't have the best round inside that when we're clinging to life. You saw them have to do just a desperation send to try to see if they could get some safety plays out of it. And it was... We've had a lot of miracle comebacks. It was just a matter of time before we got one that just narrowly missed it.
So close, man. I watching from home, I was like, oh, man. Like, keeping track of the kills and the points and stuff, I was like, they need every kill here in these last couple rounds. But we're just going straight to Severny. Just forget what I said earlier. Just straight up lies. Maybe we're just going right to a city finish. We were asking for it.
Yeah. Looking at this, I'm going to point out that Sonics is going to reconvene. T5 is also going to probably do the same thing up in Severny. There's going to be the outlier road that goes around Severny. Remember, there's a ridgeline that can support multiple teams over there. There's a couple of shacks that I think are still available. But it's going to be the territory that's going to be to the west of Severny, where those hillsides are. A lot of these teams are going to try to vie for that. But shooting range hillsides is going to be where a lot of the attention is going to go because so many of our teams are already sitting in there. Tiamba's already fortified in. It's going to be Twisted Minds. Tyloo's going to take the first pathing in it. NH is going to be passing right by Tiamba yet again. Azla's going to be coming back behind them. Potentially LG and Foot we'll have to see, but not seeing a lot of casualties even given how many people are rotating here.
Yeah, we Formula One now. Everybody's just driving, trying to find any open space.
There
going to take this
kills.
Ditch here. Yeah, a ton of people dying. Jeems even emergency parachuted in the middle of all of this at the beginning of this circle pop and ended up getting shot when he landed. That vehicle not doing so hot now for Hikari. It's stuck. It's turtled. He has to get out. He is just dead to rights.
It's just going to be who gets it at this point, man. Everybody fighting over that last hit, and it is going to be Sonic's got the knock and finishes it out. All right, shooting range where a lot of our attention and people are going to be following at the time. So it's kind of getting an eye on what's going to be going on. The East actually very open. It's going to be Day Trade in that long wrap. Still not quite inside the safe zone, but we're going to find some safety over there. Looks like they're going to come up in that northeastern road out of Severny, so going to find something with that. NH, though, you can see did get mixed up with Azla just a moment ago. Azla is going to get eliminated, but QM looks like they want to go ahead and take out this last bit of NH as well. Bounce doesn't go in their favor then.
Yeah, you would really love to clear this team out of this ditch. It opens up a lot of extra space in a fallback position, potentially plus whatever utility gets left on the ground, if
helmet.
possible. Yeah, it is dicey, and Ming Ming's helmet is almost gone as well, although they might have found one on the ground there. But Foot encroaching on QM territory here from the other side. A lot of angles you have to check inside of this shooting range, so it's a little bit tricky. And Foot doesn't have to make a move. They're in the circle.
This is really interesting. Everybody sent it into the shooting range hillside. Like, what? I don't even know. 6, 7 teams that all kind of shifted in there. Nobody went for a northwestern wrap into, like, I guess, the coastline of Severny. That's still 100% open. Everybody's leaning into this going pretty much Badlands, Severny, or shooting range, and everything else is pretty wide out in the open.
Yeah, at this point in the game, a lot of teams, what they're thinking is we want to like hopscotch our way through high ground points to get information if you're on the outside of these circles. So it's tough to get a read on the fact that that side is open. Now, Foot has recognized it, and they're sending a player way out that way. But teams like LG, Luminosity, who's outside of it, you know, they're trying to get what information they can, and they're trying to make a decision based off of that. Jeem's going to get knocked here again. Tough sledding for FaZe out in the open. This part of the circle, we all know it, very, very treacherous.
I mean, just Twisted Minds has a beautiful angle into that, and so FaZe just kind of leapfrogging themselves, slow, steady, but also a lot of utility already having to be burned as the circle does go into shooting range. That open area where Ty Lue is at right now looks like that. I wouldn't be surprised. Beamy has to feed that information over and going, hey, dudes, I think it's open. Let's just go ahead and go over here. Daytrade already wrapped all the way around the circle. Just complete the 360, man. Just go back around behind Severny, finish it off, go into the northwest. Donowa, though, and FaZe both going to have to bisect somewhere into this one, as Cerberus looks like they did find a path. Not a comfortable path, but I'm curious to see where the other teams are going to go.
Well, cutting through this area south of Severny is extremely dangerous. Saw this with Sixel earlier in the event, that you just get torn to shreds by all these teams that have already set up shop because, again, flat open space, and these players are so good. They're just going to punish you in these rotations. They can pop you out of these vehicles pretty easily, and you can see another player trying to drive in towards Severny. Instead, they have to settle up for this little hill mound that's to the east of Sonics, but it's in for Cerberus, but it's not comfortable.
And Daytrade did complete pretty much the 360. I mean, what, 200 and... I mean, it was probably 300 degrees around the circle as they did manage to come in. Remember, they were eyeing shooting range, wrapped all the way around Yasnaya, and down to find some safety up here. LG, though, they just have to fight their way through Tiamba if this is the pathing that they want to go for. They do have the high ground, trying to use the throwables, but I think that they're realizing it's just too much. There's too much fortification here. Let's try to find somewhere else to go. They could potentially go to the east and maybe try to cut in along the hill where Twisted Minds is playing that lower portion, but I don't know. This is going to be risky no matter what they do.
I would have rather seen them fight Tiamba here. You're in a pretty bad spot as Tiamba and the rest of their flanks are clear. LG going to make a really risky rotation, and instead they're putting themselves into Tiamba's sight lines.
Got to be careful. Throwables now coming out, rolling right up next to the vehicle, and whoa, just takes him down. Oh, LG just mimed the new guy on the squad. Not going to be here for too much longer. He just has to drop down. Nade's going to be exploding just in front of him. Tiamba, though, really doesn't want to go for too much more of a move. They want this one, but they're afraid. They know the fact that this was a very clustered section of the map just a moment ago. Realized the fact that it might be a bit more open than they thought. Instead, braving the smokes, going to spot out. Mime does get a knock, but that's going to be all he finds.
Yeah, Tiamba here, sturdy defense, and LG thought they maybe could rotate out to their east, but it was actually Twisted Minds over there doing some damage as well that kind of halted, put brakes onto everything. Meanwhile, Donowa somehow gets all the way to this part of the circle. I don't know if they just cut right down the middle or they took a Daytrade similar-esque rotation to get around, but now they're stuck between Daytrade and Foot. A knock up onto this hill, smokes are out. You know, Foot right now doesn't know exactly where Salute is, but damage is still being done.
Yeah, the Daytrade harassment from behind. They were hoping that this would be a bit more open, and you can see Anonix looking into where Foot is going to be positioned. They've got those trenches, those, I guess, bad bumps, however you want to call them, that are going to be going through here. Foot's just doing a great job of exploiting. Got himself the new toy to be played with, right beated in onto where it's going to be going on with Donowa. While this is going to be happening, we did see Twisted Minds also trying to make a rotation. They got kind of stopped by 17 Gaming, but Foot keeping closer and closer, has to keep an eye on Tiamba that actually has high ground advantage in this firefight and is harassing both of them.
I mean, Donowa's all but out. Yeah. They are just getting smothered. Daytrade, I saw every single player just shooting down into Donowa's flanks, and Loki's almost done. One more grenade, that's good.
I mean, Foot just well executed using the wall. QM didn't really have a chance to get too involved because of that Tiamba positioning. So Daytrade now, finally, after having people harass them for days, gets to get a point. They get to bully somebody else.
Yeah. They're great stuff. This game has been brilliant so far from Daytrade, just in the fact that they are where they are in a relatively comfortable position, not comfortable, but in a relatively strong position.
Okay, so we've got Tiamba, Twisted, QM, Foot, Daytrade, all going to be pathing into where 17 Gaming is pretty much doing gatekeeping with Ty Lue. I mean, a bit of Ty Lue, and it's going to be T5 also going to spot out. Now it's going to become just get kills. You're realizing that there's not going to be a lot of options in this one, so if there's going to be somebody moving next to you, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple stop-offs and just try to fight.
Yeah, no. You have to fight on the edges if you're on this western side of the shooting range. Getting into this next circle is near impossible. 17's going to potentially be the benefactor of all this fighting that's going to happen on the other side of their hill. I mean, they might just be able to just kind of chill, let everybody just, tear each other apart here. Somehow New Happy still in this. Puchill's going to let loose with that grenade right on the heels of Nan, but Nan, I think, not going to take too much damage from that.
Dude, they're just reading every single one of those nades getting tossed over. Ooh. I say that right as too many of them come in. You can't dodge that amount. Just going to drop them right on top. Day trade now. Venturing forward, going to take some damage for it, but it is going to be back behind them. They have to be so cautious. Tiamba also lining in. Looks like they're spotting out how Day Trade wants to navigate. The smokes are going to be down. Yes, QM is also going to be going back behind this one, but Day Trade's left Nurens way back over into the west and is kind of protecting their flank.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the chicken hat, by the way. The fan who's got that on. Tiamba here trying to keep foot off their backs, and they're doing a great job of it. Vard, Beamy trying to push forward, T-Bone wrapping around, but Vard is just actually getting cut apart. It's QM as well getting involved, Matt. This is not going good for Foot.
7 kills right now, and the power to get more. Go ahead and make it 8. Looks like we're going to be shifting into 9, and the reign of terror continues because now they have a path up this hillside. I think that they just spotted Twisted making their rotation, but 17's going to go ahead and help them out with that one. They're going to go ahead and finish out Twisted Mine, so now it's really just a cluster. We've got Tiamba, we have Ming Ming still alive, that's going to be over here for NH. We got Day Trade creeping forward, Foot still coming in, I would say limping into this one, and Nurens did get spotted out back behind them. So QM kind of has some options to work with, but Tiamba's just been on fire over here.
Yeah, but it looks like their run might be coming to an end. Only one player up. Puchill's keeping Vesta locked down. No, sir. It's going to be Dante who's going to find that knock. QM has a ton of firepower, and they're trying to brute force their way through.
Everybody's just running, trying to spot out kills. Somebody that's knocked, just get a couple of shots into him. QM continues their press in, but they still have Flash that's going to be up in front of them. It is just everybody coming in, absolutely destroyed. Flash playing this one slow, waiting for the moment for QM's last member to step forward right into his sights. Gonna step in, but no! Vilver stops it. He buys himself some more space. 7 kills for them. The circle, though, nowhere near his position.
Yeah, and now 17 has to make this treacherous downhill drive through open space and gave an easy lineup shot for Legacy, who hasn't had to do much this game. They went out to that compound early, and they're profiting mightily. This grenade from FaZe right on point. Vex just absolutely continues this run of terror he's had.
Man, just right in the corner pocket there. That is beautiful, and that's its own set of problems. Now as we pop back over here with 17, you have Jai Bay as well as Ghost down, but
oh no!
Oh, that was almost really bad.
Woo, that was close. It's okay though. Legacy's trying to punish this, but they took a knock on the way in, and Suju playing as this anchor. This is why you see these teams do these 1-3 splits so often. Tyloo still has a role to play in this potentially as well. Suju going to look for the Blue Zone grenade on top of Legacy. The res has come through. Blue Zone looks like it might just fall short there, but knocks starting to happen as Xiao Wu comes to life.
Where was he inside the group stage? Because, man, now that we're in the winner's bracket, he is vibing over here. Just over here. He's a medic on one side trying to get these reses off, and then a defender on the other, and somehow managing to make it work.
He's nuts. He's absolutely nasty. Still, T5 Sonics going to keep their corner of Severny in. In fact, Tiggleton finds a knock on a Suju. He is out, and there is no hope for the rest of 17 getting back to him, regardless of whether or not Sonic still had an angle on him or not. Not going to happen. Guizera trying to continue this push forward. Grenades are going to be out. Let's see if they can connect.
This is just a wing and a prayer nade, though. I mean, let's be honest. We've got T5 and Sonics that are just, they're in a shooting range right now. Everybody else is trying to find it out. Guizera's trying to move forward right up into the 17 line. He needs to get a knock. Doesn't even have any vision. Blue Zone going to be on top of him. RBN thinking maybe he can support, but this is just having to hunker down and avoid any shots at range from Sonics or T5.
Yep, great Blue Zone from Xiaobei. Gets the knock onto Guizera. Now RBN, the last one up for Legacy. Only one kill here, and they're going to go down. 6th place. You would hope to get a little bit more out of that one from Legacy. And 17, again, open space. This team is just unbelievable. They control their space so well. They're so talented mechanically. However, if this circle moves away from them, it is going to be very, very challenging because that will likely keep either Sonics and or T5 in this next circle, and there's not much they can do.
They've had to burn so much 17 with their utility just to get to the stage. You can see vehicles near on nothing left to work with. Tyloo in their shack just trying to cling to life as well. If the circle goes north, it's just essentially doom for these guys that are down in the south. But if the circle shifts to the south, finally, yes it does. Everybody that's just been so cozy hanging out in Severny about to have to walk into the shooting range that they have been inflicting upon everyone else.
And now this starts to look decent for 17 to go back-to-back. They have a little bit more cover than most. You can see outside of Severny, the run that T5 and Sonics have to make is really difficult. And for both those teams, another added problem is going to be this game of chicken and who's going to leave this compound first, who's going to make the first move, because the team that does, the other team could potentially punish by shooting into their backside. There is just not much cover to work with until you get across that road, get to those hills.
There is merit if you can perform a perfect position first and kind of defend up and wait and try to catch everybody coming up back behind you. If you screw it up, though, it is so easy to screw up. The other team can just absolutely walk behind you and just pick up every single one of those kills. It's one of the reasons we've kind of got the standoff going on over there. Both teams in the north eyeing their vehicles. You can see Shrimzy now bringing it over. Everybody's trying to get them prepped. Smoke walls not really coming out too much. There we go. I was going to say, I think Tickleton's starting one up right now. 17 going to be harassing into Tyloo. If anything, you might want to slow that one down for just a second so that way Tyloo can put some work in at T5 as they're going to be making their move. And keep in mind, Sonics, they've had to not really do too much more other than harass everybody here. They've got so much utility. That smoke wall is massive, and they're going to be rolling 3 deep right by that open area, but just going to get just not even that big of a problem. And running right over next to 17. They're bypassing it all.
Yeah, they're going to try to just take the fight to them, and Shrimzy's good for it. He's been cracked out of his mind so far this event. Lil Ghost immediately on the back foot. Teraton 5 going to be the ones to backbuild this. I was going to mention this shack is about the only thing playable outside of Severny proper. Sonics just wanted to take the fight.
But the thing is, 17 have nothing that they can throw back. They've been throwing through all of their nades, everything else to get to this stage. They only have bullets and their armor is in tatters. Sonics just jumps in, pounces on this at the perfect opportunity. Throwable's just going to be rolling right up next to Little Ghost. Doesn't get quite red. Well, that one does. He gets away from it and manages to survive for now. Just 2 members up, 10 kills for 17, but now have Sonics that are bloodthirsty after them.
And Theraton 5 is keeping Tyloo out of this next circle as best as they can, doing a ton of damage to a Tung Moon. A good grenade finishes the job.
T5 now control over the north, pretty much the north half. They already have Hathampong that's down pretty close to 17 Gaming. Sonics backs up against the wall. Keep in mind, we're only in phase number 7, so there is no need to really rush just quite yet.
Exactly. As 17 able to lick their wounds. They only lost 1 player to the Sonics rush. And it was Xiao Wu, though, that top performer. T5 now taking space, trying to take every piece of cover that's available. Trees, small hills, whatever. And they're taking a lot of damage for it. Tendrils out in the open. Yeah, Shrimzy going to find another knock here. 2 kills in this game, 300 damage, having another strong performance.
I think one of the best parts of what's happened with Sonics and now having Kickstart and Squad is what we've now seen Shrimzy capable of doing. It's opened up new opportunities for him to really find avenues for his success. T5, though, going to be looking to have good success right now. Should be able to get this res over. Sonics really the only team that's not yet inside safe zone. 17 Gaming hoping the fact that they can double up and line in. Kickstart, though, denies it. Straight up headshot. And now Eyes to go ahead and finish this one out. Little Ghost last one up. Really, it's about what type of damage can he do, because if he manages to survive through this, that would be wild. Does manage to get the knock on 1. But with that, T5 has opportunities galore.
Huge knock right away from Tanazol. That's going to make things so much more difficult for the Sonics. They only had 1 down. They're going to have to play a little bit defensive here to see if they can get these reses. They're potentially safe. Let's see if T5 gives them the opportunity.
Oh man, it's just slow and steady, strangling out the circle. T5, Hathampong, Tendril already down so close. Sonics want to try to get the numbers back to at least fair. Nade's now starting to come out. Looks like they might be, oh no, that one's gonna bounce pretty close. Whoa, right in the face of Sonics. Do manage to survive through it. Tickleton's trying to lead the line out, trying to bend up, and does gonna knock 2 members for T5 now down. Sonics starting to figure it out.
Shrimzy's feeling it, they've got it! The Sonics are going to find the win here. What a push onto 17, and then the closeout onto T5.
That was a crazy finish. The gamble, sending it out of Severny, crashing on a 17, was a massive risk, and it almost had its issues. The circle popped away from them. They managed to flank on, continue the pathing, and then I cannot believe, with 2 members down, they managed to somehow figure out a way to reset in time to take on T5.
Well, and this is why we talk about these boys all the time. Some of the best in the business when it comes to their aim. Shrimzy and Tiggleton fighting tooth and nail to keep T5 at bay. And not only are they able to do that, they come through with the win on the back of it.
Dude, there is so much going on in this winner bracket. I am loving it. We still have 4 more games to go, but we're going to go ahead and throw it over to our analyst desk.
His name is Hunter Wynn, and he knows how to find that winning position, and that's exactly what the Sonics did. From a moment that I thought it was done, I thought 17 had this in the bag. They had this sort of a bait smoke wall and a massive send that was incredible to watch.
Yeah, it was well executed. It was like they had multiple options, right? If they get the open knock, and also it completely lays down that T5. I was a little bit worried for Sonics in that case there, because I saw T5 with a good timing on to taking down Tyloo, with a good timing on actually third-partying that fight. But they executed and took down,
my goodness,
17 Gaming really quickly though. Another great game for 17. They got double-digit kills again.
Yep, and here's where it happens right now. You see the smoke lines go out.
Good nade.
Tyloo goes down. Sonics has to send it around. Shrimzy allows it to happen with that spray from the car, and then from there it is just a master's class. T5 takes the chance too to push out. They sandwich 17, eliminate them, and then Sonics also stops the push from T5. They were down to 2 players and managed to hold them off long enough to get some people back up. It was just a really good game. Like, watching that send was championship stuff.
It was. I will say though, if T5 double stacked the nade behind that shack, that was a win for them. That was the win condition. They could easily have done that. But then again, there was only one, and it's a bit short, so they didn't manage to close it out here for T5. Still a good game for both of the teams, and it's good to see.
Absolutely. So it was pretty impressive to see what they managed to do. Therathon 5 also having a really, really good game. And while things may seem a little dark for some of the teams out there as well as us, I can guarantee you with 4 more games to play, there is plenty of light coming. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk as we break down the action. And that was it was an interesting game because I would say 3/4 of it was fought at the firing range by Phase 5. It was crazy over there.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, in this case here, when you have that shift away from the circle, like in the firing range, it is like leaving a city. Like, you almost never survive it as a team, or it's like scraps of your team is going to survive it. The top 4 teams though here, Sonics is going to finish up with 12 kills. 17 Gaming managed to get 10. Tianba had an absolutely insane mid-game while we sit here in the dark, and T5, they managed to have a good hold on to that southern side of Severny. That one little barn there, that gave them a lot of opportunity later here. Though, as you say, Sonics, they popped off. What's your favorite part from this one?
I mean, I love the fact that they're spreading it around. I mean, the knocks coming out from HWin. You see Kickstart was playing a really good push game there. Tiggleton was right on his hip in all those fights. But the biggest thing, man of the match is going to go to Tiggleton. He played well. He got the kills. He did the damage. I personally I want to give it to HWin because that call, I yelled down there and said, was that your call? He said he smiled. He was so happy it worked out.
That was a good call.
And it was, because I thought smoke wall, maybe try to push to that small shack that's not going to give you much at all. And it just worked. You could tell 17 didn't see it coming either.
Smoke grenade launchers also in full effect here, of course, to be able to get it all the way, to have that cover from T5. And also, they think, we're full format. We haven't been fighting too much. We have a lot of utility. We have durability on our helmets and our vests. We take it to 17. They've been through multiple fights.
Absolutely.
We're going to be able to take them down, especially because they knew that it was a 4 versus 3, right? So super well executed by them. 17, though, they're able to, double their name. 34.
Oh,
Sonic still
look at you with your fast math.
26 for Sonic though. Fantastic game for them to end this up. And it's always lovely, right? Because these guys historically have been fighting. They've been fighting over Pachinki. They've been fighting over Picado, right? And now Sonics are like, all right, we can do both. We can loot wherever we want.
True.
And we can still do good here. And Sonics, they're able to close it up.
That is a very good point. They said, you know what? You can have the drops. We don't need them. And here they are in second place on the leaderboard after 2 games. Reminder, there's still a long road ahead of us. Tiamba up there as well. Decent start for them. We saw Question Mark pushing up, but it was, I think, a lot of that chaos. 2 very chaotic first games. Everest is always sort of a wild card. And then on top of that, the amount of teams who went to shooting range is really, I think, set maybe a pallor over the entire thing. Because T5, Sonic, they just got to watch.
And in general, this area is just super hard, right? Because once you have to get out of your shelters, your fire ranges, or Servany, it is just a few shacks and a very, very flat land.
Also, down the bottom, NH Esports, Cerberus, Luminosity, FaZe, Gate teams that I don't expect to see down there. Let's see if they can make a comeback. The break is coming up, but don't go anywhere.
Unleash my shopping spree.
Duty-free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
Very good. With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับ 1
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
It's only a perfect victory when the whole team lives. I know where he's going.
Thank 希望在比赛中一起加油，我们一起进决赛。
希望你们不要在赛场上被我杀了，然后被我嘲讽。
I'd just like to say I've recently joined this team as well. I've also been playing together for a long time, so it was kind of easy to mesh well. Yeah.
我们信心肯定有的，但是肯定要靠我们自己的努力争取这个冠军，拿下了我们就大满贯了。加油，谢谢，拜拜。
Here we go, getting everything up for our Chaos maps as we're going to be moving into our 2 newbies that are going to be in rotation, making it pretty fun as it has been a lot of Sonics and 17 conversation so far.
Yeah, I mean, these are 2 teams who historically are very, very good on Erangel, and you saw why. 17, again, just brilliant in open space, just so good at controlling it. And then the Sonics there, kind of playing it safe, noticing early on in that match that the southern tip of Severny was open, and that's a power point that you can really pivot from very nicely, and they took full advantage of it. They had 5 kills before they even made that move onto 17 to win the game.
The controlled aggression is like what I like to call it, is the way that you realize whenever the opportunity reveals itself. A lot of times in PUBG, you can see really great teams know how to exploit that one moment, that window that shows itself, and have the faith and confidence to just move in and just step on, just take control of the circle. And that's what Sonics did, leaving Severny, leaving the comfort. They could have stopped at several different positions. They were like, no, we're going close range with 17 Gaming of all teams, who I have, to be honest, some bad blood with.
Sure.
And just chose and said, no, we're going to win this firefight. We got it.
No, Ali, really, really nicely said. I mean, and onto this map, Vikendi, they were really good about finding teams that were split, that were isolated, that they could take strong fights against. As we move in to the winter wonderland of Vikendi, Sonics and 17 both impress me because they don't play the game exactly the same way, but the way that they play it is so strong and so overbearing for the rest of this lobby that they are really making a statement that both these teams are threats to win this whole thing.
And it goes to showcase, whenever we talk about different teams specifically that were in the losers bracket, I'm going to be moving through the last chance qualifiers, might not have had said confidence to make some of the plays that we saw coming out from these guys. And well, that's one of the reasons we do talk about the importance of momentum, confidence, those types of things, because those do play in. If you start getting some point totals to play around with, now you move into Vikendi, these 2 teams are so comfortable. That means the fact that now they can exploit, do some more dangerous plays just to try to keep a push on that leaderboard.
And look at this on the map, Matt. Sonics is split early on their drop, and they're pretty much getting it. Adder had to pull off of going for that southern 3-way intersection. There's a vehicle spawn there, and Sonics are going to claim it. So already the Sonics kind of getting like the little things that matter.
I love the 3 dots for LG because Lord only knows where LG is going to go until they decide to go there.
They have plans for all of it. I mean, this is what talking with Trevor the last couple of days, just really awesome stuff that they have prepared, planned for any of these eventualities that they come through with. That again, like, they're really methodical. They really like to take their time, doing some research.
Here's the problem with the split with LG. They do have Haisaki that's still up in the air. That's going to be in front of them. That is going to slow them down. Whoa, coastline.
Again.
We got one of these the other day, and it was brutal to watch.
Yeah, dude, this was a tough one for a lot of teams. Donowa was the team that won this one the last time, so keeping our eyes onto them. They had a bit of a rough go of it there in game 2, tried to cut completely across the circle. I liked the way they played the early game, but that move to that other side, I think, just felt a little bit desperate from Donowa. I think they had other opportunities potentially, but they ran into that just absolute nightmare of a meat blender on the western side of shooting range there.
Yeah, I mean, it's so astounding that just in that position, we saw so many teams just decide, okay, all that terrain, we talk about this a lot, that the double thinking can sometimes come back to bite you because you go, oh, sure, everybody's already rotated around in the circle to the north. There's not going to be anything north of shooting range, and so everybody sends it into the exact same spot at roughly the exact same time. And that's where we get the chaos that PUBG can be, because a lot of it, we talk about the mental game, we talk about the IGL needs. It's a lot of these players are really, they're all the best in the world, right? So they'll all have a very similar mindset and can sometimes just lead to this just absolute chaos of everybody having the best play that they want to pull off at the exact same time, and suddenly 5 teams on top of each other.
I love what you're putting down here, because I was thinking really similar things in terms of the eastern side of the circle, where teams like LG, Foot, Cerberus, QM, Tianba, all on this eastern edge of the circle because of the plane path in particular. There's going to be a lot of congestion, I think, potentially on that eastern road or south of that. Is there going to be a trap potentially set up? I know a lot of these teams are going to want to bounce from like high point to high point to try to get into this next circle. Eventually, hopefully, maybe take control of one of the hills that's around the gondolas, around the bears, on the very eastern edge of the current circle. But yeah, what you're saying is correct, because a lot of teams are going to see this and have very similar ideas about how they should be rotating. A lot of these teams have already mapped out a lot of this map. They know where the high points are. They know where the information gathering spots are. This is one of those situations where I think we could see a bit of fighting before Phase 2? Well, you haven't seen much so far in this lobby, as kind of expected with this caliber of teams. They're very cautious, they're very safe, they're very smart. But this one, because of the extremity of the plane path and the circle, might lead to a little bit of early game engagements.
I like this coming out from Twisted Minds. They went ahead and sent Lou down almost as center on the landmass as you could want, given the fact of how much of this is water. So they're going to give themselves a good position to be playing from. It does look like NH also did something pretty similar just to their southeast. Asla, Sonics, Legacy, not going to have to make too big of a move. They were already pretty much over here right now. I do want to point out that Sonics are getting this crossroad compound that can be very, very strong, specifically for gatekeeping, depending on how a couple of teams we saw a lot of times just lean really heavy into the coast, right? It was pretty much a coast game, let's be honest. But if you can get control over this compound, you get the roads to the north as well as the coastline to pretty much shut down anything. Lots of traps and opportunities available.
No doubt about it. Tiggleton there coming through at the very end, holding that shack down, only had about 3 or 4 health left, but just barely able to get the better of T5. I saw a little bit of frustration in T5's face. This time around, they're going to be coming from that northwestern edge, and actually they're about the only team. Maybe Tai Lu comes from that side too, but they should have a little bit of free space. They like to take space early. They like to kind of control their edges. A lot of teams are doing it these days, like Gen G, these other kind of things. If I was
T5, I'd be pretty frustrated after that last game.
Oh, they were frustrated.
They pretty much had control over and a weakened Sonics, and it's not like they necessarily threw that. It's just more the fact that the timing was just about a second off, and then Sonics just pretty much outgunned them on one of the edges.
Look at this roof that 17 found.
Hey, safety, comfy.
Yeah.
Looks like and they're going to get some people foothills. It's going to be NH just to the west of them.
And their Panzerfaust underneath them there, so very defendable position here for 17 early, using those, I think it was an emergency pickup, because I saw some parachutes coming in to get there. So really interesting to see them kind of play for a really deep center position early in this game. Try to control space. Again, I think a lot of teams are going to have it in the back of their minds when we saw this circle previously, Matt, that it ended pretty close to the coast. So you want to be kind of getting as deep into that territory as you can if you can't get to the coast itself. Playing from the coast itself, not bad, but you'd rather be, as we saw with Danawa when they got the win, kind of sledding a bit downhill.
I really do enjoy watching Danawa and how they play, right? Yes, they want the chicken dinner. Yes, they want the points on it and everything else. But also, they don't disrupt their play style. We hear players often talk a lot, right? I don't care what other people are doing. I'm playing my game. Well, Danawa is that, but they still care what other people are doing because they always want to mess with them, man. I love the fact that this is a squad that they have the confidence in their capabilities, and even if they lose a member, they know that they can still take another firefight after that one. And they will not necessarily be on the chase for number 1 just yet on that first spot on the leaderboard as long as they get in the top 8. Instead, they're just going to start testing their strength, right? It's pretty much a test your might kind of moment for them is, okay, how do we fight against these guys? How do we fight against these guys? How are they going to rotate? Best way to do it? Not in scrims. Let's go ahead and do it here because we think that we'll qualify anyway.
Yeah, no, it's really impressive, the team that Dono has not only put together, but the way that they function throughout this year, winning both phases of the PWS, strong contenders at every international, no matter what. They're just always in it, top 5, top 6, whatever. They're a team that is just a force to be reckoned with. And like you said, when they lose a player, there's so much 1vx potential on this team. I've seen every one of these players on Danawa just pop the heck off in a late game scenario and win a 1v3, 1v2 in really difficult circumstances because of their innate individual capabilities. Now, this is not the gondola that's in the circle. This is out of the circle. You could actually load the cars up on the gondolas. I don't know if people know this. Sometimes teams do this. I don't know if Tai Lu's going to do it this time, but you can actually put cars. So you can load up Panzerfaust, put them in the cars, and then put them on the gondola to get to where you want to go. Now, I don't think Tai Lu's doing it in this case because that gondola doesn't go the way they want to go, but just something to think about as we're going to watch Phil First's last stand in this previous game. QM in general, they did a great job clearing this circle out, making the best of a bad situation.
This was so just hefty of a firefight to have to contend with. So, like, there was just so much that was going on in there for, I would say, almost, a circle and a half even leading up to that moment. Cerberus is a squad I'm expecting to see a bit more out of. It's been more quiet than I think a lot of people were expecting from them, but that's also due to the nature of the circles haven't necessarily been the way that they want to play, as this is a squad that really likes to get scrappy, and if you're up on top of Everest or pretty much out in the open, you can't get as scrappy as you want. But if you take shots at them while they're driving, they can definitely be scrappy.
Oh, Beamy, I was going to say, I don't think he should take these shots. He's out on his own, and it's a pretty easy drive-by potential. The angle's good for Cerberus, and they punish. It's a bit of a mistake there from Beamy. I think he realized it. I could tell, I think, after those first couple bullets he pulled off, he's like, oops, shouldn't have done that.
And what sucks is Foot was playing this position with the goal of trying to pick up a kill or two, right? This is a bit north of the coastline itself, now moving down into the coast, saying, okay, we're at a man disadvantage, we're going to go ahead and have to relent. Now being on the edge, not necessarily the worst. Most of the teams are already inside the circle except for QM, but they're really far to the north, so Foot should be fine for now.
Yeah, they can regroup, and maybe they'll get a little bit of circle love here that they can play coast up. The problem with playing coast up on parts of Vikendi, especially down here in the south, is there isn't as much cover as you would like. It's not as nice as Tego. I think Tego offers you just a little bit more opportunities to play coast in. Cerberus here playing with fire, but I think they're finally going to pull up and try to just settle up on the coast and find some hills for safety as Sonic's full control over this. Again, that 2-2 split that I mentioned at the very beginning of this that Sonics did on their drop, really paying dividends here, Matt, like you pointed out as well. Like the fact that they're able to control this compound basically dictate sort of like almost like which way the traffic goes in this circle depending on this phase 2 pop.
You are going to see some harassment come out from Foot onto Cerberus, so if you see a knock on that, that's going to be very far at range. Hey, look at that. Almost like I read it where it was going to go. And so this is going to be, yes, if they get a knock, probably not going to have a kill to follow it up with, but Circle does look like it's going to be a bit more interesting keeping that bay in play.
I think Mime's in the gondola. I am pretty sure. And I wonder if he put a vehicle in there.
But 17's on the other side of it.
I know, it's a bit dangerous when they get over there, but it might be unexpected. If they're able to sneak this underneath 17's nose, they might be able to do something with it.
I think that you're right. I think that Mime is up there. We're going to keep an eye on that one, see whenever he chooses to jump out. And
nasty.
That's why so many fantasy teams have that guy. I mean, he is so good.
So clean with it. LG's cutting across Tiamba's driving path as well. Cerberus is kind of angling in that similar direction.
Oh, here we go.
Doesn't have a car, though. He's just on it. He's hiding. Oh, I don't know if 17 has any idea.
They aren't even looking this direction. Everybody, Mime can have a massive play here, but the issue with it, rest of LG, they're coming up in vehicles. This is a beautiful distraction. They're setting up. Mime can absolutely destroy them. Gets the spray out, dances around, does get the knock on Zhao Wu, but it's just going to be a full committal down the hillside. Zhao Bei is going to go and get the knock on Mime. Now just trying to make sure that they defend up, have enough time to get Zhao Wu back up, and they do. Look at this angle. It is beautiful.
Oh, it was almost so good, but the reinforcements just didn't quite get there at the same time as Mime. If LG was able to time that just a few seconds sooner, I think they could have punished 17 instead.
Oh, no.
They've got to fight Bears. Turn around. It only takes like a couple clips. Okay.
Oh, so close. All right. Luminosity got a bit dangerous, but I like what you're cooking, man. I like this. Just let them sit back. The play, ooh, if that had been any team except for 17, that would have been amazing.
Look at Sticker's heart rate. Those Bears, they'll get you, man. But, Og is pretty decent, especially if you got two of them for taking him down. I'm curious to see what he wants to do with this flare, if he actually is going to try to make a drop happen. Now, those flares, they drop in a radius, so that's not guaranteed to necessarily land out front of the cave mouth. I think potentially it could land up on the cave side itself. A bit of a risk here, but, I mean, Luminosity, why not? You got to go big or go home at this point.
It's an offering back to 17. We're sorry. just stay up there. We'll stay down here. Life will be good, if it lands up there. Who cares? I do want to point out that while we see this, T-Bone is all the way across the bay. He's managed to sneak over there pretty close to actually Azla's line.
Oh, I just heard Ty Lue get excited about that, taking Jeems down. They are trying to get fired up, trying to get the energy pumping, but Perfectix from Twisted Minds is going to keep LZ from being able to hold that angle that he wanted. Has to reposition the vehicles. Yeah, he did lose a tire. I was going to say, if he hasn't already lost a tire, he might have lost one in transition there. So Ty Lue going to be an edge team early. They like to play edge safe. When I was watching the Chinese VODs before the event, a lot of Ty Lue is not kind of what you would maybe expect from a team with Shen on it. They don't like to just scrap. They're very patient in the early parts of the game.
It's more we hope you mess with us instead of us having to mess with you constantly kind of situation. FaZe pretty fortified up in the north. They do have Danoa that's all around them, but not really at the same time, as they do have Deca pretty much going to be where Danoa is going to be fortified at. Twisted Minds are going to have to keep an eye on Ty Lue and how these shifts come out. Foot is going to continue to regroup, and honestly, this is a good read. Nobody is in the southwest at all, so they get this whole coastline. There's a couple of compounds if the shift does come this direction, so they can really get this work. Oh, yeah. I see why he was yelling now.
Oh my. That is pretty good. That is pretty good, my friend. Well deserved a pop off. I would pop off on that too. 100%.
Circle Pops, it stays pretty center. Still a bit of that bait in play, but really day trade, Legacy, 17 Gaming, and in addition to that, it's going to be LG that's going to be down below them, and H all in good positions. Twisted Mind's going to go ahead and hop inside of a vehicle, go right up alongside of Winery. Looks like they might be eyeing a position pretty close to Legacy.
Well, let's see if Twisted Minds can kind of get a little bit closer. They've got a hillside to work with. You got Legacy out to your south, New Happy kind of to your north, but Legacy going to be the bigger threat, and immediately LFP trying to find some more damage. He's going to come up short on that grenade, though.
The aim was good, just I don't think the range was there the way that they wanted it. The way we see Legacy separated out could be its own independent problem. Is, yeah, you can see Azla and Gizera are in their own little mix-up. While we now have Twisted Minds that's so close, let's not forget day trades on the opposing side. This is a mountainside that's pretty much making a line right through the middle of it. That's our line of demarcation where all of our teams are going to be fighting. You're either up on top of it and going to be involved in everything, or you're down on the sides of it and you just kind of listen in on what's all going to be going on.
Yeah, a COD there with some pretty nice SLR shots on the Belmoth. Got the ace to back it up. And I'm a little concerned here for Ozil Pentagram. They've got T5 and Foot to their south. It's a wide 2-2 split. Ozil likes these 2-2 splits. They try to hold them as long as they can, but I'm a little worried they might have bit off more than they could chew. Correxy, okay for now. He did a lot of damage to Zhao Yang on the in.
Here come the reinforcements, though. Both sides have it getting red. FaZe going to be coming in right back behind us from the south. All nades going to be popping off on both sides. It's going to be Tyloo that's starting to get control of the fight, and FaZe has to fly away from it.
Oh, Corexy there got stunned, got pulled up. Couldn't quite get the knock. He was just a little bit off on the spray, and it cost him. Might have been able to get that knock.
Where do they go now?
But FaZe, I don't know. It's not good, dude.
Oh, well, we also have, while this is going on just to the south of FaZe in their rotation, it's going to be a little bit of a dust up between Danawa as well as QM. That might spot them out. T5 also looks like they were venturing into that Twisted Minds line. They're going to step back down into Winery, call that good, be comfy over there for now. FaZe is now, with this shift out to try to save their man, completely being gate-kept.
I like what T5 is doing here. They got contact from Ozla and from Twisted Minds and Legacy up on the hill, so they just peel off. They're going to go to the safety of the Winery for now. Adder trying to do the geometry, trying to do the math. Is it going to be good? I don't think so.
It looks like there's some on both sides. Somebody's shooting on the opposing side of that, if I see that right. Akkad looks like he's going to be all right. And yeah, RBN looks like that's going to be where it was focused in at. And no surprise. I mean, given the fact of this is the top of this hillside, every single time you profile up, so many of these teams that are playing the lower sections are going to see it, and that is a nerve-wracking sound. I mean, look at Akkad was right here. You hear that sound. It's still like, what, 100 meters away, and it still kind of makes your butt clench for a second.
Oh, no doubt. But there's plenty of range here for Adder to use that mortar to clear some space. He's got the full Legacy team underneath his purview with that mortar. So if he had more shots, I don't know. I could see Foot's AT driving in. Phil First just getting a little more information on this Danawa fight. Maybe Loki got stuck somewhere or something, and Salute's got the MG3, a P90 for Soul. So the level 3 gear here really popping for Danawa. Maybe got one of those secret rooms or something along the way.
Or might have gotten the crates.
Yes, or might have gotten the crates in the north, maybe.
Yeah. What we'll have to see is they have QM right on top. And again, don't forget about phases. Salute, man. Oh, man. A doozy, you best hit headshots fast because there's a lot of bullets that are going to be coming after you. Molotov looks like it's got the right angle for it. Is he going to land it? And that's a good double up on it, but the hillside going to be just a bit too far. Doozy's going to step away. He's got the nade prepped. Going to lean back into the defensive firing line from his teammates, and Philip First is going to read it and provide that support.
And Onyx has got Bears to worry about underneath him. Soul is going to get a doozy with that P90. Loki going to be trying to stick this res. Grenades out from both sides. Let's see who can connect.
LG is flanking around the outside of this one. They want to get involved in some fashion. Snaker is going to go ahead and line down, take down Bestalok. Now seeing if maybe you can finish out with a nade as well, but look at Dante so close over here. Does Snakers? No. Peeks back over him for it, and that is a quick flick to finish that fight out.
A Groza in the hands of Snakers is scary, scary, scary. Danawa might have to clear some bears here. Tyloo wants to aggress on top.
Oh, got to be careful moving into this low land right now. Bears galore down here wanting to just feast. But, hey, look, Danawa's already, they've got the white ghillie suit on. They blend in. They just got to find out, hang out in the pack, or what, I don't know what do you call a group of bears, but kind of sneak your way through like, no, it's not really a player. It's just another bear. It's fine.
I have no idea, but sometimes a bear can be up here where Tyloo is. Doesn't matter, though. Zhao Yang finds an Onyx out in the open, quickly dispatches him. Shen now trying to push into the space of Danawa. 17 also smelling blood, and they want to get involved. This bear cave has attracted a lot of attention.
Soul just going to have to cling to life down here. Luckily, there have been a couple of teams that have been eyeing up the Bears beforehand, making sure to clear it out. 17 also sent some friends over into this as well. Looks like they've got eyes into that LG positioning. Don't want to push too much because they still have the high ground back behind them from having the whole rope lines that they can play from. Instead, they just want to see if maybe they can find something cheeky out of it, and don't find anything immediately, so going to go ahead and regroup.
Yep, no, 17 just doing what they do best, controlling space all around them. They didn't fall for the trap from LG, and ever since then, it's been pretty smooth sailing, even able to collect a couple kills along the way. Now watching Tiamba rotate, seeing that Cerberus out there, way out there. Going to see if they can do some damage as Cerberus is trying to group up into their vehicles, get ready for this next circle pop. Meanwhile, Sonics have finally sprung to life. They're third-partying the fight between Foot and Ozla, and they're going to claim 2 of those kills onto Foot.
Yeah, just pretty decent range pickups on top of that one. Also, a lot of crates going to be in front of Sonics that they're going to try to snag as Day Trade going to find themselves pretty comfortable inside of this circle. 17 going to have to do some gatekeeping as there are a ton of teams that are going to be pathing out of those caves, have to deal with it. Tyloo, you can see, realizing Soul, he don't go down easy, man. You go for a peek around there, he's going to keep on doing it to you. Soul absolutely punishing Tyloo, and he survives.
Flood comes in and backstabs the final member of Tyloo. Soul with a P90. Disgusting. Snakers now trying to keep Fex on the backside of this circle. Going to take a little bit of damage. The grenade as well, backing him off. Snakers has to go for this heal.
Who's trying to hold it through another nade. Going to be lobbed over just 1 second. Going to cook right into his position. Snakers, though, just steps into it and gets the knock. Now realizing, okay, everything is calming down over here, but he has such a path to go for to try to make it in the circle. Still 17 that's going to be up in front of him. We also do have a storm that's starting to brew over here as well. So does he go for the position, go back and try to get Flood? Because, man, he's going to be having to run right in front of this blue zone.
Yeah, Cerberus getting cut off in their rotation here by Tiamba. Tiamba finds a great angle off this hillside, and Cerberus would have to drive through Sonics. It's bad or worse, no matter which way they go. Salalzi might be able to get out for now, but he's got T5 ahead of him. T5 already set up shop in this secret room compound, and that is going to be Cerberus going down.
All right, now then, Tiamba, they have to make a move of their own into a territory that is pretty defended. A lot of high ground advantages. Is if you moved early into this circle, you're being pretty heavily rewarded with it right now, as the storm is definitely massive up into the north. Might provide something for LG to exploit as they're going to try to limp their way into this one. We also do have Twisted Minds now looking down into NH right on the edge of this storm and trying to make sure that their defensive line holds as they are making sure to use this rock cropping. Lou playing the lower section of it, has to be careful. Near on no visibility to work with. CC's trying to go for the knock in, but it's just a peek back and forth all over the place. Now Firefight's still going to start to be breaking out. It's going to be Lou that gets the knock onto one, but it's CC on the opposing side for it. Trying to creep in. Near on no vision. Throwable's going to be the requirement to try to open this one up.
Yeah, you got to buy some space here. See if you can get this res. I think they might have picked up their teammate, and they're running off with it. New Happy stuck in this storm, going to lose CC to the blue zone grenade of Lou. And Twisted Minds peeling off of this fight, realizing that it might be a little bit too much. Even though they might win the fight, they might lose 2 or 3 in the process. Snakers still alive. Now going to try to punish 17 again, trying to sneak up on them once again, Matt.
Just trying to creep up. He knows he's got the information before. Failed attempt last time, but has to be careful. Ghost reads it and gets the knock on to him. 17 not going to allow that one, as they are going to continue their high ground harassment of everyone.
Yeah, Lil Ghost going to scoop up that Groza too. Nice piece of hardware for him to work with. Twisted Minds loading up, seeing if they can push out Ozla pretty far to the south. Legacy in front, but they're getting some help from Day Trade from up on high. Clearing a little bit of space potentially here for Twisted Minds.
Man, everybody to the west in some trouble now. It's going to be Day Trade, NH, and 17 gatekeeping out. Twisted Minds going to have to firefight their way through this one, and they're going to have Legacy just to the south of them on top. That Azla, we're going to have to figure out how they're going to go. Keep in mind, Sonics has been keeping a very firm line on this hillside, not allowing anybody to step out on the east. That's why we have almost everybody playing the western side of this hill right now.
Yep, absolutely. Now, Flash has Batulans. Half damage.
Bear!
Right back. Oh, the bear got Ming Ming. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Never count out the Bears.
Oh, no.
Bears best person for your fantasy squad right now. They are just racking up the damage. Nurens, though, does get a line onto Lou. 17 Gaming now getting vision onto this. How much of this do they want to exploit? Because it looks like they have most of their focus down onto Twisted Minds.
Yeah, 17 has to cut a swath towards the north of this circle. But the good news is it's pretty well open for them because New Happy got stalled up here. That buys them a little bit of extra time and space to make this rotation. Ozla is going to try to get on top of Legacy. Legacy inside of the cave, so they don't have an easy out. They're going to have to come up with some pretty fancy shooting, frankly, or some good grenades to bust open a position into this next circle. I mean, they could cut underneath and stay in potentially. I'm not exactly sure how deep that one goes, but you can see Perfectix doing a good job harassing Ozla, but a good grenade from VHZ. But Xiao Wu might be the one to scoop the point.
Just trying to tap it out. Smoke's going to deploy, make it a lot harder to spot out. Instead, now going to go ahead and lean into Rez's. No! I saw a toy in somebody's hands. Panzerfaust's getting closer and closer by the second. NH Ming looks like now he's going to be looking into Twisted Minds. Keep in mind the fact that Twisted Minds still having to contend in with the lower ground positions coming up from those caves, as this is a two-tiered fight that we're looking at. It's just we're looking at the top section of it right now. Lower section going to be starting to pop off. The 17 Gaming now making their aggressive shift.
Here they go. They know that this fight can't go long. Nan just trying to spray it down. Ming on the flank, though, cleaning it up, but he's the only one standing for NH. 17 Gaming still trying to sled their way through. Daytrade up on top, scrapping it out here. Daytrade doing a great job holding out Legacy. Legacy taking a COD down from Ozla. RBN looking for an angle, but the blue is here.
Legacy seeing sunlight for the first time, probably 4 circles, trying to creep their way in. Adder instantly going to drop them, though. See Ozla coming in right back behind this one. Sonics is also left very far over to the east, and they're going to be wrapping it back behind Ozla. I don't know if they know that one, so Ozla, as they're going for these peaks, there are 3 teams that are all stacked up on top of each other, about to be 5. NH cut out in the blue, they're going to be going down. 17 Gaming continuing their harassing line up on top, but Ozla, you have to spin around. You have to realize that Sonics are coming up back behind you because they have the advantage position.
This is absolute madness here on this western side. Tiggleton clean with the FAMAS, getting the knock onto Adder, the headshot. Xiaobei going to scoop the point from Wicked, and now the Sonics just going to try to control the top side of this mountain. They forced Daytrade out. Ozla stuck on the edge. Tianma, though, getting in the backside of 17, finds 2 big knocks.
Good opportunity being exposed out of this one. Looks like Sonics were going to just rack up all of Circle 6. It's been their want to do after the last game. Now, Tianma finding the strength up on that high position that 17 Gaming was exploiting so hard. Now, pretty much we have Xiaobei as well as Xiao Wu caught out in the middle of nowhere. Not too much that they can really do off of it. And Tianma just now going to spot out what's happening with Sonics as Daytrade has Belmoth inside the circle, but everything is happening outside of it. Screw the safety, man. Everybody just wants to fight before they get there.
Love this move from Tianma. They had the safety of the circle, but they realized that they could absolutely cut the Achilles off of 17, completely make it an unwinnable game for them. Coming into their backside, really doing a ton of damage. Only Xiao Wu left for 17 Gaming, and then they peel off. They go back into their winning position. This is a brilliant maneuver from the brilliant IGL for Tianma. Lin Shu, time and time again, leading this squad into just absolutely gorgeous positions.
But don't count out this aggressive, just shark movement coming out from the Sonics right now. It is just blood in the water every time they spot something.
Oh, no.
No! Get away. And, hey, at least the Bears don't instantly just demolish you and flush you out, right?
They're faster than humans. That's the sad part. Adder looking to hold this angle, has to back off with those grenades. He isn't quite sure exactly what's going to be coming out, Matt, and he's just going to try to wrap all the way around, do an end around here.
Oh, but that's just going to lead you to Xiao.
Yeah, that's not where I'd want to go, or to Puchils. Puchils knows it.
I like how Daytrade's like, oh, you want to go through that one? No, we'll just come over here and hold out the other one. Puchils just going to be waiting for Adder to step around. He is doing some pretty hefty leans. He knows it's going to be there. Puchils, though, doesn't really have to move first, so he can kind of wait it out. It's going to be a flash that does catch him. Adder looks like he's going to find some opportunities, going with also seeing if maybe he can catch something, but not just quite yet. Does spot out Belmoth. Now knows, can he get the space on it? Health down very, very low. Peek's going to come out. Puchils going to take him down.
Yeah, great read there by Puchils. That Adder had moved into the smoke to try to heal. Really smart stuff from Daytrade. As they try to stabilize, they're going to grab their player, Belmoth, bring him into the safety. Now, Sonics should be able to gatekeep T5, stuck underneath the secret room, and they don't have much hope. We did see DK get out of a secret room, but that was a much earlier circle where they were able to make an exit. Let's see if Sonics is just going to brute force their way through. The problem for potentially Sonics is that if they get involved with a fight with Tianba, that might be when T5 can move out, because T5's almost dead center of this circle, Matt. They could potentially sit this out for a long time.
Xiao wants something out of this when he knows that there was that weird fight going on down below him. Sonics, though, have so much control over this hillside and vision. It's just been like that, it feels like, for almost what, 4 circles, 5 circles now. Blue zone nades on one side of this one. Looks like he's going to be fishing with some dynamite. Doesn't quite spot it, but does have that recess inside the hill for now. Problem is, nobody's got to move except for these 3 players, and Tiamba's just going to go ahead and use that to exploit back down into Sonic's firing lines.
Yep, Tiamba taking control of the center dot. That's the problem for T5. Center dot, I don't believe, is inside that secret room, so they're going to have to make a move eventually if they're going to try to go for a win. I mean, they could just, frankly, they could just sit in here and go for a placement point. I mean, they might get second or third off of it. Maybe, you know, who knows if things go really screwy up top and they can come out and try to go for the win. It's just all going to depend on the timing.
I mean, we're about to be down to 3 teams once whatever is going on in this cave goes down. It's just going to be a matter of who gets what kills and how does the lay come out. Day trade slowly creeping this one. You can see the blue zone right back behind him. Nobody wants to step out, man. It is so scary. And oh, you just see throwables coming down from on top of you to boot. They now know directly ahead of them, trying to spot out. Zhao was just going to go down to the zone, but Lin Shu is going to spot out H-Win.
Yeah, Lin Shu trying to reaggress onto this angle, seeing if he can get the flush, but it's not going to be allowed. That fence line covering enough of it. Shrimzy as well. Some good covering fire there to make sure that Tiamba can't punish that knock any further. Now all eyes towards Day Trade. Try to keep them out of the circle, but Shrimzy found Tanadol down in the bottom of the secret room, and the Sonics might just try to clear it out.
Oh, looks like they are going to use this opportunity to creep in. Day Trade now has an opportunity to move as well. 2 members for Tiamba also looking over, but that nade could spell disaster. They have to be very careful. Shrimzy is going to go ahead and polish this one off, but it is going to get slowed down. Those Molotovs slowing the pace of everything. Now Tiamba's getting control of everything in the north, but Day Trade has managed to survive. That means that Sonics now gets time to shift back up into this high ground position.
Day Trade really beat up, though. They have to prone to keep themselves obscured from Tiamba's angles. In fact, Belmoth and Puchills don't like it. They know they can't crest any further, really, so they're just going to let the blue finish them. Well, actually, 7-7 gets one of them. But now Tiamba has Sonics in a really tricky position out in the open. A good spray from Pow Pow.
Just going to line them in right now. Not too many options for Sonics to work with. They're just walking into blue zone, into bullets. No options to be had. Shrimzy's trying to cling to life, but he's going to go down to Molotov. Just that last little tick going to be enough for it. So I think just feed it over to blue zone, let them have it, and that is going to be Tiamba picking up the win.
Yeah, the winning moment for Tiamba in this game is the backstab, the shiv in the back into 17 to win this game.
That was the turning point for that because it felt like 17 and Sonics just had 2 different sections and corridors for pathing completely under control. And okay, caves, man. Caves is all I can really say is it was a tangled mess for everybody that went in there, but damn, it was entertaining.
It was. It's tough navigating those bears because there's 3 or 4 of them in that cave. And there can be one like up top where Tai Lu was at one point. There's always one down kind of in the bottom roaming around. There's one in the proper tunnels. So there's a lot to be thinking about in the heat of the moment. And it's so difficult to keep track of, you know, there's 3 or 4 teams potentially around you, plus the Bears. Who knows what the hell they're doing. So it's tough, and you can see that the players had to contend with it. I mean, one of them even got a knock on a Ming Ming. So.
The open top into the cave as well just makes it so much more complex. We got bears galore to talk about, but we also have circles and tons of fun that was happening on our Vikendi round. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to our analyst desk.
It feels like group stage is all over again as Tiamba gets themselves a dominant win. Welcome back. It's time for the match 3 highlights, and it was an exciting mountainous game.
There is many situations of backstab, third parties, and fun things happening, and not so fun things happening too, but this was a fantastic one. I love when you hear the players scream when they do something crazy.
Yeah.
That was one of them, of course. Tap a one tap out of a car driving, that's good. But yeah, this overall, like the terrain, how they had to come off that high ground down towards the teams that are holding it. Tiamba executed that perfectly. Also get in with a little bit of a stab and then get out again. That's a really good way to make sure keep 4 guys alive and weaken the other teams, of course.
Everest is on our angle, but K2 proved just as deadly here on Vikendi as the mountain took team after team down. We saw people diving into caves to try to find a way out of this sort of just chaos on the hill. And that's what it came down to. Whoever took the mountain really, I think, was in a winning position. That ended up being Tiamba, but everybody. It was a 3D fight from top to bottom to try to be the surviving team. I mean, even Sonics had to go dig someone out of a hole before they could try to push because T5 was below them inside of that bunker. Ultimately, Tiamba gets the win, deservedly so, played very, very well, and gets the chicken dinners to go with it. They're going to feel pretty good about that as they push forward. Linshu, ZYY have been very, very impressive. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk. Vikendi is done, and it was just about what we've come to expect from Vikendi.
It was, and also these kind of southern circles, they're a little bit hard as well to predict, and also how to kind of play around it, how the terrain is. Don't have that many compounds, but then again, the ridges in general, they provide so much cover and so much playthrough. But you could see how many teams we had on that western side. Really came down to that eastern teams that kind of stepped in and took things away. Tianba, of course, here with the 7 kills and the win. Sonics again, 17 again. Good games from them. This means that our two kind of top teams are going to be sponging a little bit at the top after just 3 games.
The sponge has begun. I will say the caves were fascinating, though, because it was a ditch for a lot of teams. They could get themselves out of trouble and last a little bit longer. That's a fun aspect of that map. Now, a fun aspect of the map for this team, our WW Chicken Dinner Team Stats feature, is that they were able to utilize that chaos to come in from behind, catch 17, and gets that win. Now, it was not the Linshu ZYY show as much as we're used to seeing, but that speaks volumes that it was another group that was able to get the other half of the team was able to put the work in.
Yeah, and again, you know, teams that we have seen done well in the group stage are able to do so again here, especially Tanba. They had a fantastic run on their first day. Not so much in the second day, so I'm happy that they're able to kind of have a little bit of a good game here now. So they can actually try to solidify themselves inside the top 8, of course. 17 for them, 12, 12, 10. 4 teams on double digits. Good to see.
You want to talk solidifying? Let's take a look at that leaderboard in a second because the Sonics and 17 have another good game.
They're going to get petrified on the top.
They're going to yes. And then they're going to be pretty happy to be up there. 17-46, Sonics at 38. Tiamba also gets up to 34. And again, T5, the home team, and Daytrade, both of them starting their day very strong. And that's going to be great news. The crowd is here. They're behind them. And I almost feels like they got a little bit of a buff from that. Now, on the right side of the leaderboard, though, Martin, this is where I'm starting to stress out a little bit. Cerberus, that's a team that I thought for sure would come out at least blazing, looking for fights. They haven't.
No, still, like, I mean, it's 3 games, right?
But they're so quiet.
Still, we have 8 teams right now on 10 or less points. That, again, it comes down to our teams in the top that have been sponging up so much. Again, 16 points on 8th place. 1 good game, 1 win even. For any team in our bottom, they're going to throw themselves straight into the top 5-ish, top 6-ish quite easily. So yeah, once we're done, of course, with the end of the day, that's where I'm going to be throwing some judgeful comments through towards them if it doesn't really happen. But yeah, because Cerberus is really a team. It is one of the teams that you're kind of throwing into the hat of potential favorites for the whole tournament to win the thing.
Right. I guess my point is, if the cutoff is 75 again, or that's the idea we're looking at, you need to be averaging 6.25 points per game if you want to be on track. So these teams that are sitting there with less than, say, 8 points after 3, there is a struggle there, but there's still time for them to come back. You know, Tego, another map we're going to go to. Do you expect just as much chaos?
I hope so.
I hope so, right? Because we love the chaos, especially on these 2 maps. We'll end the day on Miramar. It'll be nice and peaceful. It'll be what we're used to, but for now, it's about the crazy. So get ready to head to Tego for the 4th match of the day. We're going to go in just a second. We want to make sure the players are set up, but that gives us a chance to talk a little bit more about this map. We've seen that sort of channel in the middle of this thing that divides it be kind of a difference maker for some of these teams, so it seems rare that we get these north endings.
Yeah, I love what we've seen from some of these kind of north endings where we have this. We had a few up there. It kind of often happens to go that way. It's kind of like the same chance of a military circle and a wrangle, right? So it's been impressive for those endings there. But though we've had a lot of southwest endings, and that's where I'm really looking at it. Is that we're going to see something similar again, or we're going to see these kind of same situations. But also, is the really big question is these teams that have had to change their drops from groups going into winner bracket here, how are they going to be adapting? Like where there's some teams have been shoved off from Buxansa, Lumrosity, for example, have been shoved off to kind of go further on the edges rather than having a center drop. So my eyes are really on the teams that are, of course, uncontested in the middle. How well are they going to do if they keep their spots? But also the teams that had to shift, are they able to change gears and, you know, have those different pathings and be ready for that? So that's really the big one. Of course, first circle is always interesting, but the teams that had to shift their drop from groups and also maybe outside of what they're used to in their regionals is going to be something that's really interesting to kind of follow on to.
Let me ask you about Oslo Pentagram. We talked about them earlier. We said they need to do better than just a wrangle. That last game, they got 6 with a good amount of kills. They represent themselves well. Do you think that was enough, or do you need to see another big game out of them?
It's another home turf circle for them, right? It ended like they had a total of 5,500 meters travel, right? So look, this is 6,000 yards for you guys, Americans out there. They didn't move that much, and again, I want to see these curveballs against that. I want to see them when they're traveling, 20 or 25 kilometers collectively on the team. I want to see them drive for the win rather than kind of just walk into it, because I know they're a team that's capable of both. But for them to be in the top 8, they need to be capable and execute well in both situations.
Well, it's time to see which teams can execute as we are ready to head to Taego for game number 4. Let's do this thing.
Let's go Taego time, as I always get excited for this map, man. It is just, there's something about it. The way the lay of the land sets up, the way our players navigate it, just so much. For right now, until we get Rondo, this is my new favorite flavor.
Oh, I mean, obviously, I'm a big fan, living in Korea for 7 years now. I'm absolutely loving the terrain that I see. It looks very much like home to me.
But it doesn't have bears.
No bears.
No bears.
No, we don't have many bears in Korea anymore. There used to be some. Not too many left, but there's a few out there, actually. You can see them from time to time. But this...
Zoos don't count.
Well...
I'm just picking up.
That's fair. That's fair. They do. This is an interesting playing path. More up, we've seen some that have been kind of favoring the western side of the map. This one favors the eastern side, so I was curious if Luminosity was going to go for their airport ult drop, but instead, I don't know where the heck they're going to go. Wolsong, maybe?
I don't think that they've quite worked it out. They're going to be dropping quite late. Is it going to be Army base, maybe? I mean, Wolsong would be the option.
I think Sonic's Army base, yeah. LG Wolsong.
So, yep, everything looks like it's going to be pretty okay for now. There's this situation, though. I take it back.
I knew there was one hot drop today, and it slipped my mind until just now.
All right, who's going to land? Who's going to find a Panzerfaust? Go ahead, grab the ammo as quick as you can. Try to see if you can find anything. Who reloads the fastest? Just going for the sprays. 2 double up. Already been found. NH in shambles.
And a punch in there as well. Got a knock. Donawa once again ferocious in these fights, but still December the 12th. Involved, could have something to say about this, but only an M16. That is, even on burst fire with no vest and a level 1 helmet, he is potentially in a world of hurt. Now, how well did Donawa track this? There was a lot of chaos over this one building. Do they know that he dropped there?
How much can this solo inflict at this point, as he is now going to be walking out? You can see Soul getting a good read, not wanting to step out too much just quite yet. December 12th, pretty cooked right now. Gonna be careful, there's just too many numbers, and I'm sorry, PGC ends before December 12th, and unfortunately for him, he's going to end in that round right there.
That's got an Onyx popping off down there. A little bit
feels good.
Feels good, man. Feels good. I mean, Donawa's been smashing in these fights. Like, again, the close quarters firepower on Donawa is through the roof.
Dude, hot drops are something we don't see a lot in competitive, but how clean that was executed, and just the committal in, be like, land here. Like, you saw them as they were landing, they were like swooping up ammo and anything they could just to deny any resource. That is just sexy.
Oh, they're brilliant. I mean, they've been near flawless in situations like that in this event so far. Tiamba tried it once, and even though Donawa had given them the courtesy of forking over Chumacera during the group stage on Miramar, Tiamba tried to follow them into Monte Nuevo, and Donawa made him pay the price. So just brilliant stuff from them. And yeah, so the alt drop here, not the best in terms of where the circle went, because it went to the complete opposite end of the map for LG.
Yeah, we do not have any section of the northwestern circle in play. So, I mean, Oyang going to be in here as this is going to be a pretty, I guess, simple circle, not having to contend with the rivers or anything else like that we're used to. And instead, just really our teams that are in the northwest going to have to figure out how they're going to navigate those bridges and get back over into position. Downside for that is 17 Gaming does look like they have an inside track on positioning as well as a bridge that they're eyeing right now. Looks like Twisted Minds not wanting to stay too long in this one. Legacy does have control over pretty much everything to the east.
Yeah, and FaZe in the middle at Buksansa. Going to be shifting out towards Oslo Pentagram. Oslo going for one of those early kind of, they like 2-2s if possible. Right now it's a 1-1, but with a COD and his teammate, I think it's Adder, trailing behind the old Detonation Gaming players in Wicked and Hikari, who have already set up shop towards the center. 17 as well, like you mentioned just a second ago. Going to be going that way. Daytrade's going for high ground, going for information, but Tai Lu already here. Shen, he is a monster, but I don't think Daytrade is going to give him the angle.
Are those DeLoreans going fast enough? They're just going to bounce right out. LZ suddenly surrounded, but does not even care. Good shot's going to go ahead. Finally, Bellamont's going to get the knock onto him. That outer wall, Shin's got to reach, just jumps up into the face, denies any form of forward movement. And yes, LZ did get flushed out, but I mean, just a peak battle back and forth right now. It feels like Shin is absolutely vibing. No way that hits the shots into him. Unstoppable right now.
Guy's an absolute monster. Nuren's, though, going to reveal his position off that knock. Shen, quick on the trigger, trying to flank around the tree, and he's got him. Unreal from Shen.
Doesn't even need the cover. Walks up to the tree, out in the open, says, I can still outshoot you, and damn, he does it.
Daytrade there, I think, just thought that either that might be open, because it looked to me like they're going to drive by it. Last second, they pulled in, and Tai Lu was ready for it. Shen had a great angle. He was mostly, I think, just pulling off to just kind of watch and see what they were going to do on the other side, but
last minute regret whenever you just decide to go ahead and pull in whenever you should have pulled out, right? I mean, it's going to cause problems for quite a while, but instead, it's going to go ahead and finish them off pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm a bit, that one's a head scratcher for me for Daytrade. I figured they were going to keep driving by. I mean, I understand wanting to stop there potentially to get some info or something, but that compound's not even really close to the center of the circle, and it doesn't have great sight lines from it. There's a lot of trees around it, so it's pretty tough. I don't know if there was any noise or any stuff that Tai Lu kind of gave signals that Daytrade thought they could punish.
Yeah, there's a lot to be looking at as we do have some inside scoops for you guys. Go ahead, look back on Legacy.
A gente com esse quinto lugar se sente muito feliz, mas se a gente tivesse jogado um pouquinho melhor, a gente conseguia passar em primeiro, que era a nossa meta. A gente trabalhou muito para poder chegar nesse resultado. Não tem muito o que falar, porque a gente veio aqui e trabalhou muito, era muito esperado isso pra gente. A gente veio aqui para mostrar o poder das Américas e vamos lutar por isso até o fim. Que o top 1 é nosso e vocês vão ter que lutar por 7 vagas.
I love the fact that we've got America's pride going on now. There was a period of time whenever we kind of merged Latin America and North America together that it wasn't quite a full family. We're at that stage now. We all love each other.
I was actually going to think that Luminosity was going to make this wrap towards the double bridge eventually, and I think they're going to go all the way down to Sungam from here. But for whatever reason, T5 came over in this direction. Now, like when I last looked at the map before that fight with Tai Lu and Daytrade, T5 was nowhere near this area. They drove over to here, and I think had similar ideas on a rotation, just LG just kind of beat them to the punch.
What's that car doing there? I'm very confused. Is that an LG car? Maybe they switched out to a different vehicle?
Probably.
I'm guessing so, given the way it was parked over there. They probably just found something else. Shifted in. Sorry, my brain broke there for a second. Yeah, I mean, Southern Raps look like that's going to be the recipe for a lot of what's going to be going on.
Oh, Soul. Oh, he got him before he could load the gun.
Beat him down.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Just, oh, Loki. Just nasty. Up close and personal with an SKS. Yeah, I mean, Donowa, like you said, Matt, they were scooping up everything, and they punished New Happy.
And can't blame it on lag, anything else like that. We're on land climb right now, man. So nobody like, oh, I would have had that ammo if it was. No.
No.
A big part of it was also landing into the rolls, too. If you notice, that's kind of how they got that last little bit to be able to scoop some things up. There's so much dynamic and like micro movements that matter on those hot drops that, I'll be honest, I just suck at, that we just saw Down just absolutely put on display.
Yeah, they were really, really methodical with that. Never, even if there had been a knock from that M16 or something, it didn't matter. They were sticking together. They were playing for the trade. And that's, again, the things like that make them a well above average team. And they were doing some scouting there from the flat top mountain. Just like, Sonics is another team that likes to go up to that spot for good reason. Great sight lines out of there you can see for forever from the top of it. It's pretty defendable because it's flat. If you can get to the south side of that flat top mountain, very, very defendable from there.
And we're kind of looking at an Erangel circle right now. And I know everybody's like, this doesn't feel like Tego right now. It's just because of the fact that we have pretty much everything off of the island. It's like getting a center Erangel right now. Everybody knows the positions they want to play. They've already shifted in. There's space on the edge, so nobody's really having to fight right now for it. It's really just making sure that you don't overreach and move more than you should into the circle. And you can see right now, Luminosity, they don't even have anybody within about a kilometer of them as they're making this approach right now. And so they should have some space to work around.
Yep.
Sonic's going to be in a similar position. Twisted Minds are taking some pot shots. I mean, they're not even quite taking pot shots yet. They do have 17 that's kind of close to them, but that's about it.
My guess is LG's gunning for the hills north of Songam. If you look on your map feed, if you don't have the map feed open, you absolutely should. And also, we have team feeds directly on PUBGesports.com, guys. If you want to watch some of your favorite teams, you can just go on in there and do that. But the map feed is absolutely something you should pull up. Whatever video source you're watching this on, we have it available. That is a key component to understanding PUBG Esports. And yes, this is what we've wanted to see. T5 in an emergency pickup.
Where do you have your eyes set on going right now? As, I mean, Busaksat is pretty much in the center. You could potentially go for a drop into that. Osla is running a wide split with it, so they don't even really have control. Looking out, Legacy are going to be collapsing in. Foot is running a 2-2 split just south of Asla, and Wicked in position. So this is pretty open territory. It does also look like 17 might be eyeing something as a heart shift to the north.
Ooh, this is a really good circle for Danawa. They should be able to exert a ton of control. They don't have any teams to the north of them. T5, wherever they're coming down, is not going to be easy to get there, and they're going to see it coming. Teams are going to be scrambling for some of those compounds that are in the center of the circle. They're very powerful. We've seen it before here. FaZe already, Jeems finds a COD in rotation. T5 trying to drop ahead of this. This is dangerous.
But they did time it right there, trying to get in position. Can we see FaZe line this one up? We know it's so hard to hit these shots, trying to juke and navigate inside the air, but it does look like T5 is going to be rewarded with a very centered position. FaZe and their harassment did slow them down. That's allowed Asla to move in front of them. 17 Gaming as well to move just to their northwest, so we'll have to keep an eye as now, yes, 17 doesn't want to quite crest up too much more on that hill, so they might just stop and try to get control of the road.
Absolutely. Teams on the edges here, just trying to see what space they can get away with and then try to set up shop and block them out. LZ there got the opener, and then it's the Shen show. Just run and gun. I mean, Shen is, again, a guy that I've seen this time and time again throughout his history in PUBG Esports, shred people up close and personal. He is so tricky to deal with. He's so fast, he's so smart, he's so aware.
And just runs right in between all of FaZe. Doesn't even really get too punished for it. LG also pathing in similar fashion, though. Tyloo finally starting to get some damage for this very aggressive rotation. Nowhere to really go, as they do also have Twisted Minds that's going to be stopping them out. Instead, they're just going to have to stop right along this position. And now you can see LG having a similar problem. They've got vehicles all up in front of them, going to be jumping out. Adder's just going to have a face full of Snakers come after him. He's going to go down. LG does lose Snakers for it, but oddly enough, I thought that was going to go way worse for them. They managed to find something out of nothing.
I mean, LG here took a pretty big risk diving in here while the rest of the teams did, but their individual skill carrying them through to get some serious work done. 17 flexing out, trying to get a player to gain a little bit more ground. Suju, the IGL for the team, trying to get a little bit more information, a little bit more space, while the other three maintain the compound on his backside. LG, though, you can already hear shots are pinging off these cars, so teams, even with these smokes down, are going to try to punish the positions. So wisely, they're going to move this car and keep themselves at least safe for now.
The reason we're seeing so much firefighting going on is, look, we've got this field that's going on right over here, correct? And then just to the south of that, there's another one that's just going to be to the east of Buksansa. Then we also still have the creek, not really a river, the water river thing that goes through that you can just walk through. That's essentially like ankle length. So this is all just no man's land, right? And that means that a lot of this area in the hillside of Buksansa is going to be where teams are going to be vying for, or the position where Danawa is already fortified at. Danawa with this wide 2-2 split is going to have so much vision, you're not going to even be able to cross that lane.
Yeah. This is really curious from Danawa. They've split out across that creek. I'm very curious. Oh, Shen. Yeah, this is the problem for Tyloo. I mean, making those mad dashes for center circle in this particular pop, because center circle is a lot of these rice fields, it's really, really tricky, as you're seeing for LG as well. I mean, they've come out on a better end of it than Tyloo. Tyloo is still 5 kills. If they could maybe find one more, not a bad game at all. Feck's going to claim the point off of Shen. But this is going to be really tricky, because that creek in the middle, I think, is considered playable terrain, so it could end in there, like we saw on Vikendi the other day with the frozen river. I think it's the same situation, and yeah, we're just going to keep drifting in towards it. And Danawa has a really difficult choice now, Matt. On both sides of this circle, I think they're going to have to go to the east. I see them loading up in cars, but that's a tricky decision to make.
Yeah, I mean, you get there for now, but that just doesn't even feel good. There are also the foothills that kind of lead down into the creek itself. Danwa might stop off over there and maybe play for that. Tongmu is at least rewarded with not having to move. And look, he's got himself a vehicle for it, some bushes. It could be worse. Even a tractor, man.
I've seen worse situations. Sure, yeah. This is very, very challenging. QM out on the east side of Buksansa, trying to find their way out of the North Mountain Temple. In case you were curious what it meant, Buksansa means North Mountain Temple. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Today you learned.
I did not know that.
Kongnung, I'm not exactly sure. I think it means river tomb, like royal tomb. But I'm not 100% sure. I know Kong is river. Anyway.
All right, Twisted Minds, they've got control over the north. Cerberus is going to wrap away from Danawa over here to the west. That means it's going to put them right in front of Sonics, as well as Twisted Minds, as well as 17 Gaming. Oh, no! They're sending it right into a Tongmu's position. No! He can't defend it by himself. There's too many numbers.
What was Hisaki doing there? He pulled the brakes, and he kind of spun up, and that might cause him to take some damage. He just gets over the hood. Nice jump.
But it's only a matter of time before they realize it's just one guy over there that's shooting at them. There's 2 vehicles, so maybe that'll discourage it, but nah. Okay, he's going to go ahead and go down. Cerberus going to go ahead and get a good foothold in that position now and be able to exploit it for now. And I put good position in quotations, as if anybody has high ground advantage into it, it's going to spell problems. Sonic's going to go ahead and path right behind Cerberus, as Twisted Mind's going to be making their move.
This is brilliant.
I mean, almost perfectly timed. They're not even getting harassed at all for this.
No, they found the perfect timing. There was fighting, and they saw an open lane, and they took it right ahead of Twisted Minds, right on the outside of the visible range of Cerberus and 17. So they're going to be able to set up shop on the outside of these rice fields. Now, the reason they're not going further north or further east is it's really tricky the further you go in either of those directions, because you are going to expose yourself to either the hillsides to the north or something else. So you've got to be really careful here. So Sonics, I think this is about as good as it's going to get for them, and the timing in particular is quite brilliant.
That was just a phenomenally clean rotation. Question mark, they're going to have pathing to go into Tiamba. They do have the ability to look down and maybe spot out foot on the opposing hillside. Cross from the rice paddies, I believe we'll have to keep an eye on. In addition to that, it looks like most everything has kind of calmed down. Other than our initial storm for these fields to get some control, everybody else is kind of settled. We are only at phase number 3 with 46 alive, though, so that might be why.
There's a fair amount of playable space inside of this circle, too, actually. Even though there's a lot of field in it, the fields themselves on Tego not nearly as punishing as Erangel. And also, there's like the creek side actually has a fair amount of cover in some ways. Yes, thank you, observers. You can see from Foot's position here, this wide 2-2 split, but we're going to the other side of the creek. So Danawa going to have to make a move to the other side, but they've been able to scout it. They've been able to see that northeast corner completely open. Everybody in the center, good to go, but that south side where Tiamba, FaZe, a little bit of 17, a little bit of QM. It could be a little bit of a problem for those teams.
If you're wondering why people were sending it into those trash locations inside the field, it's because of this, because those trash locations right now are become extremely high value. We now have 17 that's going to have to regroup. They do have at least a foothold in. Tiamba's going to have to move. Question mark. FaZe, Foot, and Legacy, as well as Danawa is also going to have to regroup a bit, but they don't have to make just a desperation shift.
Well, Danawa's got all the information in the world. Yeah. They know almost everything that's going to be going on in this circle here pretty soon, as I can already see Loki getting up towards the high ground to look down into the fields and see why. This guy has been absolutely just phenomenal this event, Matt. He is disgusting mechanically, especially with those assault rifles.
QM, I don't know how many options that they can really work through. Everything is kind of closed off for them. The flank that they were trying to set up is pretty much the only opportunity they've got to work with, but I mean, already been spawned out. Dante's going to be stepping in, and look, 4 different firing lines, no clean pathing to work with. Dante's going to go down. Phil first, now the last one up. But, I mean, what pathing are you going to take? But with this, FaZe is creeping up back behind Tiamba. They're very focused in. They do manage to take down question mark, but is it with enough time to be able to react to what FaZe is trying to cook?
Vex trying to go for the flank side. Jeems has got 7-7, the hero for Tiamba in their win out. Gustav as well, wrapping around. So as nice of a position as this was for Tiamba, it's flipped completely on its head. They are now in a very bad position. Pow Pow spotted out, taken down prone by the tree. The other 2 members just going to load up in a vehicle and peace out.
That 4-man wall was so strong to fend up against QM, but with just the manpower that FaZe could just walk down the line, it was just essentially picking up a piece of candy every single time they spotted out a new member. Tiamba does manage to shift down into Cerberus's positioning, but they have to be careful with that. It looks like Cerberus might be eyeing getting some throwables. Maybe try to drop it right on top of him and gets really close. That one's going to get even closer, down to half-life, but no knocks coming out just quite yet.
Well, they might get backstabbed here, Tiamba, by FaZe from up on the hill here relatively shortly. Now, attention from Cerberus turned towards LG. as they have found a knock on the Mime. Mime almost bleeding out. Hisaki got knocked too. Oh my god, that's so dangerous. Taikon, though, I don't think he quite realizes that he was hitting some shots into there.
The amount of vehicles that are just over in Tongmu's last position is just ridiculous. I think there's like 4 or 5, not counting the tractor now. Legacy, they have themselves a position for now, and that's about all I'm going to say for it. It's not the best position, but it's at least some cover. They've got Danoa on one side, but guess what? They also have Foot on the other, and T5 that's got some harassing vision into it. This is not going to make them long for this world.
And this is one of these moves you can make as Danoa because you have all this information. You know that because of an Onyx up on the ridge side to your west, that you can push down on top of Legacy here, clean them out. Yeah, you get some help from Foot too, but you've nearly completed the job, just LFP1, and that's it. And this is the beauty of having this information in this space that Danoa took in the early part of the game.
LFP just hoping he can maybe get something out of it. Doesn't want to go out with no points at all, near on no life, and that's going to be exactly what happens for Legacy. Now, Danoa has every option on how they want to contend with this. Foot's going to be in front of them. FaZe going to go ahead and roll down, finish out what was going on with Tiamba just a moment ago. They've got control over the road, or the section of the circle south of the road, but it's not going to be an easy path. It's going to be LG that's get some vision into this one. Cerberus also can harass Sonics as well, as we're kind of moving into a very distinct section of this map, and with the way that it's going to line up, I mean, the way that those fields function, each one of them has their own ridge line, and that means that there's going to be a lot of intermixed peak battles.
They're like really wide trenches.
Yeah.
Like really wide. But the team I'm curious about right now is 17. They have a really difficult maneuver to make here. I don't know if they're just going to try to send it center and try to find one of those boxes that these fields create for themselves. There are a few open still, of course. Perfectic's going to be going for a res. But I love the way FaZe has played this game, by the way. I really want to give them a ton of credit for the way that they pushed out into Tiamba, forced Tiamba to rotate in front of them, and that still benefited FaZe. They're still able to win this fight in the long run, and now they take a spot that's safe-ish for now on the south side of the circle. Now, Cerberus still over there. We know they're in grenade range, but I don't know how many grenades Cerberus has left.
Also, do note that FaZe brought most of their vehicles down with them, and so in a resource environment where most people's vehicles have some type of damage to them, they at least have something to try to work. 17 Gaming looks like they're starting to stack up their vehicle as well. Are they going to be wrapping in back behind FaZe? I think that they were scouting this, and it looks like that's going to be what they're trying to do, but so much damage already coming out. Vex going to be leading the way, going for the spray out. Oh! Manages to line up through. James Vex double up into it. 17 Gaming just on a back foot, and now just completely taken out. FaZe at 10 kills.
Beautiful stuff. Oh my god, I thought that Panzer was going to connect on the Tiggleton. Only did a little bit of damage, but kickstart. Big grenade takes down 2 from Twisted Minds.
Stops them in their tracks. Now it's going to be about how Sonics can try to perform around this. Cerberus is also creeped up, shifted into Petulant's positioning, and going to make it a bit more complicated for him. Spyro pretty much leading the pathing on this one. Wants to get a res back onto Lou, realizing the fact that he's going to be heftily outnumbered over here if he's not careful.
Petulant's trying to get that off angle from above, has a pretty good one, but the smokes also very good for Sonics. Should see kick in a moment, but has to back off. Spyro able to get the res onto Lou, but they are very beat up. Sonics know it. They want to punish this. They don't want to give him time to get these first aids.
Good spray comes out, but return from Petulant's up on the hillside, back behind, providing some type of cover. Petulant's pretty much the only bit of high ground in the entirety of this circle and trying to make sure he exploits it as much as he can for his teammates. LG now doubling up into this with Twisted Minds, harassing everything that Sonics is trying to provide as the new circle pops, and wow, it's pretty much Danoa and what? 2 members of LG in the circle?
Yep, Danoa is really in firm control of this. They have done a great job of taking these positions very wide, very early, giving themselves a lot of high percentage opportunities to be in the next circles, to control zones in the next circle, and have relative safety, clearing their flanks along the way, scooping up points now. Loki going to get the flush onto Tiggleton. So this fight, which looks so good for the Sonics, they just couldn't quite seal the deal, and it's Petulant's, that guy that Loki's shooting at right now, that really made it untenable for the Sonics.
Twisted Minds wants to finish out Sonic so that way they can move, but Loki is going to come over and get involved at range, and now it has just become problem upon problem. This nade needs to come up in a big way, but even if it does, and manage to take down H1, there's a whole new set of problems that are going to be brewing. So Loki and the rest of Danoa have almost the entirety of this circle under control right now. It's going to be teams lined up onto the edge and everybody having to contend with some part of Danoa, but that does mean there are going to be a ton of threats all eyeing this very separated out Danoa.
Yeah, the thing that Danoa is trying to do now is not only keep information, keep space, but try to steal kills, try to steal points if possible. LG still very much alive, and a good grenade from Rello finds the end of FaZe. Very nicely placed, very nicely timed. And LG, think about that dangerous move they made, Matt, in the early part of this game, and it is paying dividends.
So we've got the hillside fight pretty much up on the top of it. It's going to be the field, and no! Of the worst times for the vehicle to flip. Cerberus, where can you even go? Just jumps down, trying to find somewhere to stop over for just a second. Meanwhile, down the slope into the lower area where the creek was going to be at, T5 is going to go ahead and finish off. But they're going to get control. Danoa's lined up over here. They're going to have some crates that line up on top of them, but H-Win waits in the smokes, and man, oh man, could he just absolutely pick them apart. It looks like he might be just kind of wanting them to brave up in front. They're just going to step in and take the vehicles. Those are Sonic's vehicles that they just grabbed and ran off with, right?
You got exactly the right read. I think they think that H-Win peeled out of here. Instead, he's trying to bamboozle them. He might just go for the backstab play. I don't know if he has any frag grenades left in the bag or not. Didn't catch it. Last time we saw him, no, none. So this has to be purely off the back of an extended mag AUG with Cerberus on the side. Nope, Batulin smells it, sniffs it out. Very, very good stuff here from the IGL for Twisted Minds.
LG just climbing up and up at 11 kills right now, and pretty much everything that's going on in the rice field is going to be LG and the control that they have. That's just going to allow Danoa to get more and more control over the hillside, though. T5 is inside this and did just win their firefight, but they just have so little information on what's going on top of this hill.
And Danoa getting a gift. The care package has arrived for them. So again, it's the things for Danoa. You know, you can look at this game and think it's easy or something like that. These replays are nasty stuff from Fex and the boys on FaZe, but with the reason that like Danoa does what they do is, you know, the more space you control, the more likely you are to be in the next circles. Not only that, you're more likely to get crates. You're more like a lot of things are more likely to go your way if you can control space as well as they do.
Yeah, but I mean, you also have to have the firing capabilities that that squad does. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. Lou's going to drop down to Moss, stop anything that he was going to try to go with. LG's going to be pushing in the other side of Cerberus. And their troubles just continue to mount as, yes, Twisted Minds, they are going to be trying to make some type of move. I also want to point out that Mime has moved in pretty centered on the rice fields themselves, and even if Tycon manages to survive and has to move into the circle, it's just going to be right into Mime's sightline.
Absolutely. Flood here trying to find another way out of this bad situation. I mean, yeah, like you said, Mime's up there, but getting to him is going to be the real problem. He's got to do a few up and overs over those ridge lines to get there. Twisted Minds has vehicles to make their lives a little bit easier. This is the real threat now for Danoa to potentially thwart them from winning this game as T5. How exactly they're going to play it. Danoa's trying to cut off this entire eastern side of the road to themselves, being very greedy with this, and rightly so. So Theraton 5 might not have any other choice than to try to either share that space or try to contest Danoa for it.
3 members of Danoa all grouping up means that you know a fight is going to happen. They want to make sure to punish. Tycon, though, I mean, he just will not die. If an apocalypse were to occur right now, pretty much Tycon Twinkies would be the last things remaining.
The man can survive nuclear explosions. You heard it here first, folks. Absolutely, he is one of the best in the business. But out in the blue, out in the open, and down he goes. The
Only the blue zone can take him down.
Yeah, that's the only thing strong enough.
All right, T5, you've got to line up into Danoa now, and what are you going to do? Thanadol's getting very close, but this also means that the circle control that Danoa had over into the west is being surrendered. Loki and the rest of the crew, though, sitting at 6 kills right now, realizing how this line is going to come out for them while allowing LG to take a lot more control over that center line. Rusted does manage to survive.
Great timing on that grenade. Right as the vehicle's exploding, it comes right behind it, knowing that that was likely going to open up space, but I don't think they have any idea that Thanadol's prone.
He's been creeping forward on it. It's just the problem. Numbers disadvantage for T5 right now. Really the terrain disadvantage as well. Trying to play along the smokes. It's just going to be Thanadol. And more as Hatsawat moves forward means the fact that those nades are going to be falling into his line. So Loot way back right now for Danoa and wanting to make sure that he provides any type of support. Nade's going to go too long as T5 is way closer than Danoa is wanting right now. Shifting from smoke to smoke. Now stepping in. And that car. They're using the car as a line. Trying to creep into it. But it gets red as Danoa realizes this. Now lining back down, realizing the gap in the smoke is going to be the weak point.
Yeah, this has been a really tough fight for both teams. Neither one really getting a great angle on the other. The grenades going a little bit too wide or too short for Danoa, not really able to find the mark onto that. Twisted Minds, in the meantime, has to contest with LG for center circle spots, and LG finally finds some vehicles, finally finds a way in. Loki and Anonyx and Soul clean up T5.
I mean, it was a matter of time based off of the positioning, but the problem for everybody else now inside this circle is Danawa is free yet again to look back into the territory that they once controlled, and much like the Lion King, pretty much anything the light touches is what Danawa thinks is theirs, as Twisted Minds just on the edge of the zone and being gate kept out by LG.
If we could get Inonix to hold up Loki with a Simba moment, I'd be a very happy man. Loki going to be the edge of one of Danawa's flanks. Soul just sprays down mine with that FAMAS, but Flood has an opportunity to get some damage, but can't find any more with Twisted Minds right on his backside. He can't afford to do those peaks for very long.
We're in phase 8, so the position that Flood's playing is pretty much where the dot's going to end up at. Danawa's got control over the north, and they do have Loki playing down to the south right now. Twisted Minds, you can see, they've got some hay bales, and that's about it. And you just need to stack up whatever you can. This is just going to be a firefight your way out of it, but you're going to have to firefight up against Danawa to fight your way out. And that is a full 4-man squad lined up with all the territory control, all the good points to play from. It's going to be hard.
Blue's got that Dragunov. I mean, one headshot, and all of a sudden, Twisted Minds' fate and fortune could turn. But now they have to army crawl their way with just, again, this minor ridgeline. Knowing that Flood's up there right behind that pony, Danawa going to try to get a little bit of a better angle. I think they want Flood potentially down and out here. And Inonix is going pretty deep, and that car just went, I think, further than he wanted.
Well, I like this. No, he crosses the road, gets over there, and now it is a 2-2 split coming up. They have a perfect crossfire. Soul is going to be controlling everything that's going to be to the north. Meanwhile, Vitskulins looks like he's trying to find something. Flood was trying to go for a play. He's going to go down. And now it is just Twisted Minds going to be following the blue zone right into the waiting arms of Danawa.
Yeah, this is Danawa written all over it. And Onyx wanted to keep that vehicle there for cover, but the smokes are good enough. Soul with a FAMAS is an absolute threat. This is all but over.
I mean, really, can they just get the point off of the knock with a Nonix is what they're going to be after. Soul wants to step out, keep his teammate alive. Now it's just going to be Lou, Neuron, Nomads. It wouldn't surprise me if they have nothing to work with, given how much Twisted Minds have just been trying to cling to life over here. Soul's going to step in, find it, pick it up, and that's going to be Danawa with a clean victory.
Smart, safe, secure. Danawa, a steady hand throughout this entire one, Matt.
If you wanted to know why Soul costs so much in fantasy,
that's why.
That's it. That's it right there. And worth every penny if you guys had him on his roster.
Yeah.
Right,
No. He is. This is why people like Tiggleton tell me that he thinks Soul is actually the best player in the world right now. And you just saw why, folks. You give him those big boy guns, he does big boy things.
Just the audacity of that squad to take control over that much territory and just do it. I mean, there were, what, 8, 10 teams that were still alive? Sure, some of them were weakened, and there was like a solo here or there, but they managed to kick that together for so long.
And they kick out teams when they need to. They kick out Legacy, never allow them a threat, handle T5, the only other threat in that game, really, before they're able to just swoop through and, like you said, start flanking out, get that 2-2 split.
Just absolutely stellar performances. We have to make our way over to Miramar, and we're going to go ahead and throw it over to our analyst to get us all set and ready to go.
Four different games, 4 different chicken winners, and this time it's Danawa's time to shine. Soul was the leader of that team, and they managed to push their way into a dominant victory. Let's take a look back at the highlights.
When you're able to close out a Youngchang hot drop like that, and then also go on and completely frag out, that's impressive. But they had 3 absolutely crucial circles go their way for them. If there was anywhere like on the west side, kind of in the TDM area on the hill on the left side here of where we're seeing Shin and Fex shoot out right now, in this area, if it ended that way, they're going to have a way harder time. But they had a fantastic opportunity to fight their way through, and then the circles kind of delayed that. They didn't have to go too fast and too far. But of course, they fragged out, they won their fights. Super impressive game for them overall here.
You referred to a TDM area. Can you explain that to me, just for those at home? Like,
yeah, like the little hill on the left side is like a TDM area.
And so the players seemed like they were more comfortable here.
One of the TDM maps that, super super common.
So those watching home, if you said the players really seem to be in the zone, they seem to know this area very well because they probably spent a lot of time here. Now let's take a look at that end game push. As you saw, Twisted Minds able to dig through. LG used their Vikendi strats to try to salvage this game. They did a little lay and pray, and it got them all the way to 3rd place. So
also
good for them.
fragged out. Good nades from Rello. One of the biggest games we've seen from Rello so far.
Absolutely. Rello absolutely shining, and that's from the IGL, which is always very impressive to see. My name is Tyvus, and joined by Avenger. Welcome back to the desk. The Chaos maps have come to a close for day one, but that's exactly what they were. I mean, that field ending was not easy for anybody. We saw teams having to sort of send in hope. We saw Donowa get some incredible shift, and Twisted Minds finally shows up in the top 3.
Yeah, it's good to see them come in here. Not that many kills that we usually saw. LG, of course, fantastic game for them in terms of the total kills. They're going to be able to get 12 total, but get them in 2nd place here. FaZe on 10. Donowa, though, 14 kills, 2,800 damage, 19 grenades, and of course, they're a full 4-man all the way through to the end.
That was an incredible game for them.
Super incredible, yeah.
Good for them. I mean, that's what this kind of speed you like to see. A team like this deserves it. We see Soul coming out as the man. I'm going to just say he's going to be the man of the match at this point, with 7 kills and 6 knockouts. Though the rest of the team putting in a ton of work. 700 plus damage from an Inonix, 542 coming out of Loki, and a 738 out of Salute. Means that nobody sat on their laurels. Everybody pushed, but the crown will go to Soul with that performance.
Yeah, it's good to see him up here. Of course, one of our top-rated players coming into for the year in general here. He's been a standout player. He was incredible, especially at the PGSs too. So it's good to see him start off like this. This is what Donowa, from a mental game standpoint, this is what they needed as well. It's going to give them 24 points. LG, impressive game here. They needed it. You pointed out they were in the bottom. They needed to have a good one here. It's going to be 17 points coming their way. FaZe also needed it, 11. And then 2 teams on 9 here. Good to see Twisted Minds. They got a high placement. T5 had the compound, but they actually got destroyed by Donowa. They were able to defend that super well. T5 tried to aggress through the smokes on a ridge where Donowa had the offense, they had the angles, and they completely demolished them.
All right, and just off the back of that game, 17 going to be at the 47. Donowa jumps strongly into 2nd at 42. We see T5 still holding strong in the mid-pack. LG climbs out of the basement into 6th place, and then FaZe obviously up there making a big push as well. Twisted Minds managing to climb into 9th. I think they were in 14 or 15 at the start of this match. We'll see how those climbs continue. Worth noting, Cerberus and NH Esports still struggling to put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah. They're still single digits.
Yeah, and that's when we talk about you need that average, 6.5 points per game if you want to hit that 75. And this is not a start that they can be okay with. This is looking, I mean, they're looking like losers bracket teams with the sort of like, oh, maybe we'll have a couple of bad games and then get back into this. I don't think that's going to work in this lobby.
Unless you have like an insane run in the day 2, then yeah, you want to get those averages, of course. Otherwise, you're going to have a hard time. Also, you want to, like, these are the teams that you're potentially going to be fighting against in the grand final. You want to show them what you're made of. You want to put the respect out there.
Absolutely. But maybe the chance for them to shift it around. We're going to head to Miramar in just a second. The Intellectuals map, perhaps, for some of these teams that like strategic rotations and don't like getting stuck out. When we get back after this break, it's time for the Dusty Dunes, so don't go anywhere. Game 5 coming up.
Unleash my shopping spree.
Duty-free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่ง
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
Here's the weather update for the Rondo area. I'm from the Rondo region. If you've been yearning for the sun after yesterday, please check your flight schedules to ensure your travel plans.
Why did you come to Rondo? Stand your ground.
It's only a perfect victory when the whole team lives. I know where he's going.
Yeah. 希望在比赛中一起加油，我们一起进决赛。
希望你们不要在赛场上被我杀了，然后被我嘲讽。
I'd just like to say I've recently joined this team as well. Have also been playing together for a long time, so it was kind of easy to mesh well. Yeah.
我们信心肯定有的，但是肯定要靠我们自己的努力争取这个冠军，拿下了我们就大满贯了。加油，谢谢，拜拜。
Keep going indeed, as we're going to keep going and making our way over to Miramar, as happening a lot inside of the players.
Yeah, the players are getting fired up. A lot of positive energy back behind the scenes, especially among our top teams, of course. Danawa, the winners of the previous match. But, you know, it's in a way, you know, we all talk about how coming into today, Matt, that this was going to be a potential grand finals lobby. Like, we might just see these exact same 16 teams again next week at this time. But you know, the teams that we're expecting to do well are doing well. I mean, you know, Tiamba, Sonics, 17, of course, Danawa, like, these are all teams that absolutely were among the favorites to be winning this event, and they're showing you why right now, and they're just playing their games. Nobody's doing anything unorthodox, out of the ordinary. I think the Sonics push on a 17 was probably one of the more wild, I guess I'll say, plays that we're going to see, but it wasn't a bad one. It won them the game.
It was a good play, and it goes back into that. When you get the best of the best, there's RNG, there's circles, there's all this other stuff, but these players know how to navigate it so freaking well. It's just the fact that they... Again, look at that last game and the way that Danawa just took control of everything. Look at the way that Sonics made the push whenever we were back on Erangel. It's just game knowledge coming in, taking out, removing those RNG elements as just your aim and your skill that you're bringing out is just so on point.
Exactly. And LG in that previous game, ton of credit to them with that dive that they made and the way that they made it work. That was an extremely difficult position for them to do it in. As we go over to the Dusty Dunes, Matt, it is time for Miramar.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you we have a plane path over Oasis that ends over Puerto Paraiso. So we are pretty heavily eastern leaning, and when you see a plane path like this, there are some chances for island shenanigans. I'm not even an island guy. I don't like it that much. But yes, Miramar Island is potential.
I did the math once, and if I remember, it's like 1 out of every 2,500 circles in the esports settings end on the islands. Something around that number. It's a pretty low chance that it happens, but it does from time to time, and this is one of the plane paths that does afford the opportunity.
We also have the opportunity for like an Oasis game, a lot of fun. This is a very good plane path for us, the viewers and casters, but going to be a bit more complicated for some of our teams that are wanting to stretch down, most notably Legacy. Not necessarily the easiest to get down to Valdemar.
I would love an Oasis ending because I know that area really well. That's where I like to drop on this map these days.
Dude, I love Oasis.
It's so good. Not because Donna was there. Just, I mean, I am biased as heck.
Of course you go where Donna goes. I'm so shocked.
I have no idea what you're talking about. No bias here at all. Actually, I said before the tournament that I was going to go like full Korea bias, but I haven't done it yet.
I also do want to remind everybody, make sure you have your game client open and prepared because the first team that is going to get eliminated, we're going to go ahead and give you guys a code as the circle does pop, does not go to the island, does not even go to Oasis, but Campo Militar is still in play.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting, and with the Death Star Trench still in play, not exactly sure. That's kind of almost, I'd say it's like 60% north, 40% south of El Azahar is where this circle's likely to go. And Yes.
I really like the esports jacket whenever you're parachuting.
Oh, it's
by the
so
way.
gorgeous.
Like the way it kind of like flares out as it's coming in. It's got that whole like Batman dynamic going for it whenever Batman jumps off a roof or something like that with his cape. I'm a sucker for it.
Oh, I'm still using the last year's PGC skins because purple is my favorite color. So therefore, I still use PGC 2022 skins. That being said, yes, that being said, it is very, very tempting to switch over to the 23 skins because of how awesome they are. The color scheme, awesome. The design, just top tier. These are some of my favorite skins we've had, and we've had a lot of really good ones for esports.
If you like blue, this is definitely your skin, right? I mean, there's...
Exactly.
I don't know, if you're a Sonics fan or something like that, might be worth a pickup just to support and double up inside of it, right?
Yeah, plus all the proceeds go towards the prize pool. Not all, but a portion of the proceeds go towards the prize pool for the players. So you not only get to look good, but you get to support PUBG Esports, and everybody, the players especially, are going to be very, very thankful of that extra money in their pockets.
This is also the reminder that we are not getting the Sonics 17 contestation for Picado. It's just... it's something that we've seen brew over several years, and neither team really wants to just commit in because of the amount of problems that could go on. And I mean, sure, take out tires. So you got to stay fresh, man.
There could be teams rotating behind you, and you want to limit any potential opportunities that they have. Here's this end game from Donowa. This 2-2 split, so solid. Just trades abounding. They know it's a 2v4, so they can play the 2-2. And you don't give up any extra knocks.
And I'm going to say this going back into the Sonics conversation and not going into Picado. I feel like I like this Sonics more because there is a certain amount of rote that can come into always dropping the same place over and over and over again. And with this, yes, Sonics doesn't have quite the same, I guess, constant planning that they've always had to deal with, but that also means the fact that they're playing a lot fresher on minds, you know what I mean? It's one of those things like if you step away from a game for a period of time and then come back into it, you see it with a new perspective. I almost get this feeling that with Sonics stepping away from these positions, we're seeing them play just a bit differently, like what we saw in Erangel, them making that push out of Severny. It's not necessarily a different Sonics, it's just a different flavor of them, I guess.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I think what's really impressed me is when they punish weaknesses in other teams. Like, they notice it, and they are very keen to exploit those weaknesses. Like the game you're talking about, absolutely. The game on this map previously in a somewhat similar circle where they wrapped way up to the north, which I wouldn't be surprised if they do with this particular, their Impala drop spot. They might go all the way up to Campo Militar and then wrap in from there. But they wrapped in behind DK. They recognized that DK was a player down. They knew they had an advantage in that way. They were coming from the safe side of that particular compound. And also they they knew that their flanks were clear because of the information they had. So they put all this together into this brilliant execution strategy that they commit, and it's what has really led them to success so far this year. It's just this mindset that you're talking about that they've come in with is so good.
I also want to point out while this is going on, remember that the map feed is very vital for circles like this, so make sure you give it a glance. We also do have a 2-2 split coming up from Tai Lu, who did get some circle favor, so they are on both sides of Death Star Trench, just to be safe. And we kind of explained this whenever we were looking back on Erangel and the river cutting through it. Death Star Trench, that's the center of the circle, kind of does the same thing, just because it's so vertical to try to deal with. So many of the teams, an early commitment north or south can spell your doom if it goes the opposite direction.
Exactly. You do gamble a bit, like if you're FaZe or if you're some of these other teams like T5, Danawa, that are on the northern side, it is more likely to go that way with how much space is still up there, but it doesn't have to. And things can get very dire trying to go down and through that trench. It's very exposed. Tai Lu's split here, by the way, if you're looking at the map feed, which again, you really should be, Tai Lu's split is relatively safe because actually the one where Shen is very high. So you can almost see to where Atungmu and the other players are. From that. So it's a relatively safe one. H-Win going to be the one with the MG3, it looks like, this time around. Going to opt to go for it. Really good gun, especially in this meta. Great for taking out cars, taking down drive-bys. You can prone down, and that thing is a laser when you prone.
This section of the map, it's also going to be really, really useful because there's a lot of just trench fighting, right? It's a lot of run and gun. You go get control over one area, step forward, jump about another, 50 meters or so forward to get into this new dip. 17 Gaming, though, their pathing is going to be a little bit more complicated. They do have LG that left out of Minas Generalis just to the north and the east of their position, so it's going to contain them just a bit. Asla just going to be to the north of that in a 2-2 split. Legacy going to be due north of 17 Gaming. Nobody over into the west because that's right up against the zone wall, so nobody really wants to be playing that graveyard no man's land, as that is not quite pertained. Almost all of our teams, though, are playing in the southern part of the circle, south of Cruz de Valle, and that means that that's pretty much wide open if anybody wants to go for some long ramps.
Yeah, it's pretty unlikely that this double hard shifts up towards Cruz de Valle. That's why most people are playing it that way. It can, but
don't count out PGC circles. They can do whatever
that's true.
They want.
We've seen some bizarre ones on Miramar, but I'm really curious about the Sonics here. They stopped up short. I thought they might try to make the wide northern wrap. Instead, they're going to be kind of to the east of El Azahar. One interesting thing we didn't get to see in the feed was that T-Bone from Foot dropped east of Impala, where Sonics were dropping. I don't know if he ever got spotted. I think he was trying to get information, maybe seeing if they could set up for some kind of surprise play, or at least keep track of Sonics so they don't run into them. But right now, I think Sonics are going to barricade that easternmost road, so nobody else is going to be allowed to rotate north easily.
Looking at just kind of the carryover of damage, Twisted Minds do have some friends in Day Trade that are pretty close, but looks like Day Trade might have realized that this is a 2-2 split, aren't collapsing on it, but Twisted Minds realized the vulnerability of that position. They're already stepping away. They've got a hell set that they can kind of escape from as they're playing around water. So they don't have too much that they have to worry about right now. They should probably be able to regroup, as most of the teams are just kind of waiting for the circle to finish condensing down and give us an idea on what type of chaos we're going to be moving into.
Yep, this is classic Twisted Minds. Love to get to the highest spot in the circle on Miramar and then make their place from there. Now, Batu's Bronco has lost a tire, but the pro players are pretty good at driving without tires. They do spin out from time to time, but they're pretty solid. The real trick to driving without tires is to keep yourself as straight as possible for as long as possible. Then you don't risk spinning out too much.
You see as he takes the hill at an angle.
Yeah, no, I think he's going to have to try a different angle or just walk up there and get in somebody else's vehicle. I'm not sure what he's doing. He might be able to keep it. It's tough to get up that hill, too. You lose a bit of traction losing those tires. And even on the Bronco, which has great torque, which allows it to get up hills very nicely on this map, can be a little tricky up that steep water treatment hillside.
We do have a sandstorm that is down in the southwest as well, where 17 Gaming is, also where Day Trade is going to be wrapping by. So those are going to be pretty close to each other. A little Ghost about to be scouting with his body yet again, as would be surprised if we see a knock come his direction as all of Day Trade is about to collapse down on him. Yep, and Belmont's going to roll right in. The shot not going to connect the way that they want to, so Belmont's going to continue going forward. Rest of Day Trade, are they going to stay? Or were those couple of shots enough to discourage? And no, little Ghost, you are super outnumbered.
Yeah, I don't know if he has an exit plan because he's alone, and I don't see the reinforcements. Now they're getting in vehicles, so Lil Ghost can buy some time. The cavalry will be coming through very, very shortly here. As, yep, here we go. Xiaobei, Xiaowu going to be making their way through. Nurin's a day trade. You know, we saw in Taego, these early pull-ups didn't go so good. Now that was a much more fortified Tai Lu they ran into. This time around, might just opt to kind of share some space here. Hopefully day trade, keep those vehicles safe. That Murado, though, a little bit concerning. It could potentially be a little tricky to get to, but
circle pops, and it does not keep this compound in play. So now a very awkward set of neighbors going to have to figure out what they're going to do. This compound can definitely hold down 2, but it does look like it is going to be 17 leaning away from this, at least getting a foothold inside the next circle to get some safety to deal with. Most of our teams also going to need to kind of collapse into this are going to be Foot as well as Tiamba. LG is going to have to condense in a bit as Twisted Minds doing some scouting from the air, feeding that over to the people that are going to be down on the ground, and even going to make it down to the ground himself. But is the ground scary? The ground is scary. Everything was safer when you were in the air, Batulans.
The floor is lava for Batulans there, just absolutely doing the dirty work here for Twisted Minds. The unsung hero for Twisted Minds, Batulans, getting the information. Yes, he dies, but they get some space.
Speaking of space, Day Trade also gets some space away from 17 Gaming. They're going to be rotating up next to Crowdfunding. Looks like that's going to be pretty open, so nothing to be too scary for them. FaZe are pretty centered, and I say pretty centered because they are running a 2-2 split, and they do have Twisted Minds in between them. So by their powers combined, I guess, yeah, that's the center.
Yeah, it's a great compound for FaZe to hold if they can do so. It can be a little tricky. We've seen teams lose fights in that compound that have cost them dearly with those 2-2 splits. Somebody can sneak up underneath your nose from the west or from the south, and all of a sudden you've got a real fight on your hands. But if you could control those compounds, if you could control that space, circles do kind of magnet around it sometimes. So it can be very, very powerful, very, very strong for FaZe, who has Prio in a circle like this. Early rotations to the north side paying off big time for FaZe.
Tiamba making their rotation down next to Truck Stop, but there's not going to be anybody really there. LG might have some vision on it, but they're already rotating. Day Trade do manage to make it into the circle in this almost, I would say, about a fifth of the circle that T5 had control over around Crowdfunding. So that's now going to finally have somebody else that's going to be coming in over here. But, I mean, T5's so far away. I mean, look at how far these shots are away, and this is Day Trade's closest team right now.
Yeah, it's almost a kilometer. I mean, that is out there. Those are wanting shots, and hopefully, eventually. I mean, the good news for Day Trade is they have a lot of space in front of them. I do too.
I love that water tower so much.
I love the truck stop. That is another fun place to go, fun place to fight. Really nice addition to this map with the new update. A lot of really nice things. Again, Miramar, still my favorite map, even with the update. Just made it better, so gotta love it. And meanwhile, Foot going to be getting somewhat close here, within about 100 meters of QM. I don't know if a fight's going to come out of it. Yep, there are those shots on the Batu. Oh, Hikari. Got that knock.
Dirty.
Yeah, that is a pretty nasty angle.
We do have, as you were talking about, Foot and QM pretty close next to each other in Tierra Branca. But Foot's kind of separated out. QM also separated. They were running, QM was running a 2-1-1. So no big pressure coming on either side of that. We do also have a sandstorm that's going through the southern part of the circle right now, and that's encompassed pretty much Tiamba as well as Cerberus, Tai Lu, and LG. So that's kind of stopping everything around the Azahar positionings. Very quiet Miramar so far, with just that one casualty on Twisted Minds being the Tulans, and that's about it.
Yeah, next circle could get interesting. Teams that are south of the Death Star Trench are going to have trouble. Getting, like we talked about earlier, getting across there can be a little bit tricky. Cerberus is stuck in the gas station, which is not a great place to be at times. And if they can get out of there, or if this just happens, wow.
Okay. Remember how we were talking about Death Star Trench and we kind of stopped talking about it because it wasn't a feature? Well, it's back to being a major feature, as it's going to run through the southern half pretty heftily. That means that this is going to get a lot more dangerous for these teams, most notably the teams that were leaning more into the north. Foot, QM, T5, Day Trade. They're all going to have to make some very difficult decisions in how they want to navigate, because the northern part of the Death Star Trench is pretty open.
Yeah, and it should shift north. That's the way that this next circle is more likely than not to go. Ozla taking some damage, but still maintaining a very large split across the road, across that trench. This is interesting. I think if I'm Ozla at this point, I'm grouping up at the double warehouses. I'm heading up that way to where we're seeing Hikari and Akkad on your screen right now. I think that's probably their better option, but I don't see the other two in vehicles. I don't see Wicked and Adder in vehicles just yet, so they're going to try to lock it down, but they've got 17 getting dangerously close to that southwest corner of the circle.
This feels like Ozla has no good choice, because any choice is going to cost them, so they're just not making the choice and hoping the fact that whatever's going to come their way, they can fight their way through. 17 day trade and legacy all up on top of them. That was its own set of problems. Man, what are you going to do? Whenever there's angles out there, this is how Miramar goes, right? Specifically this area as well.
Yep. It's tricky. I mean, even though all these players know Miramar extremely well, you still sometimes get caught off guard by angles because there's so much terrain, there's so much surface area on Miramar to work with that sometimes, you think you're safe and, well, maybe you're actually not. Now, there was a little bit of a dust-up between Danawa and Sonics earlier. There might be a dust-up between Danawa and Foot. Up on the northeastern side, Danawa's fan way out to try to control space up there, but Foot is trying to navigate their way currently literally on foot. I'm not making a pun. They're actually just on their feet. They're not in vehicles trying to get into the next circle.
Sonic's trying to get into this circle right now, and they're dealing with Tiamba. Pretty much being harassed. It's going to be Pau Pau that's playing outside the zone, and that harassment is going to be just enough to force them into the north. But now you're seeing the problem. Look in front of Sonics and how they have to navigate this. They are just going to go ahead and try to cut in. This is a very aggressive reposition to try to get right up on top of this one. Nade's going to come out. No one around Tiggleton right now, so that means if anything, it's just a go-away grenade. Just get out of here. I don't like it.
I think Tiamba has to at least have some suspicion that this is Sonics. It's got to be either Sonics or Foot, basically, is what you're thinking as Tiamba, based on the drop spots and the way the circle has maneuvered itself. So for Tiamba there, I think, again, discretion the better part of valor. Don't need to overcommit. You're pretty extended. You're pretty spread wide. And you don't want to give Sonics any opportunity because they will absolutely capitalize on any weakness you show. Legacy, just south of FaZe's position. Open space. You can see why they're trying to figure out an angle. They're trying to find out how exactly they want to set up those vehicles for the defense, but an attack onto T5 from QM.
Just curious on seeing how that nade bounced. It didn't quite go the way they wanted to. The circle's going to go ahead and be straight up onto Tyloo. NH also going to have some of Azahar that they're going to be able to play. So our southern team's now desperately going to have to contend with something. But that area that's just north of Tiamba is going to have a lot of vision on what's going on inside the circle itself. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a pretty big firefight for that position.
Sonics have a tough run ahead of them in this game, to be frank. They might try to just dust it up with Tiamba, take that position you're talking about, Matt, to get that info away from them, and also give themselves a slightly easier rotation path into this circle, because with Cerberus barricading the garage, or excuse me, the gas station.
Wait a minute, though. Day Trade doesn't have very many options, so they're going to send it right just down below Tyloo. Keep in mind, they were shooting at QM, who was using that road out of Azahar to kind of back path around this one, and they're just kind of rolling up that hillside back behind Tyloo. So while Tyloo had tons of control here, suddenly, due to the way the rotations come in, they're finding themselves just completely getting battered on different angles and need to be very, very careful in this fortification.
Well, the good news for them is that T5 has an angle onto the backside of Day Trade, and they're trying to punish it as best as they can. FaZe is going to have to watch their edge on the other side. I don't think they're going to make a move just yet. Here we go. Sonics bullying, jockeying for position, doing some damage on the exits towards Tiamba.
Timing just about a second too late. Going to be rolling forward. Linshu, though, is going to get the knock on Tiggleton and Shrimzy both. Now Tiamba getting control over this fight. They're going to go ahead and have that vehicle that was just running away roll right back into it. 17 Gaming, Zhao was like, nah, man, I want those points. Thank you. I'll go ahead and take Tiggleton for myself.
Yeah, 17 being really maneuverable on these edges, looking for these fights, looking for these points. And they might scoop a few up. Tiamba trying to do a rescue mission. No.
Oh, no.
You know what? That might work. He just yeeted him behind the house.
I mean, the strategy. We'll go ahead and say that was 100% intentional because it got him somewhere that's going to be resible where he was probably going to go down. Now the firefighting's going to be going. It's going to be Zhao who gets the knock on to H1 as well. He's going to go ahead and get flushed out for his trouble. Shrimzy did get rezzed. Now going to be running forward, wants to get more damage into 17 Gaming. 17 Gaming over here as well as the Tiamba positioning. LG going to be right up on top of all of the Sonics are going to get eliminated, and nobody is winning this firefight cleanly.
No, this went pretty sideways. Sonics tried to take a fair fight, and it wasn't so fair, especially with this guy who's going absolutely nuclear right now. Grenade was good. Damage being done from the molly.
Linshu going to go ahead and pick up more. He is absolutely farming right now with 2 kills for himself, but has been pumping out the damage for Tiamba.
Yeah, 400 damage already for Linshu. He is having a whale of a round. That double knock onto the Sonics was brutal. That just completely stopped the Sonics in their tracks. It opened up a little bit of space. I don't know if this is going to work.
Yeah, that rotation was risky, and they knew it. Ghost having some trouble of himself as he's going to be moving into where Foot's going to be positioned at down here. And Azar, but he's got a close range fight. Going to at least pick up one more point for his squad.
T-Bone tried to switch to the sawed-off there. Didn't quite go his way. You cannot mess with Lil Ghost in these close quarter situations. He's so maneuverable. He's so smart. If that molly hits, I'm going to lose my mind. No, it just went a bit too far.
Just buys the time that he wants, slows down 8C, because keep in mind, it is just 8C over here. There are the other two members for Foot providing some support and really can't allow anything for Lil Ghost to step out. But the circle also moves back into the northern side of Death Star Trench. Lil Ghost wants to try to exploit that smoke. 8C's got the nade prepped up and ready to go. Lil Ghost just wants to fight it, man. He wants to spot it, and he's going to walk right into that wrong doorway. He's going to go and get spotted, taken down. Foot, though, needs to collapse back together very quickly as QM is going to have the high ground up on top of him. And whoa, Azla just gets rid of Twisted Minds.
A nasty push there from Azla, who finally are able to get together as a four-man on the other side of this road. Now they have to potentially defend from a couple different angles. You got FaZe above them, Tiamba below them, LGC as well, Legacy in the mix. This is not going to be easy for Azla.
FaZe wanting to stack up some kills right now. Not feeling good in that 9th place position. Azla's going to be up in front of them. They've got the defensive wall to play from, but with this, it's its own separated fight. Tyler's also taking some pot shots into it from the northeast, but that's mostly on the Azla line. FaZe has been playing away from it, using that hillside, trying to defend up as best as it can, and that vehicle goes rolling off in the distance.
Yeah, that was almost bad. Fex there going to find LFP1, the last member of Legacy. Going to eliminate him from the equation, but taking some damage from some other angles. James going to get knocked by Rossiter Jr. The good news here, for a moment, Tiamba got stopped up by Cerberus, but Tiamba continuing the march forward into the Azla flanks.
I mean, make what you can get right now, as it's going to be Lynch who's going to go ahead and pick up yet another, as Adder going to find more trouble. Vex is already inside the circle, and oddly enough, Tiamba and FaZe have now gate kept out the position that Azla's wanting to navigate through. Kara, you can see, just trying to find some vulnerabilities to try to approach from, as even Mortar is going to start getting involved.
Yeah, he's got an angle potentially on top of him. I believe that's ZYY out there, and he has to just go into the blue and try it. But Lin Shu with this 4X AUG is obliterating people.
It is just a walk and spray style situation. This guy's got so much control over that one. Azla, what are you going to do? Now eyeing back into the phase line. Gustav going to go ahead and get spotted out. Khan's going to take him down. But T5 now going to usurp that position, and Azla's woe is going to continue as it's just a new four-man squad waiting to take them on.
Yeah, so for T5 here, you're going to leave Rossiter Jr. to keep Day Trade at bay and see if they can pick off some points from Azla, who's trying to rotate away from Tiamba's position. On the eastern side, things are getting hot and heavy. Foot, a couple other teams involved in that one, but Tycon, Cerberus has to make a move out of this gas station, and they're waiting for Tiamba to push out far enough that they can safely get to this hillside and get into their flanks.
This firefight over here into the east is breaking out by the moment. You can see Foot wanted to move forward, do manage to take out NH, but QM is already going to be gatekeeping. Donovan also sees this, going to be moving into QM, getting some sprays into them to slow down any type of movement that's going to be coming out. Soul, surprise, surprise, also going to get a knock. BB is going to go down to the zone, and it is just going to become more and more complicated as Foot now has to move yet again as the circle shifts into the northwest.
Well, now all these teams, other than Tai Lu, have not great decisions to be making. Grenades and fire from Cerberus spell the end of Tiamba. Loki on top of Besto, has him down and out, question mark, back to doing VOD review.
Here is the scary part. Remember what happened whenever Tiamba managed to get control over a lot of circle? They don't have control over the circle yet, but they have the pathing to potentially do so. Day Trade's got the northern section.
Donovan?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
What did Tiamba say?
He said Tiamba, and I'm like, they're dead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
Sorry. And Day Trade's going to have center of the circle, as well as Ty Lu having their fortified position. But T5 over into the west going to have to contend with Cerberus, as they look like they're going to regroup. I got to give respect to Foot, man. They probably should have died about 6 times on this rotation.
No. They've had a tough road in front of them, and they've been keeping the game, keeping the teams out ahead of them. No way. Oh, Fex, not like that. Oh, great mortar there from Zhao Yang. Really on point with it. Cerberus, I mean, look, they could sweep through the edges. I mean, this is Tai Lu's game to lose. You know, Donowa here is going to try to find a hillside on the other end of this corner of the compound. Day Trade around the other end of it, and Tai Lu here has to turn their attention towards Donowa.
This is a big game right now for Day Trade and Tai Lu, both sitting right in that cusp position. Have an opportunity. Then Adol, though, he's got the nade, going to drop it right into Cerberus as they're jumping out of this one. Going to go ahead and pick up one of them. T5 just hiding right into this position, going to deny anything that Cerberus wants to make happen. Picks up another. Cerberus, where can you even go right now?
Yeah, this is a great fortification that T5 set up, using that folded shield with that smoke very, very nicely to keep Cerberus on the other side of it, make it easy for those grenades when they pull up in that vehicle to find some serious damage. Now they have Hatsawat knocked. Belmoth is actually going to find a knock on a Loki. Yeah, Donowa's having a tough time there on the other side, and here we go again.
How's the read onto it? It's going to go ahead and take the shot up. Last one was a bit too far. Nade's doing its own work over here. T5 have to be pretty dangerous. They do have Day Trade with a duo over that's watching everything. Not going to land too close. Enough to be scary, but Cerberus has managed to figure out a way to get this one back together. You can see glancing back over every single time the explosion happens. Rosted, though, has a beautiful angle, sprays in, takes down Tycon, and now clinging to life, T5 has got to be careful. Day Trade duo up on top of him, going to continue to harass in.
Day Trade here really benefiting from T5 not trying to clear them out of that space, just trying to hold them, trying to play keep away, and it's not working out. Now there is going to be knock from Zhao Yang, and Shen going to confirm, but Tycon had a nice double to open up a potential run here for him and Himas, the superstar duo, but Hatsawat not having any of it.
Just instantly shuts that down. Two other members bleeding out right now, realizing the fact he needs to make something happen. Danawa looks like they want to get aggressive on the other part of what's going on with Day Trade. This fight's going on for way longer than Day Trade wanted it to. That's why they're so split, separated. Danawa, though, starting to come apart at the seams. It's just going to be a good defensive line coming up for Day Trade, holding together what's going on in the north. Tai Lu also bringing in some assistance.
Yeah, Tai Lu had a great sight line onto this. Shen flanked out and got on the roof, I should say. And they, again, Tai Lu really aware here. They know that the weak side is the side that Donowa was on. Loki going to go down to Belmoth. Day Trade having a good one. 10 kills here for Cerberus. They've been rocking and rolling, and Tycon doing everything he can. Again, those knocks he got on the T5 gave them the ability to still be in this game.
Foot's still alive, man. That's all I can say. Vard just living. You can't even say living his best life, not living his worst life, just surviving. That's all you can do over here.
We go hard for Vard, man.
We do indeed. Tai Lu's got the eyes up into Day Trade, though. Cerberus finally gets some breathing room. I don't remember the last time that Cerberus didn't have bullets coming their way, and I don't know if they remember it either.
No, it's been spicy. Ever since they left that gas station, they have had to fight tooth and nail. And, I mean, they had a great timing on a Tianba's backside. But since then, it's been scrappy. 800 damage for Tycon. My God.
Jeez.
He is insane, dude.
That is, I mean, just a stellar performance coming out from him. We were joking last time about him and Twinkies, and it continues again into this round. Is just nigh unkillable, the raid boss over on the west. Day Trade, though, now going to have to contend in with these lines from Tai Lu, and that's kind of stalled out everything. Poochills can't really make too much of a move, given the way that Tai Lu's defensive line is set up. Shin, though, as I know a lot of eyes on Tai Lu often go his direction, he is leaning more to the south. He's got a couple of compressed angles that he can do with Poochills, but it's pretty much Atongmu's job right now to make sure that Poochills can't make it into the circle.
But again, even though Tai Lu has gotten a little bit of love from the circles, they're making the most of it. They don't give anyone an opportunity to crash them. Again, with that weak side being Donowa's side, they clear them out, force them into Day Trade, do a ton of damage, get a lot of kills. Poochills touches the blue and is going to be left out in the cold.
Freest fantasy point that's ever happened for Moss's life right there. Going to go ahead and pick that one up. Day Trade, though, going to continue to creep in as it's kind of the world against Tai Lu right now, but Tai Lu has all of the terrain that they can navigate moving forward. They are stepping closer and closer into Vard's positioning, though, and that could spell some trouble for him as it's been quiet down in the south for a real long time.
I don't think they have any idea that Vard's there. I don't think they know at all. He has been so quiet, so sneaky, right underneath their noses. The real concern for Vard, actually, is Tycon. If he kind of gets an angle over into there, he might get spotted. Now, Zhao Yang flanking out to try to cover that edge of the circle. Here you can go, Donowa trying to do what they can, but again, with that rooftop, with this angle that Atongmu has, there's not much they can do. Belmoth spraying over the top, getting those heads, trying to steal some points.
And so well defended by Day Trade, just using that hillside to block off so much of the body, making it so much easier for them to defend into. Shin is very focused in right now. He is the only member for Tai Lu that is inside the circle, but starting to carve a path for the rest of the squad. Tycon and Moss both playing to the north and south and opposing side into the west. Day Trade's going to have to find some type of pathing, but you can see there is no cover in this. There's a couple of cacti here or there, and those aren't good bullet sponges. Even if you do shoot a cactus with a bullet, I venture to say that's probably going to suck because then it sends the needles everywhere.
Yeah, right. They're just getting sprayed with those things. It's tough here for Day Trade. I mean, the only thing that Day Trade has is to try to go to the north side of the circle, and hopefully you can find some space to share with Cerberus. Cerberus trying to harass the rotations of Ty Lu, but Ty Lu relatively safe. It's just Vard. Tungmu is going to go right next to him.
Gonna jump out, pick that one up. Vard gonna make it look easy. Finally revealing himself. Ty Lu's like, what the absolute hell is going on over here? Now Vard being a massive problem. They do take him down, but that response has opened up a couple of angles now for Cerberus to try to exploit. They're managing to put the damage in. Tycon gets the knock onto 1, and Ty Lu, who thought had the cleanest rotation ever, suddenly down to 2.
That Vard might have just ruined Ty Lu's chicken dinner chances. You can see they're dropping. Himas, Tycon just out here on this northern plateau, or excuse me, western plateau, controlling a ton of space. And it's Himas who's got a knock on the Shen.
Center point's now available. Day Trade finding some opportunities, creeping into it. This pathing from the north is going to be big. It's going to be Tycon and LZ that they're having to navigate against. Spots out Tycon, spots the smoke, realize how he's going to be moving through. LZ, though, is kind of crept forward. Looks like he might be trying to go for a res back onto his teammate, get him inside of this very thick smoke that's going to be down on pretty much the center of the circle, just a bit to the east of it. But Tycon now pathing over here, going to be maneuvering at 12 kills for Cerberus and the potential for way more.
He's going to try to find Shen. Shen just got done first aiding. He's right back on his knees. Tycon's going to put him out. Tycon trying to be the hero.
Finds some cover, going to be navigating it, looks forward, knows where the other one is. Smoke's going to make it a lot more complicated. Problem is there's blue zone going to be right back behind him. This is big for Day Trade, going to make it easier. Tycon, 14 kills for his squad right now, 9 by himself. A beast of a performance, but can he do the unthinkable? Day Trade lined in, looking in, both of them fighting over the center of the circle. Tycon just taking more damage, near on, down and out, but instead gets a second, gets the knock onto 1, and it is a straight up 1v1.
What a filthy spray with the 3x here for Tycon. He wants to go for the win. Belmont can't give him the opportunity, can't give him the space.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's so good right now.
Every peak getting punished. Tycon gonna use the opportunity, step forward. Holy shit, he does it. Cerberus walks away with the win.
Are you kidding me? Tycon, the superstar for Cerberus, takes matters into his own hand and takes the game. Unreal.
Appreciating the layup from Vard in a big way right now, but my God, Cerberus, it was a quiet day for him so far. That was some very needed points, but you just pretty much got a whole day's worth of points in one game.
This kid's unreal. He is an absolute superstar. He has no business winning that game. He's just on another level.
He was at 9 kills, then got another 2. Did he end up with 13 kills by himself?
12 or something like that. It's a lot, Matt. It is an absolute just superstar performance. There's nothing else to say. One of the best you'll ever see right there.
Have fun, analysts, because I know you're going to have a pretty decent talking point.
Game 5 is done, and we're going to watch the highlights, though the whole reel should just be Tycon. He turned on, he turned up, and he burned down the lobby.
Yeah, it should just be all 11 kills from Tycon, and then it's just it. That's just how we do it. Double digits kills on a single player. That's just insane. Super impressive. First time we see it here, PGC 2023 in a single game, so that's good. What an overall fantastic game, though. Once the teams they had to move from the southern side and cross that road there, that makes it hard for that shift. But Ty Lu and that compound toffees,
yeah,
they should have had it.
They should have had it. Instead, Tycon got 1/6 of the kills available on the map. Think about that. 64 players dropped. You can't kill your own team. And he wiped out that many players. I don't think I've seen anything like that in a very long time. And it wasn't even easy. This end game fight we're about to see from Tycon, when he's got the 3x spray, he's up against 2, he's got to make the shot in a chance where there was no way he could otherwise. He ducked behind a car, he bobbed to the left, he bobbed to the right. It was doing the what's it called, the cha-cha slide. I don't even know anymore. It was insane to see how good this guy, the hokey pokey, that's what I'm thinking about. It doesn't matter, he danced rings around these guys. Look at this, boom, left. And he predicted every single peak
And this exact clip right here is why the AUG has been nerfed after this patch.
I mean, you call it a
3x AUG spray is just insane. He controls it.
So that's why they made the vertical so much longer, to try to get that 3x off of there, because guys like Tycon are unstoppable. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Toffees. I am joined by Avenger here as we break down the after action. And I mean, it was. I had planned many segments for this section, but all I really want to do is talk about Tycon and how he managed to pull out. I mean, I thought he was done with Shadow 1.
I have so one Tycon points here.
Right?
Yeah, so many, yeah.
Tycon. Okay, now I'm with you.
You like that.
That was like my level of bad.
Yeah.
All right, welcome to the top 4 teams. Cerberus is going to take the first position. We'll talk for a second about the others because I think we're going to feature there. Day Trade looking good with 5. Nice to see the region doing well. Tyloo, they should have won this thing. Didn't. And then
got destroyed.
Foot finally putting up some good numbers here. 8 grenades, 743 damage.
Plus, it's a Tyloo home serve circle here.
True.
Like, they had to get more of it. But look at this. 11 kills, 8 knockouts, and 1,276 damage. Yeah, that is just...
That's wild.
Out of this world.
That is wild.
And this kid's like just turned 19, I believe, or is about to turn 19.
Yeah.
No, he is 19 now. Yeah. He was 18 last year.
No matter what he is, he's turning into he's transcending. He's hit his ultimate form.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it is absolutely crazy to see him play. The team started a little bit slow today, but after this game, it's absolutely phenomenal what they've been able to put together.
Yeah, insane. Super good to see these guys step up. We talked about a little bit of the start of the game and the start of the day. And we were like, where are these guys? Where are they popping off? 26 points in a single game here. That's all you need in one day.
That's what happened in the group stages. They started slow. They had one massive, insane game, and then all of a sudden, there was no stopping them once they got that confidence going. And I think that's what's going to happen here again. We'll take a look at the overall leaderboard in a second. I don't know that they're going to be able to jump to first off the back of that one, but they're going to be well up in the mix with 6. So
they were behind. They had 8 before this, right?
It was
so now top 6. As we say here, like almost still, you can still with one good game, 26 points like this would even put NAG Esports, New Heavy, into the 8th place right now. But yeah, Tyloo, they needed it. They're going to be in 8th right now. If they had clutched it, that would have been a huge case for them. But still, left side out of the board.
Yep.
It is a little top heavy still. We have 4 teams on 40s, in the 40s. Some teams only double digits. Legacy, NAG Esports right now. Oh, they
make a push.
They have to stat pad a little bit and get some more points for the last game here. Otherwise, it's going to be rough being on single digits after our whole day.
And it's not a simple pad. They've got to go out and they've got to look for some kills. I think Twisted, QM, FaZe, Foot, maybe they go out and they say, you know what, we just need to get 6 or 7 points, put ourselves in a position to make a chase tomorrow, go back to the drawing board and figure out what's not working. But that's what they have to do. You do have one more game. Do you test some things out, or do you just try to like play averages? What do you do here?
You stick to your game plan. You've made a plan, you stick to it.
Okay, and now even if you're on the bottom, stick to it. Do your best to get as many points as you can out of it. We got one more match to play here today. Then we're back tomorrow with the next 6. Bottom 8 have to go to the last chance qualifier. Top 8 go to the championship. This is what matters most. Get those points. Make a run at the big show. It's why you're here in Bangkok. It's why you've trained all year long. Sonics, we're taking a quick look at them. They have been really strong today, especially on the back of Shrimsy and Taggleton. These two have been a great 1-2 punch. Let's see if the combo continues. The final match of the day. It's Toby. It's Paper Thin. Let's go!
Oh,
hi, Toby.
My God, we still have another Miramar to go with, Paper Thin.
That's not a Danish accent.
Oh, I'll try my best. I can't do it.
I can't do that either. No. This is... You're not as tall. The hair's not as long. I mean, you're better looking, but...
Oh, I'll take it. I'll take it. Shots fired, and the boy can't even defend himself. Okay. Miramar time, as Los Leones is going to have the plane path over it, and El Pozo going to be the ending section. No trailer park to be had. Rip trailer park. You live on in my heart.
Yeah, I am a little sad it's gone too, to be honest. I like that area. Look, I don't know what else to say, man. Tycon is beyond belief. We've seen it time to time. It's been weird in a way because a lot of it this year has been about Himas for Cerberus. But man, oh man, Tycon, he was just waiting in the shadows.
This is one of those moments where you got to take destiny in your own hands. Is the only way I say it. That's what happened right there. That was just a statement of, I'm tired of where we're at. Everybody needs to remember Cerberus exists, and I'm just going to do this myself. And picked up and carried the squad with him. And that's pretty much, if we look at that game coming out of also the Tego game, that's 2 really big performances in a row to secure positioning for a squad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the last 2 games are basically all their points. Well, I mean, there may be no trailer park in this vicinity of this circle anymore, Matt, but the circle is going to go northwest anyway. Look, like, and again, like the desk was pointing out, and it was one of the first things that I thought of after we jumped out of the game, was that was the tipping point for Cerberus during the group stage. Was one big game on Miramar, and all of a sudden, the rest of the way through, they were just confident, shooting everything that they saw, playing great on the edges, playing great anywhere they were. And that could be the start of it. And I saw just literally everybody, every player was high-fiving, giving Tycon a pat on the back, a hug as he was walking off stage. Because
that's one of those games, whenever you lose to it, you don't just go like, oh my God, you're just impressed. You walk up and be like, you just played the game of your life.
Yeah.
And
tip your cap,
I mean, respect where respect be due is now we do see 6th place on the leaderboard for him. Feeling really good. Tiamba, though, they do have control of Monte Nuevo. They've got LG that's going to be to the south of them. Pozo itself does belong to Day Trade. QM going to be to the north of that. T5 to the east of Pozo with Twisted Minds as well. Twisted Minds, man, they're in the thick of almost everything, but they just can't find the points out of it, right?
I'm shocked. To be completely honest, I'm quite shocked. I thought now that Twisted Minds had gotten the losers bracket monkey off their back, that maybe this might be them like kind of really starting to assert some dominance, assert some authority in a lobby like this where they're normally quite good. Like normally the thing is Twisted Minds gameplay like elevates the better the lobby is. It's like the better the lobby is, the better they are. And because they're so methodical, so smart, so good, that often plays really well into their hands. But they've been kind of getting cut apart in some of these rotations. It seems like they're having a tough time finding entry into the circles safely with getting all 4 players up. This time around, this isn't a circle that necessarily is, I'd say, one of their, like calling card ones, but they can go up to the Fishhook Mountain, up to the top of there. Usually Batu, if he can find a motorcycle, is going to drive up there and get a lot of information from up there, do that kind of stuff out of Power Grid. Just kind of curious if it's going to happen. Theraton 5, though, opting again for the Theraton 5 really likes these early big splits if they can. They might get punished.
Yeah, just going to go ahead and run over VHZ as well as Gizera, both going to be looking for Thenadol. Haven't quite spotted him yet. Numbers in advantage, but this is a very complex area. You got to be careful with Thenadol's going to go and get the spray. It doesn't get the knock, and that is going to be Gizera that picks up the kill.
I just waited a hair too long there on the first one, and that caused the transfer.
That? Let's get another one. And it's going to be Adder that spots out Hisaki. But hey, no, don't do that. You're just powering up Tycon the more of these players you kill. 3-headed dog, nope. There's just one that really needs that dog in him.
He's got that dog in him for sure. That is Tycon, the terror. I mean, the guy he's always been good, but that may be the best that we have ever. No, it is the best. Not maybe. That is the best we have ever seen.
That is an absurd kill count for one player to bring. I don't even care. If you just get sniped right now and die in this game, your work's done for the day. Deserved.
He has no right winning this. First of all, they're on the bad side of T5. He gets that double that opens up just enough space for him and Hemas to survive. And then he's spraying people down with this 3x AUG. We saw 4x AUG from Lin Shu too, but this right here is a really tough fight. That spray right there is outrageous. That transfer over to the other side and then able to lock down that one position. Just brutal, brutal stuff. I mean, Day Trade has the circle. They've got the numbers advantage. They have literally everything, almost everything possible going in their favor. Tycon was just better.
There is no world in which the amount of numbers he just put up there in the fighting positions, everything else like that, it's just... Now, I know we are talking a lot about like him himself, and yes, there are also like a lot of information, IGL feeding over information, teammates, everything else like that, but just the ability to clutch at that stage. I didn't even think that I saw it. Did we ever get to see like what his heartbeat monitor was or anything else like that?
I didn't actually look. I forget to look at those sometimes.
I mean, if he was chilling at like 120, 130 in a situation like that, I would be just mind blown.
Yeah, there's no way I wouldn't be anything under 150 in that case.
I would be at like 250 and need to go to the hospital afterwards.
Not like this. Not Ming Ming. The new Happy is just not doing it today. It has just been bad situation after bad situation.
But part of that is also going to be Donawa, right? I mean, this is scouted, defended line that they've already set up. They were waiting for somebody to be rotating through here. This is where we start seeing a bit more. Okay, second place for Danawa right now. That means the fact that they can start doing a bit more of the Danawa things where they can start enforcing whatever they want on the rest of the lobby, and that's kind of scary if you're not in the top 8 yet.
And I will say, this is not typical Danawa. They don't do this play on this particular spot very often. Not that I can even remember. I've seen a lot of Danawa games, so this is something new, and I think that's what caught New Happy off guard. I think New Happy expected Danawa to have already rotated out of here, to already moved on, and was just going to drive by. And people very rarely set up traps on that part of the road because you can, of course, and it does happen, but it's kind of a flat, dangerous area. So definitely Danawa there, kind of outthinking New Happy.
Day 1 for FaZe wasn't the biggest in the group stage. Day 2 was a great day for them, so if you're looking at the leaderboard right now and you're a bit worried because you're a FaZe fan, remember, tomorrow will be Sunday, so has a decent chance of making the climb up into that one. Danawa, though,
it is FaZe Sunday.
Already going to be moving into Monte Nuevo. That's going to have Tiamba as well as 17 there. Tyloo going to be approaching on the western road, though.
Cerberus, south of water treatment, of course, losing one player early to Osla Pentagram, who, Cerberus does this sometimes on Miramar. I've always been a little bit intrigued. They're very aggressive in the early part of the game if anybody's even near their drop spot, right? Like you saw this with, what was it, Howl at PGS1. And that sometimes bites them in the butt. Sometimes they kind of overdo some of this stuff. Pow Pow has an opportunity now on to Danawa, but Inonix is just a little bit better.
Man, out leading the car. Going to go ahead and get that one taken in. Tiamba making the smart call, but also making it against Danawa, and sometimes the aim just comes up in the way you want it to.
Yeah, I mean, the experience on these teams, and now to make matters worse for Tiamba, 17 Gaming, Xiao Bei found a spot on the edge of this hill and wants to get involved, can probably pop a tire, and I think he did. So from bad to worse here for Tiamba.
This is just going to be a continued trek. Remember, they're in the fields that are going to be north of Monte to the east of Pozo. So they are at least going to get a strong compound out of it. This is one of the stronger compounds if we do see the circle lean into the south, but not necessarily you want to move to at this stage. This is more just we don't have anywhere else to go. We've been run out of any other option.
Yeah, there's not a lot ahead of them either. It's because there's that huge field in front of them, it's really tricky to get out of there. But if the circle does hard shift south, then yeah, awesome. Great spot to hold. But Sonic's wide north rotation, this is what I was expecting them maybe do in the previous game. Instead, they opted to kind of play the it wasn't a 50-50. It was more like a 60-40. I think in Sonic's mind, they stopped short to hedge their bets. You know what I mean?
Keep H1 around for his brain, not because of his driving, all right? Rock into Cactus. It's fine. It's fine. But, looking up, the Sonics are going to be coming in from the northeast, and nobody around them over there. They're going to be coming in north of water treatment, just south of Oasis. Daytrade does spot out T5, as that's going to be just a cascade of events. FaZe going to be running in right back behind Tyloo over here into the west. Tyloo is going to be very outnumbered because of the fact that they are kind of running a 2-2 split. The other two going to be closer to the Danawa position that we were looking at a moment ago.
Yeah, and this is always the case for Tyloo. Almost always 2-2 splits early in some fashion or another, and that's the split that they took. Remember back to that previous game. This Flood's going to put some shots down into FaZe. Jeems should be okay. The thing with Tyloo is they love these early 2-2 splits, and then they're able, because, again, teams hedging their bets over that Death Star Trent outside of El Azahar. Emergency pickup? Yep. But because they do that, that's why they put themselves in what should have been a winning position if it wasn't for Vard.
This is, okay, Twisted Minds are already very centered. They're getting yeeted up, and they're going to be in a good position to pretty much pick wherever they want to land at. This is going to allow them to leapfrog over, but I'm kind of curious, are they going to lean into like the hillsides that where we see T5 kind of playing from? They're already over pretty much FaZe and Corexy. They're going to jump out here, and there is going to be the compound. Yeah, they're just going to go right for Corexy's positioning.
Oh my God.
This is really, really strong. And oh my God, does Corexy even know? Yeah, he's like, he realized, I got to get out.
Oh boy. Corexy, though, pulls the shoot, and it's going to try to wrap around the corner, take some damage in the butt. I think he just barely gets out of there.
I mean, that is going to be a narrow miss right there, as Daytrade is going to get the hills just on the outside of this one. And it's going to be Tiamba just continuing to have harassment coming at them as everybody on Danawa just rolls down into the 7-7. Going to go down. I love this aggressive Danawa, man. I love it so much.
Yeah, this is Danawa that is feeling like, well, we're pretty much going to be going into the grand finals directly with how well we've been playing today. They're top of the lobby. Let's just play for some points. Now, Lil Ghost wants to do something. Soul there Gonna keep him at bay, put him down to 24 HP and finish the job.
Soul's just better in those types of situations, but if you got some friends, it's going to make it a lot easier. Soul going to go down. Now, no time to go after any of the other ones. It's going to be a Zhao Wu that gets the nade, lands up on top of everything's going to go. Suju also back behind it. Donovan going to get eliminated, and finally, the problems have been resolved for so many of these rotations.
Yeah, I mean, 17's just been keeping track of this. They've been like following this long fight that Donovan and Tianba have been taking, and they've just been waiting for their opportunity to strike and claim the kills, and really smart play from 17 puts themselves back on top of this lobby.
Up on top of the circle, we also do have Sonics, who are presently sitting in 3rd place. We'll have to see positioning up north of Crater Field's very, very strong for the circle, specifically if it continues to center up. We have seen some PGC shenanigans that have occurred around that Crater Field before, and what all can happen with it. NH also going to go ahead and take an emergency pickup, and they are presently going over T5. Looks like they're going to be cutting back into the east. Most of that high ground positioning probably already playing.
Oh my god. Salute ran over Anonyx there. A little bit of a whoopsies, but it was worth it in a way. You win that fight. The problem was, of course, 17 was just waiting, just licking their lips to get involved in that. Now, New Happy has found just enough space here. A lot of teams are going to be lining up along the edges of the craters. Not only is it high ground, not only is it valuable position for intelligence gathering, but we don't know exactly where the circle is going to go. There's a lot of the unplayable terrain that we call it, the terrain that acts like water on Miramar. That is in this vicinity. So there's kind of a lot of different directions still that this circle could go. It wouldn't be surprising to me at all if this circle just hard shifts north up towards La Cobreria. There's a lot of space up there that circles are friendly towards. It could go into the crater fields like you're talking about. That can happen. It could do something really wild and like go a bunch towards El Pozo. Super unlikely, but you never know.
Everything is unplayable. Everything becomes playable. It's pretty much the way that the circle's going to have to try to figure this one out. As we do have, again, that control point for Sonics. Tyloo is wrapping back behind them inside the Sandstorm, so they might get spotted out. This is no big surprise coming up from foot. They might be trying to prep up something depending on how this one's going to go. Might also just be a bait balloon, as they're running a 2-1-1 really wide, and they already have a lot of control over the circle, so they know that pretty much everybody's going to be to the west. And the circle does pop, and yeah, that balloon might not be a bait anymore. It might just be a way to get out of all of this.
Yeah, this could end somewhere in the crater fields, somewhere to the east of the crater fields. Who knows? Maybe around day trade if it's really spicy. Things can get pretty crazy, but with this sandstorm here, speaking of crazy, this one makes things very, very challenging because you have a lot less vision, a lot less sound cues to work off of. That's why Kickstart and Sonics are backing off. You know, they're not 100% sure. They might have caught the wind of Tyloo, who's about to lose a player to Phil first.
And Tyloo's just trying to exploit, and Phil first going to go down. Man, this is aggressive shift. Tyloo just used this, the Sandstorm perfectly to run right up in this, get by Sonics, and just exploit this positioning.
It was extremely good timing, and I think Phil first thought he had that knock on the second player. Didn't quite come through, so their QM is going to lose him to that, and that's the timing of those Sandstorms. You know, sometimes you get caught in the mix with other teams and things go sideways, but sometimes you can use them to your advantage, and this is bad.
Yeah, Legacy, this isn't going to be the easiest rotate for you. Zhao Wu going to go ahead and line into RBM. Doesn't quite get the knock, but gets a massive amount of damage out. We also do have Foot that Vard was trying to come forward, and he's like, okay, guys, this is as far as we can go. Please come and res me now. We tried it. It's not part of the strategy. Zhao Wu does end up finishing up RBN up on the top of the hillside. Who's going to get the flush, and it is going to be him as well.
Yeah, just nice little setup here. Really wide split for 17, but they're controlling this road. It's a very nice choke point and very nice funnel point to pick up some points here and there. And, you know, 17, if they don't get early center circle, they're very happy to play edge. They're very happy to swing back and forth to try to find points, try to find third parties, things like that, or just set up traps.
NH, you're not going to be too happy here for too long. You've got one up on top of it. Nade looks like that could bounce, get some damage in. Also trying to figure out how they want to approach in. This is its own kind of cordoned off fight. The hillside's pretty much blocking out anything, so it's really just about how Pentagram wants to navigate this. They just have to be careful of high ground. They have to be aware of how vertical that positioning could come out and could be a problem for them.
Yeah, with Nan up there on that hill, Matt, that's could be really tricky for Pentagram. I think Nan is waiting for them to overextend here a bit, waiting for contact off of December 12th, although they do lose CC to Vard, so maybe he might not really be able to get involved. He might just have to wait it up there, play a little bit safe, potentially. We'll see.
just, again, that patience you're talking about. When he goes for the peak, he has been looking at what's been going on with Foot quite a while. LG also does have some positioning over here pretty close to this, and this is going to be Nan takes the shots into Rossadid. That's the T5 line that's going to be pretty centered also in high ground. It's pretty much those with the high ground and those with not right now.
And that was the opportunity there for Hikari to strike. Really nicely timed there by Asla. Heard those shots from Nan and said, okay, he's up there, he's shooting at someone else. Let's see if we can get December the 12th quick for free. I said it was possible. I didn't really think it would do this, but we are getting dangerously close to El Pozo again, but it probably won't end in there.
Okay, Twisted Minds. Remember that position that they jumped into beforehand where they kind of shoot phase out of it? I believe it was Correxy. This is going to be just a fortification right now that they just get to exert whatever they want onto all the players. Pretty much, they're going to have more options than they know what to shoot at. As Asla's going to roll right down into this LG compound and hit just everybody inside of this, not quite shack, but shack.
Well, that was a type of scout, although Nan has an angle down into this shack. He gets a knock. If he could get a grenade in there, I think it's too far. I think the grenade would explode before it even got in there, but man, oh man, it just like crossed my mind. I'm like, oh, if I could just fit a grenade in that window.
Molotov.
Molotov would, yeah. That could, he doesn't have any, unfortunately.
Big
I like the idea. I like the idea.
All
Blue
right.
Zone.
Blue Zone will also be really good.
Yeah, we don't know if he has any or not.
So, Tyloo's got to rotate. Sonic's got to rotate. We have NH not up on top of everything, watching the rotates, but needs to rotate as well. Asla's already going to be moving in just down below him. Foot is going to go ahead and regroup. They still have all 4 members up. Remember, they did have one in parachute that got knocked a moment ago. That's already gone off. So Wicked's going to go ahead and just bisect right in between T5 and LG. Just don't go near the shack. Just stay away from it, and you're getting too close to it right now. That's going to spell your doom if you're not careful, but LG is starting to get a lot of attention in this Asla rotation.
And Asla is going to be under fire from a bunch of different teams unless they can finish off LG quickly. They're getting some help from some other teams. There goes Tycon. Unfortunately, not going to be a repeat performance after that just stellar game that he put up. Foot, though, has a great angle here into some fights, and they're taking full advantage, taking LG out of this lobby. And as I mentioned, Asla going to be really tricky to get out of this position.
Oh, Solzy, how are you getting away with driving through the center of this circle? And I was going to say, it's going to get punished sooner or later, and it's going to be Gizera that gets the knock and the flush onto him. Moss going to have to figure out how he's going to navigate. It's going to be Legacy, pretty centered position right up next to Twisted Minds. It's going to be a 1-2 punch that I don't think anybody's going to want to have to deal with. Tyloo, though, getting aerial, and they're going to be landing right up on top of 17 Gaming. Spray's not quite going the way they want to just quite yet, but do make landfall. But once they land, it's so much easier to shoot them, right?
It's a horrible position for Tyloo. They should just be done.
Yeah.
This is near impossible to get out of. They're completely surrounded.
It's just who's going to get the angles in at the right moments to finish it out. And there you go. It's going to be all Suju. There were friends driving around the outside, being a distraction, though, so that counts.
Foot claiming a 5th kill, as well as 17. Really nice stuff here from Foot on this edge. They've done a great job. Even though Vard got knocked on that parachute landing, he was able to be rezzed, and they're still 4 up. They've got a ton of space to work with. Circle, I think, is going to eventually go east, but I'm not. There we go. I thought so.
Okay. Twisted Minds still in control. They're really wanting to get rid of T5 in their position. T5 is going to have to go ahead and make a move of their own, though. QM going to have to rotate. FaZe going to have to rotate. Sonics, who moved over to Pozo, going to have to rotate. And 17 Gaming going to at least have to regroup. Foot finally finding themselves in a good position there over in the east, man.
Give it to me, Besto. The AWM putting it to good use.
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, right?
I love it. Yeah, showing it from Shen's perspective there. Just that chonky bullet to the face. And T5, well, it is not going to be easy for them. They're on the outside looking in and downhill into the next circle. Spyro up on top of QM here. All of Twisted Minds still involved. And I think a few of them are still in this next circle, so this isn't too bad at all for Twisted. They can do a lot of damage.
Yeah. It's just fish in a barrel for them, right? Everybody else is playing PUBG. They're just playing target practice right now. Is that
James, the meanie, came in there and stole those points.
Not going to allow it. Legacy going to be in the foothills of Twisted Mind is something to keep an eye on, specifically FaZe on the other side of them too. Is while, yes, Twisted Mind's been doing a lot of work up here, you can see the fact farming up damage, getting 4 kills at this stage. They've also drawn a lot of aggro, so the point that they have to leave this area is going to really, really suck.
Yeah, especially with Legacy potentially underneath them, or who knows, maybe FaZe gets into a position to kind of gatekeep the eventual, what you would have to assume is some kind of parachute down for Twisted Minds. T5 able to get in. Bit of a tough run, but able to make it. FaZe now being harassed on their attempted exit and entrance into the next circle. Sonics are, oh boy, potentially fish in a barrel. And oh, look at those grenades. Look at this view.
But 17 Gaming also coming in over here. It's just really, which way do you want to look, Twisted Minds? It looks like they have their eyes on that Sonic line leading in. They now know who it is because it's going to be HWin showing up inside the kill feed on Zhao Bei. Now 17 Gaming going to step back away from that one, realizing the positioning for it. I also want to note that Lil Ghost is inside of Pozo taking shots at Tig as they're making the rotation. Yep, he's going to go ahead and get the knock onto him. The rest of the crew can potentially pick that one up. And HWin, you can see what they're fighting against right now. It's just little heads peeking up over this rock and just raining down bullets.
And that car almost ran into the other teammates of the Sonics after Tig got ripped out of it. Now grenade's going to be launched by Xiao Wu. Seeing if he can find the mark with it. Foot as well, trying to gatekeep 17, keep them on the edge of the circle. Xiao Wu here, looking for another one.
That nade gonna be cooked pretty well. Does some damage, doesn't get the knock, but enough to make them nervous. And it is gonna be 8C at range that takes down Xiao Wu. Makes it a bit easier for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is the good news for the Sonics. His Foot is getting better and better position on top of 17 to really keep 17 from just hammering home these knocks that they've been getting onto the Sonics, or the damage that they've been doing to the Sonics.
And Foot owns so much of the circle right now. Look, they've got the 3 members that are over there next to 17. The circle does pop. Daytrade's got the compound. It's only really Vard that has to rotate over the rest of Foot right now, as they've been doing a good job of navigating the outlier positions away from where Twisted Minds can have control.
Yeah, and Vard can relay the information. Your backs are clear, boys. Go for these third parties. See if you can harass them. Just do it safely. Don't overextend. Don't take any knocks. Just really do as much damage as possible to those teams on that southwestern edge. Keep them at bay. Keep them on the other side. Let's keep this space to ourselves.
Nades continuing to come out. Nobody wants to step up onto the road because of that Twisted Mind positioning. So how much utility do you have? Lil Ghost is going to come reconvene with the squad, so he should have a pretty decent chunk of it. I also do want to point out 2 members of Twisted Minds now trying to make their way down the hillside as well, and they are going to be very, very close to FaZe, so we might see something pop off with that in just one moment.
Yeah, Sonics here just basically out of utility. They've thrown everything in the kitchen sink at 17, and the real problem is if they crest that hill, they're going to be dealing with Foot. If they go the other way, they're going to have to deal with the mountain goats of Twisted Minds and FaZe right underneath them. It is a very dangerous position, and yeah, finally Xiao Wu able to get up and on top of HWin.
Just a jack-in-the-box fight right now. It's just peak into peak into peak. Batulin's going to go ahead and take out pretty much all of T5 by himself with the aim that he's got into it. Trimsy wants to defend up his teammates, but you can see every peak is so precarious as every single time you step in, it's going to be a bigger problem. Blue Zone Nate's going to try to finish this one out. Batulin's still looking down into that fight, doesn't have the cleanest of angles. Remember, the rest of the squad's trying to creep down, realizing the fact that FaZe is going to be right below them, Legacy right next to that. How does Twisted Minds navigate this?
Could take a lot of grenades and smokes if they've got them. They could potentially clear out FaZe. FaZe is pretty bunched up there. Down in that corner. And I mean, FaZe, most of their attention, I see all those Doritos up towards, and even Legacy as well, but everybody's looking up towards Twisted Minds that's underneath. They know that they can't let Twisted Minds get off this mountain for free. Yeah, Twisted Minds, 8 kills, a very solid game here, shooting up in the 10th place. You'll take it. You would love to get more, but it's going to be outrageously difficult to get down off of the top of that thing.
Sonics have creeped up this hillside, and it's really just Batulin's allowing them to survive for as long as he deems he wants them to exist, as he's just been watching them slowly get harassed out by 17 Gaming. Once 17 Gaming makes the push into this, I wouldn't be surprised if we just see him absolutely unload onto this. Now, does look like 17 Gaming is getting a bit more aggressive into that Sonics line.
Yeah, Batulin's up here. He's the Roman Emperor. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Whatever he decides is going to be potentially the death of some of these players, but yeah, a lot of attention being paid towards him. Everybody knows that you don't want to take any damage from above. You want to try to keep these fights in front of you as best as you can. And again, Legacy and FaZe are just going to wait and wait and wait.
Pretty much, it's like I've heard of Scott Pilgrim versus the world, but it's mostly Batulin's versus the world right now.
Yeah.
Everybody wants him gone, and the moment he peaks, everybody's going to be taking a shot at him. New circle pops, and it moves into the no man's land. Foot actually has their foot inside the circle as, I mean, this is a squad in Foot that's been having to chase circles a lot today, but managing to get through just by the skin of their teeth time and time again, finding some points. They're not quite in that top 8 yet, but you have to give them credit for the way that they've managed to just make a bad situation and find a way to at least be right at the cusp of getting into that top 8.
Yeah, it's been kind of the MO of Foot. When I went back and watched the VODs, they almost play Ascend-like, but they're like Ascend-light. They're not quite as wild. They don't quite take as much space, but they love to make long rotates. They love to play edge, and when they can make it work because of the tremendous firepower that's on that team, it's really, really powerful. Just haven't been able to get it going, and finally, here we go, coming down the hill.
Oh, spotted it. After waiting so long, it's going to be Perfectix that gets the knock in. How is he going to step around? He should have an idea on how everybody is playing around these rocks. Keep in mind, Legacy is also over here. Sonics, though, do a good job on defending up. Kickstart now the last one up. The duo trying to make it happen, but it is going to be finally going down. 17 Gaming, though, massive cost. It's just so many members down.
I don't know. If they spotted Jeems. I think Lou got Jeems underneath there. Perfectix. Not exactly sure what happened in that situation. He's knocked as well. Jeems had snuck underneath, and there's the long-range shot from Beamy. Gonna finish Twisted Minds up. Feck should be able to get the res onto Jeems, assuming Legacy doesn't have anything to say about it.
Yeah, now we'll have to see how Legacy wants to play into this one. The East is about to get a lot more problematic as we do have Foot lined up against Day Trade, our stronger squads, now trying to figure out how they're going to navigate this more open area of the map. And the little bit of cover that there is inside the circle is between these two squads to fight out for. Meanwhile, we still have 17 Gaming that's moving in right back behind FaZe. Pincer attacks. It's going to be Legacy on the opposing side of it. Jeems already taking a massive amount of damage. Fex is already going to be down. VHC is just trying to spray into smoke. Finally, it's going to be Suju that picks up both of them, though.
Yeah, big points here for 17. 10 kills in this game. 7 of them going to Suju. Unreal. I mean, 17 has just been fighting, and this is what makes them so scary. They're tenacious, they are talented, and they take advantage of any opportunities they are given. Now, the run may be over, down to half health, but I think prone enough that for now, Foot doesn't have an angle, but Legacy wants one.
See how they navigate the smokes, though. This is a scary push coming out. Due to the amount of how many members from Foot are over here also kind of supervising what's going to be going on. They can't quite run into it the way that they want to. Beamy's already stepped out. Looks like he's trying to make sure that anybody that steps out from this one is going to get punished. But, oh, man, this is looking like it's going to be another 2 kills lined up for him. They are just waiting. Utility comes out, does hit, doesn't hit the way that he wants it to. Going to take a lot of damage out. He is going to get spotted. Legacy picked that one up, but now just walk into the waiting arms of Foot.
Yeah, as good as Suju has been, that last spray there, just a little bit off the mark. That opened up the door there for Legacy to stay alive. Foot wants to clear this edge. They want to make this as easy of a fight, a 4v4 as they, or 4v3, excuse me, versus Day Trade as they can.
All right, Foot just steps right in. VHZ already laying down. Does get the spray onto one, but Ace is going to go ahead and take him down. Ace has got the beat onto the other one as well. Finishes that out, and we actually still have LFP clinging to life over there and doing a good job of it as Day Trade is now flanking and back behind Foot.
Yeah, Day Trade needs to punish this knock onto Foot if they want to win this game. Oops, the smoke just bounced off of him. Not too big of a deal there. But they need to try to isolate the Foot players that aren't busy doing this res. They know they've only got 2 guns to deal with. They've got 3 players. They have to find this moment. Bard out in the open, in trouble.
Day Trade just walks right up into this weakened point. Beamy now navigating back over. Res does come out for Foot as they have managed to reposition off of it. But let's not forget LFP. Looks like he's flanking in back behind. Foot suddenly finds themselves being the one pinch. They need to get rid of LFP as fast as possible, and you can see that's where so much of their focus is going. But 3 members of Day Trade just creeping closer and closer by the second. Now it is going to be Legacy going out. Blue Zone going to do the last bit of damage. Now the fight in the south going to be kicking off. Day Trade being the aggressor.
And it's a fair fight. A lot of damage done to T-Bone. Onto almost 1 HP. A great spray from Flash. Could find the second onto Beamy. He does. Only 1 more to go. And he's got
Flash. Big play coming up from them as they did get position early. Waited for the right moment to pounce. And Foot, who has just been constantly chasing circles, going to find themselves in a just awkward fight there at the end. Just downhill slope as they position over into Legacy, being the crux in their downfall.
Yeah, great timing from Day Trade. Wins them the game there at the end. Finding that opportunity when Foot took that knock. Perfect. That is exactly what you should do. Learn from that moment, new players. When you're in a 3v4 situation and the team that's 4 suffers a knock from, a one or a solo or a duo or something like that, that's when you make your move. Because if they go for that res, they're only going to have 2 guns left.
That was also a big performance coming out from Twisted Minds, who are just asserting so much authority inside that. We've got some Twisted Minds of our own with the analyst desk, so go ahead and walk us through the end of the day.
What a way to end the day. Day trade to the moon, gets the chicken dinner, and you gotta love seeing it. The home crowd rejoices, and they made a big move. They got second place in the last game. It was only a matter of time. Let's take a look back at the highlights.
Yeah, I'm happy after that clutch of Tycon that they're able to step up to this one here, because obviously this is a huge game for them. Being able to win in front of your family, friends, and the home crowd here is going to be huge for them, and also going to push them up quite decently into the top 8 of the leaderboard. We're halfway through a winner's bracket, and I gotta say it's been an exciting one. And we've had a few favorites that's gone out and done good things. We've also had a little bit of teams that did great things in group stages and then struggled here in the winners.
I'll tell you what, the hometown teams, Day Trade, Therathon 5, they are playing out of their mind right now. They're doing much better than I think I expected on day one. Huge wins for Day Trade. This is exciting.
Yeah, crowd cheering them on like that is just fantastic.
It's the pump. It's the hometown buff.
Yeah, and I gotta say, one of the exciting circles, so of course the very end was like a little bit bad, but when you have a team that is up on that far of a high ground,
high up there,
it makes it so difficult for all the other teams to make any plays. 17 Gaming and Suju, though, he made a run for it, and I gotta say I was impressed with the in-game leader of 17 Gaming.
Also, not just any team on the high ground. It's a specialist, a high ground Miramar specialist in Batulin, who has mastered shooting from that angle. And the team did a great job. It was nice to see Twisted Minds put up some points, but ultimately, the story here at the end of the day is Day Trade coming away with a big win at the perfect time. Welcome back to the desk for the final time today. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger. It has been a wild day one here in the winner's bracket, and I think really reiterates what we said earlier. This is a insanely strong lobby.
Yeah, and that's also why we see some teams that might have done really well in the group stage maybe struggle a little bit here, because it is more stacked than our group stage, right? It's more stacked than what they were used to, and also a little bit of changes in some drops and a little bit of changes in kind of the pathing and the teams that they're playing against makes it slightly more difficult. But then again, it's been some of our favorite teams that have, favorites in terms of kind of the teams that we expect to win the tournament, Toffees, that have been doing well. And also, of course, Day Trade here, Flash, Nurance, Puchus, and of course, Belmont, they're able to clutch it up. Flash, the big one, 4 kills coming his way. Of course, a little bit of, in terms of it's a home turf terrain. Like they have the circle, they have the compound for a long time, but they defended it and they didn't have to move out until very later.
I mean, that's it. Call a spade a spade. They got the circle, they had the compound, but they moved at the right time. They saw Foot got caught up in a fight, and they made the most of it when Legacy sort of tried to backstab them. They got in position, they got the win. That's how you get those big points when you need them. Flash is going to be the man of the match, 4 kills, 300 damage, but again, it was more about patience and managing their position in the circle that gave Day Trade this win.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, 17 Gaming also able to get, what, a 4-way tie of 14 points? I've never seen this before. That's crazy.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's wild.
17 at Gaming going to come in at that 3rd place position with 14 points. Twisted Minds gets 14 as well. And then Legacy, of course, because of that backstab at the end, managed to get themselves up to 8. A couple of these teams, particularly Twisted Minds and Legacy, desperately needed those points. So when we get to this overall leaderboard, we're going to see where we stand. A reminder, the teams on the left will advance to the championship. The ones on the right go to the last chance qualifier and have to try to earn their way back into the big show. Here's where it stands at the end of day one. 6 games down, 6 left to play. 17 in the lead at 65, and it kind of goes down from there. The cutoff, which is looking pretty close, gets very tight once you get to that 6th place position.
Yeah, we're talking about a 70, 75 point cutoff hypothetically here. Twisted Minds 31 here, 2 points off. Tyloo, Asla, FaZe even, these guys, they're close. Luminosity. NH Esports, though, a team that have a lot of pedigree on them. A single digit of 8 points, Toffees, for tomorrow. We're halfway through. It's going to be extremely difficult for them going into tomorrow.
A lot of people bought themselves Ming when it came down to the prices on the fantasy scores, and now we know why he was priced so low, I guess. NH Esports not living up to the hype, but they have 6 more games. It's possible that they come out big tomorrow. They kind of figure out what wasn't working and what was, and that's going to be the name of the game for our teams tomorrow. It's tonight. Is those teams on the bottom got to figure this out. It is absolutely necessary. Hopefully they can get comfortable and they can sit in their brand new Onda Seat official gaming chairs. The chair elevates the gaming experience with ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose Onda Seat, choose the seat of victors. We're sponsored by the King Power Group, leader in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Logo Pro Esports grade gaming gear made with a unique design. And as a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championships 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as the designated hardware provider for this event. Tao Kanoi, live deliciously. Hey, I like that. And then number 1, fast and reliable fiber internet from True Online, staying connected when you need to the most. And some of these teams need to get connected and figure out how to win tomorrow.
I have a suggestion for that segment.
Yes.
From now on, we're going to call it Taikon Noi.
Taikon Noi, live dangerously.
That's good.
Live Taikon Noi, clutch. I mean, that clutch, that's going to go down as probably one of the best clutches.
The only double-digit kill game for a single player.
He gets the chicken award for the day. Chicken award for the day. Good for him. Yep, there it is. Our little chickens.
And also, 1,276, I believe, is the exact number of damage he got as well. I think that is going to be the highest damage so far. And it's pretty insane that it's going to come out of the winners bracket. That's something you can't expect to come out of the losers or like some of these, like Last Chance even. But to make it in the winners bracket, to make it a clutch win, that is just absolutely insane.
What was crazy for me is I watched Vikendi. I expected to see a bear waking up there. It was on Miramar that the bear truly awoke. And I think Taikon tomorrow is going to show back up with the same amount of violence. And I'm Cerberus, maybe great day tomorrow. Think about changing one of them onto your roster.
It's going to be a new tattoo on his arm. That clutch, like the moment.
It was insane. The fact that he played both sides of that tree, that he hid behind the car, I've never seen anything like it. Favorite moment of the day?
100%.
100%.
Absolutely.
All right, well, I've got another good moment for you. We're going to be back tomorrow with more action, but for now, we're going to go check in with Pan. She's got a couple of the players, and I'm hoping one of them might be Taikon himself after one of the best days I've seen. Don't go anywhere. Check this out.
สวัสดีค่ะต้อนรับกลับเข้าสู่ด้านบนเวทีนะคะอย่างที่บอกไปว่าในช่วงท้ายของเกมในแต่ละวันเราก็จะมาร่วมสัมภาษณ์นักแข่งกันนะคะแน่นอนค่ะวันนี้เรามีทั้งซุปเปอร์สตาร์นะคะที่ได้เกิดขึ้นแล้วก็สร้างความ Amazing ให้กับเราทุกคนมากๆนะคะแล้วก็รวมถึง Performance ที่ดีมากๆของทีมที่ในวันนี้ไม่พูดถึงไม่ได้เลยดังนั้นเดี๋ยวเราไปเจอกับทีมแรกกันก่อนเลยดีกว่านะคะ So as I mentioned about at the end of the game in every day of the competition right here so we're going to have like some interview with some superstar and the great performance player right here on the stage. So let's get started with the first team that is 17 Gaming! Woohoo! Hello girls! Hello! 你好 Okay, so for the first question, so you have end of the day in the first rank for the second time here at PGC 2023. So how do you think your team performed today?
所以作为又一次的单日第一，能评估一下今天整体队伍的表现吗？
我觉得我们今天打得很团队，没有个人能力。
What he said is today for the overall performance, they focused more as a team rather than a solo player.
Okay. And for the second one, after today's performance, there will be less pressure for you tomorrow. So are you already working towards for the grand finals?
所以今天表现得那么好，那相对应的明天整体的压力就会有所降低。那对于那个总决赛的话，你有什么期待呢？
明天打完先进决赛吧。
Let's go for tomorrow first.
Okay, that is the great answer. เมื่อกี้นะคะพันก็ได้ถามเขาไปในคำถามแรกนะว่าวันนี้เนี่ยต้องบอกว่าเขาปิดท้ายนะคะด้วยอันดับหนึ่งเป็นรอบที่2สำหรับการแข่งขันที่ PGC ในปี 2023 นี้นั่นเองนะคะคือเขาคิดยังไงบ้างกับความสามารถของทีมในวันนี้นะคะก็ต้องบอกว่าเขาตอบสั้นมากก็คือพูดง่ายๆว่าวันนี้เขาก็เล่นในรูปแบบของเป็นทีมมากกว่าเล่นแบบบุคคลนะคะหรือว่าเป็น solo performance นะคะแล้วก็ต่อไปก็คือในเรื่องของการที่ต้องบอกว่าความสามารถเขามาขนาดนี้แล้วเป็น first rank แล้วดังนั้นคือมันก็คงจะไม่ pressure มากแล้วมั้งในวันพรุ่งนี้หมายถึงว่าไม่กดดันมากแล้วมั้งดังนั้นก็คือมีการวางแผนสำหรับการไปสู่รอบ grand final หรือยังเขาบอกว่าก็ขอดูวันพรุ่งนี้ก่อนนะคะเรามาสู้กันในวันพรุ่งนี้ก่อน anything to say to your fans
有什么想对粉丝说的吗？
兄弟们，干就完了。
Okay, guys, let's go and fight for it.
Okay, 17 Gaming, thank you นะคะก็บอกแฟนๆนะคะโอเค let's go นะคะเราจะไปลุยกันนะคะทุกคนโอเคส่วนอีกหนึ่งคนนะคะวันนี้โอ้โหเป็นซุปเปอร์สตาร์ที่บอกโอ้ว้าวมากเป็น one versus two นะคะแล้วก็ได้Chicken Dinner มาสู่ทีมของเขานะคะนั่นก็คือ Cerberus Esports with Taikon Woo Hello once again Okay, so as today everyone calls you like a superstar. So in match 5 you had done like such an unbelievable performance with 11 kills and almost like 1,300 damage. So can you tell us about the fight in the final circle that you like won back to back 1 versus 2?
Là hôm nay ở trận đấu thứ 5 thì em đã có một màn trình diễn rất là kinh khủng với 11 kill và gần 1.300 đam lận thì em có thể nói cho mọi người biết về cái trận giao tranh cuối ở trong vòng bo cuối cùng khi mà em clutch 1 bắn 2.
Thì trong cái lúc đó là em nghĩ mình chết rồi, nhưng mà mấy giây đoạn cuối lại knock một bên team bạn đây chết, thì nhờ đó mà em có pha clutch 1/2 thành công.
Okay, so in the last fight, I thought that I would have died in that situation because it's 1 versus 2. But then when I got 1 kill from Daydread and I got the confidence and I might gonna clutch them. Yes, I did it.
โอเคต้องบอกว่าเมื่อกี้แพนถามไปว่าคือเราก็เห็นกันอยู่เนาะในเกมที่ 5 นะคะที่เขาแบบ 1 versus 2 นะคะเขาบอกจริงๆเนี่ยเขาคิดว่าเขาตายเหมือนกันนะตอนแรกเขาคิดว่าเขาจะตายเหมือนกันนะแต่พอเขาสามารถทำได้1คิวอ่ะอยู่ดีๆเขาก็รู้สึกเหมือนแบบมีกำลังใจขึ้นมาแล้วก็สุดท้ายกลายเป็นว่าเขาก็สามารถนำ Chicken Dinner มาสู่ทีมได้นะคะคือแบบสุดยอดมาก Okay, so in your opinion is that the best single match performance in your professional career?
Em có nghĩ đây là cái màn trình trận đấu vừa rồi là trận đấu hay nhất trong sự nghiệp thi đấu chuyên nghiệp của em hay không?
Thì ở PGC năm ngoái thì em cũng có rất nhiều pha xử lý tốt, nhưng mà có lẽ là cái trận đấu hôm nay là trận đấu cột mốc đáng nhớ nhiều nhất của em.
I think like yes, it's definitely one of the best moments in my entire career. Like last year in PGC 2022, I also have great performance and then great moments. But then this time, this performance is by far the best momentum in my career.
ว้าวสุดยอดมากก็คือแพนถามไปนะคะว่ากับสิ่งที่เกิดขึ้นเนาะในแมตช์ที่ 5 นี้เนี่ยถือว่าเป็นอีกหนึ่ง amazing หรือว่าความน่าทึ่งหรือว่าเป็น best performance นะคะกับความสามารถที่ดีที่สุดที่เขาประทับใจหรือเปล่านะคะเขาบอกว่าถือว่าใช่เลยนะจริงๆตั้งแต่ปีที่แล้วเนาะกับ PGC ในปี 2022 นะคะคือเขาก็ทำได้ดีแล้วแหละคือเขาก็รู้สึกว่าเขาทำได้ดีแล้วแต่ว่าในสิ่งที่เกิดขึ้นในปีนี้ก็ดีเหมือนกันแล้วก็รู้สึกประทับใจเหมือนกันก็ถือว่าเป็นหนึ่งใน best performance ของเขานะคะ Anything to tell to your fans?
Có lời gì muốn gửi đến người hâm mộ của em không?
Cảm ơn các bạn đã dành thời gian cổ vũ team mình cũng như giải đấu nói chung, mà bọn mình nói riêng. Hẹn gặp mọi người tại chung kết.
It's like I would like to thank all my fans for supporting my team and also other team in the winner brackets and also see you in the grand finals.
ว้าวโอเคก็ฝากดูแฟนๆบอกว่าขอบคุณมากๆนะคะที่คอยเชียร์ร่วมสนับสนุนเนาะที่วันนี้เนี่ยก็มาเชียร์กันในรอบ winner bracket ด้วยแล้วก็ไปเจอกันในรอบgrand final นะจ๊ะโอเค thank you Super Sis Boy thank you โอ้โหสุดยอดมากวันนี้นะคะต้องบอกว่าพลังมาเต็มก็สำหรับในวันพรุ่งนี้จะเป็นอีก1วันของ Winner Bracket นั่นเองค่ะก็สามารถที่จะมาร่วมเชียร์ส่งกำลังใจกันได้เยอะๆเลยนะคะพรุ่งนี้วันอาทิตย์เนาะยังเป็นอีก1วันหยุดนะคะมาเชียร์กันได้เลยค่ะที่ BCC Hall เซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวนะคะส่วนในวันนี้ค่ะก็ขอตัวลาไปก่อนเจอกันใหม่พรุ่งนี้นะจ๊ะสวัสดีค่ะ Say that
myself at the